Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 231, The Ultimate Gladiator 2. Red and gold comprised that metal door, the one she had learned by heart throughout her years of living in one of the best suites in the palace. It was a welcome sight, and Angela was certain that what awaited inside would relieve her heart even further. Sokka smiled reassuringly at her before pushing the door open. The room was as dark as ever, with curtains drawn over the windows and no lit lanterns, for no one had spent a night in the bedroom in weeks. Angela sighed, letting her eyes adjust to the darkness before nudging Sokka to continue, once his hand returned to hers. It feels like I'm finally home, though I wasn't exactly not home while in the physician's wing, Angela admitted, with a weak grin. Sokka grinned too, tightening his grip around her waist affectionately as he guided her inside the bedroom. It's been a long 2 weeks. A lot has happened in a very short time, Sokka said, so I guess this should be a slight return to normalcy, huh? If just in some ways. Angela nodded slightly, showing herself as enthusiastic and encouraging as possible. Hopefully, by doing so, Sokka's obvious anxieties would decrease, to a fault. Pharaoh had authorized her, 2 days after removing the stitches, to return to her room. He intended to check on her daily regardless, and he had asked the head sage to perform a weekly energy reading session on the princess, but otherwise, she was free to recover without constant medical surveillance. Her chi continued to replenish itself gradually, though not enough that she might be able to walk easily on her own just yet. Sokka had guided her to her room, his left arm around her waist, his right holding hers. Even now, upon reaching the bedroom, he seemed unwilling to let her go. "It'll be nice sleeping in my own bed again," Angela whispered, though her lips twisted with a slightly more mischievous smile upon letting her thoughts wander. Sokka raised an eyebrow. "Thinking something funny, are we?" he asked. She laughed softly, casting him a clever smirk. "Just remembering the last times I slept on it, actually," she said, "though I'm sorry we couldn't make the most of the week, as we meant to. Such a missed opportunity." "Don't say that," Sokka whispered, the sweetness of his voice enveloping Angela warmly, so much she couldn't help leaning into his body for comfort. "You shouldn't apologize, we both know this wasn't the way that week was supposed to turn out." I know, Angela said. Sokka sighed, nudging her gently. "I need to close the door," he said. Angela raised an eyebrow. "Because I have the mightiest urge to kiss you and I don't dare do it while we're still in plain sight, so." "Of course," Angela smiled. Sokka grinned guiltily and guided her towards her bed. They climbed the small steps that led to the mattress, and Sokka helped Angela take her seat on it, her back propped against her pillow, before rushing off to close the door. Angela sighed in relaxation, her eyes set on Sokka initially, but her gaze wandered shortly afterwards, taking in what she could of the room before it grew darker yet, once Sokka closed the door. A flood of light poured from the windows next, once Sokka reeled back the curtains to allow the sun to shine its glow into the room. Angela continued to watch as he moved to the next one, and the next, and then, upon spreading the third curtain open, the light fell upon Angela's armoire, where a damaged golden armor sat delicately, as though awaiting deliberation about its fate now that it had been rendered unusable. Angela's heart clenched upon seeing it. Sokka, as well, froze right beside the armor for a moment, his eyes immediately drawn to the crack over the left shoulder. It didn't encompass the whole armor, but it was large enough to damage the integrity of the metal beyond repair. Angela sighed anew as she gazed at it, and the sound alerted Sokka that he wasn't the only one overtaken by the sight of the shattered, useless armor. "Angela," he said. She grinned and waved her right hand dismissively in his direction. "It served its purpose." "I can't complain," she cut him off. "I guess my father will have the royal blacksmith crafting a new one before long. Until then, I guess I'll have to go back to wearing the black one. Well, that is, once I can wear armor at all." "Yeah, you won't be doing that for a while," Sokka said, stepping towards her again, disregarding the last window's curtain for now at least. "You shouldn't. Your stitches are gone, but the bandages are still on." "Yes," Angela finished, glancing down at her left arm and the sling. "I did suspect all my life that wearing one of these would be annoying, but I never imagined the half of it. Just visualize how much fun you'll have setting it on fire once you no longer need it," Sokka suggested, with a small grin. You can burn all the bandages and slings, all gone, right before you get back to business as usual, I'd imagine. Quite a beautiful visual, I won't deny it, Angela smiled, closing her eyes as she relaxed further. Curses, it's so good to sleep in your own bed, you'll likely feel the same way starting tonight, huh? Sokka grumbled, prompting Angela to chuckle lightly. I guess that's the one downside of your progress so far, huh? No way they'll let me crash in the same room as you anymore, huh? You say it as though you'd been allowed while we were in the physician's wing. Angela smiled. If anything, the likelihood is Pharaoh was too scared of you to tell you to leave at night. Scared? Of me? Why's that? Sokka asked, innocently. Angela snorted. I guess you already forgot the tantrums you'd throw whenever someone asked you to leave the room, even if briefly. They weren't tantrums, Sokka said, though he was smiling as Angela teased him. Right, it was manly whining, that's what it was, Angela decided, prompting Sokka to laugh and shake his head. You're being impossibly stubborn, princess, and I love it, he said, leaning close to finally press his lips to her brow. Say, do you want some water? We did walk all the way here from the physician's wing, I guess you might be tired. Sounds pretty stupid to be tired of walking from one end of the palace to the other, Angela said, as Sokka shook his head. Don't be so hard on yourself, okay? You always told me not to punish myself during my recoveries. And now I know exactly why you'd do it. Doesn't it feel good to know I understand you better now? Angela teased him again, with a wide grin. Sokka snorted but shook his head. Well, I'd rather none of this had happened, so I can't say I wanted you to truly understand my frustrations over my recoveries. I would have been fine remaining misunderstood, if I could have spared you all this somehow, but... he said, biting his lip before shaking his head violently again. Anyway, water? Or maybe some food? Food? Huh? Angela said, closing her eyes as a slow smile spread across her face. Fire flakes would hit the spot right now, if you must know. I'm not entirely sure you're allowed to eat insanely spicy food yet, Princess Sokka smirked. Angela sighed dramatically. Angela. How fussy of you, she pouted lightly, causing Sokka to laugh as she rolled her eyes. Fine, then. Find me a boring, healthy snack of the sorts you hate, if that's all you'll let me have. The minute Pharaoh says you're free to stop your recovery diet, I'll make sure to throw you a feast of spicy foods, Sokka said, leaning in again to kiss her, though this time he deliberately chose to caress her lips with his own for much longer, just to enjoy their closeness as best he could. I'll be right back, okay? Sure. And if you can, go ask Pharaoh when, exactly, will I be able to eat that spicy feast of yours. Sounds like a dream, Angela said, closing her eyes and smiling innocently as Sokka chuckled, pressing one more kiss to her mouth. You're wonderful, love, he whispered, pulling away with a warm grin before taking off to the door once more. Angela didn't say anything as he left, electing to watch him quietly instead. He closed the door behind himself, and Angela released another breath now that he was gone. It wasn't the first time he had left her side in the past 2 weeks, but it almost felt as though it was. He had stood by her constantly, watched over her so affectionately it was hard to believe anyone who had witnessed it couldn't tell yet that he loved her. Never before had he behaved quite as openly as a worried husband as he did recently. The princess had continued to recover. She could walk faster, without tiring quite so quickly. She could stay awake longer without needing as many naps. She could eat more food, even asking for seconds occasionally, if her portions had been too small. All of them were signs of recovery, yet, to this moment, there was one thing Angela hadn't dared do. One thing she couldn't do in front of Sokka, for she knew he wouldn't want her to even try it, and because she wasn't quite sure of what the result would be, once she did. Her right hand trembled once she raised it. It wasn't quite so easy to keep a steady pulse after her injury, let alone when she was genuinely nervous, as she was now. She drew her pinky and ring finger into the palm, holding them down with her thumb, and the index and middle fingers remained outstretched, her usual, favored position to control her bending fully. She breathed once, then twice. Sometimes her breaths came easier, sometimes it felt as though she were dragging her body across rusty metal somehow. She waited for a smooth breath, carefully, patiently, when that simple, easy feeling finally presented itself, She dared pulsate her power deliberately, sending it from her chest to the tip of her outstretched fingers. An orange light bathed the room as a small plum of fire burst from her fingers. Angela gasped, tightening her hand into a fist. The last orange specks of the flame dissipated in the air as she breathed with difficulty. Oh, hell. Oh, that wasn't good. That couldn't be good. But she wasn't fully recovered yet. Perhaps her chi wasn't pure, clean enough, for her to produce proper blue fire. She'd need more time. She had to be patient, she had to wait. Perhaps, within another few weeks, her body would have come closer to its natural state, and then she'd release her trademark blue fire yet again. She knew the technique by heart, it was only a matter of returning to it, once her body was in the right shape for it. Rational words were little comfort for rampaging emotions, however. Angela gritted her teeth and lowered her gaze. She shouldn't be disappointed, she knew her recovery was only halfway through, at best, but now she found herself regretting her latest experiment. Bending orange fire had been a source of pride for an infant princess, who had yet to be plagued by pressures and bigger concerns than picking on her brother and earning her father's approval. Now it was an unwelcome sight, despite knowing she should be grateful she could bend again at all, to begin with. Her inner fire had nearly been snuffed out, if that was even possible, she should be grateful. She should be grateful. Yet her overachieving urges, her impulses to outdo any and every expectation, had taken hold of her already. It hadn't happened just now, with the orange fire, it had happened days ago, while pondering the potential reason behind her astonishingly fast recovery after a life-threatening wound and condition. She knew she shouldn't rush this, she knew there was a chance Sokka would outright reject the theory she had been pondering, in secret, but she meant to run it by someone with more authority than her on the matter. Then, if it seemed her idea made some sense, she'd bring it up to Sokka. And then they could test, directly, if there was one possible, unorthodox remedy for a serious case of chi corruption. The bedroom door opened again, and instead of calming down at the sight of Sokka, her heart only seemed to beat faster. That should be a good sign, she hoped, for accelerating heartbeats should mean her body was strong enough to sustain a quicker pace, but she wasn't completely certain it'd be a good thing, truthfully, for it forced her to breathe faster, and she was starting to feel a little lightheaded. She needed to calm down. She definitely needed to calm down. All right, I managed to sneak a bit of mochi rather than anything spicy, hopefully that'll work for you just as well. Sokka grinned as he closed the door behind himself. He carried a large jar of water in one arm, and a small package in the other. His words, spoken so casually, soothed Angela's nervous, racing heart momentarily. She swallowed hard as she watched him move towards her nightstand, where a long empty jar and its respective cup had rested for the past weeks. Sokka left nothing to chance, ensuring to rinse the cup properly before pouring fresh water for the princess. He smiled sweetly, and Angela couldn't help but return the gesture. I don't really know if mochi is allowed yet. I hope it is, he said, but just in case, eat just a little, okay? You know I can't eat only a little mochi. Angela smiled sadly, taking the cup in her right hand and tilting it carefully towards her lips. She released a breath after the refreshing drink soothed her dry lips and tongue, cold and soothing down her throat. I've always eaten all of it, that's how it goes. Then I'll have to take it upon myself to determine the right dosage of mochi for you, princess, Sokka smirked, prompting Angela to chuckle as she finished the water on the cup. Thank you for getting all this, and for not making a fuss about how I shouldn't have dessert before lunch, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka snickered. Those boring rules are free to be broken once you're an adult, you know. He said, stroking her hair. That being said, you will eat all your lunch, right? I'll try. Angela smiled, and Sokka huffed disapprovingly. You would do anything for me, right? You've always said as much, so. Yeah. Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. Why are you asking? Do you have any nefarious plans in mind, princess? Need me to put someone in their place for you? Want me to buy something for you in the market? Read you a dirty book? No, Angela laughed. Sokka grinned goofily at her reaction. I was just wondering, well, Pharaoh has given me leave, right? I know I should probably rest a lot. But I was thinking. I'd like to visit your house again, sometime soon. If that's okay. Oh? You mean, traveling with Xin Long? Sokka asked, his goofy airs fading quickly. I guess it's not the worst thing ever, but it could be strenuous on your body, Azula. I guess I could ask him, but, why do you even want to go? Because, you've been here too long, Azula said, with a light grin. You haven't trained in forever. If you'll fight Toph after she beats Combustion Man. Hey, that's the last thing you ought to be worrying about right now, Azula, Sokka said, caressing her hair gently. I'll fight Toph when the time is right, it doesn't have to be all that soon. You're in no condition to join me in training. I didn't plan to, Azula said, closing her eyes. I thought, you could ask Ruishi. He can substitute for me, and I can just watch you work. It'll be nice admiring my husband's body, glistening under the sun, while he trains. It might even accelerate my healing and everything. Ah? So, you don't plan on training me directly, then, Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. You promise you'll just sit inside, relaxing and not doing anything difficult while Ruishi and I train, if he agrees to this? I promise, Azula said, with a genuine smile. Don't worry, Sokka. I won't do anything stupid. I can't, to begin with. This sling's really throwing off my balance more often than not, you know? I can't even imagine fighting without my left arm. Yeah, it wouldn't be easy, Sokka said, eyeing her sadly. So it's only natural you'll need another sparring partner, or a few of them, while I'm unavailable. It's hardly the first time, Azula said, setting down her cup so she could reach for Sokka's hand. I'll be back to training with you before you know it. I know. You're already about halfway there, aren't you? Sokka said, with a compassionate grin. He raised her right hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles softly. You've been a way better patient than me anyhow. I guess I can trust you'll behave yourself, right? And Song will be there too, so she can keep me in check if you don't trust me to do it myself, Azula said. She probably can help with making sure I'm still perfectly healthy after riding a dragon, right? Right, said Sokka, releasing a deep breath as he stroked her hair gently with his free hand. Well, I guess we can try to do this, yeah. It might do you good to leave the palace for a bit. And you don't have to be so paranoid about being openly affectionate with me while we're at your place, Azula whispered, closing her eyes as she relaxed. Just one more perk of the idea. Of course, Sokka grinned, pressing a soft kiss to the side of her head. You're too persuasive for your own good, princess. And you're too easily persuaded for yours, Azula said, raising her eyebrows mischievously at him. Sokka laughed before leaning closer, pressing his lips to hers quickly. Having something to look forward to for the next day helped both Azula and Sokka. The princess hadn't truly expected him to agree with her idea so easily, but he even set out after lunch to look for Ruishi, to ask him to be his sparring partner for the coming day. Azula's racing heart had eased up by then, though the memory of her fire, weakened, still dampened her thoughts on occasion. She didn't want to let it show, however, and it was easy to succeed at that whenever Sokka smiled at her with his ever-trustworthy, reassuring presence. He was just as reliable during their walks that afternoon, and again on the next day. He arrived early at the palace, no doubt displeased over having spent the night away from Azula, and eager to ensure she was still stable and healing properly. As she often napped through the day, Azula wasn't too tired upon waking when Sokka. These days, she was tired most of the time. It was yet another new reality she seemed to have no choice but to grow used to. Sokka ensured to set up Xin Long's saddle by himself before helping Azula out to the nearest of the palace's exits. She had looked forward to the chance to leave the palace, although she hadn't been genuinely uncomfortable while she rested there. It was a matter of having the choice, the power, to go places. To see the world, if she so wished. It was an underrated freedom, she knew, one she had taken for granted despite enjoying it to the fullest over the past 4 to 5 years. Xin Long waited for them in the palace gardens, stepping close to the nearest exit to Azula's room. He seemed determined to pick up Azula as close to the building as possible, so she wouldn't need to walk too much, but Sokka, after glancing quickly at the surroundings to ensure there was no one nearby, made a hasty and risky decision by wrapping both his arms around the princess's body and carrying her to the saddle personally. Azula gasped at his boldness, but she didn't protest. Within moments, she sat safely on the saddle's front seat, grinning as she waited for Sokka to join her. Okay, I don't think any guards saw that, so we ought to be okay, Sokka said quietly, climbing up behind her. I know it's fun to kiss while Xianlong's flying, love, but for now, I'll keep staring forward. Yes, Azula said. Sokka smiled and caressed her hand gently. My neck's still a problem, well, rather, the muscles it tugs whenever I move my head. I know, Sokka sighed, stroking her knuckles with his thumb. Don't worry, we can make out as much as you wish once we're home. Home, yeah, I'd rather live there with you, come to think of it. Azula sighed, with a lazy grin. Sokka chuckled and patted Xianlong's hind legs before the dragon kicked up his way into the sky. Sokka focused on Azula through the flight, as he ever did. He held her hands, spoke gentle words in her ear, covered the right side of her neck and face with gentle kisses. Azula closed her eyes as they flew, sharing her thoughts with Xianlong, asking him to fly easy. Her chaotic body was still recovering, and she dreaded she might grow dizzy if he moved too fast, or too suddenly, at any point in time. In other circumstances, they might have noticed the streets in the city were somewhat crowded, that there was unusual noise in them, and not in the market areas. Something was shaking the city yet again, but as they were mid-flight, focused exclusively on making sure their trip would be as smooth as possible, they didn't even register the noise several feet below them. Ruishi was already in the house once they arrived. He probably had spent the night there after requesting for a day off from Fei Li, who had granted it gladly. The palace was short a few guards at the moment, for the injured ones from the second squad were still recovering, but Oze's return had also brought back the full, uninjured first squad. Ruishi, in virtue of how important his involvement in the Battle of the Airship Factory had been, was often given leeway, and Fei Li would argue for giving him as many days off as he might ask for. The word was Oze might reinstate him as captain, and for the insecure Fei Li, nothing could be more reassuring than letting go of the title he was sure belonged to the guard he had always admired. Yet, for all his merits, Ruishi appeared far more leisurely and easygoing today than ever. Once Xianlong stepped out of the way, deciding to rest near the external bathrooms area, Ruishi started his sparring session with Sokka, though, try as though he might, he couldn't seem to outdo the gladiator. You're a slippery bastard, aren't you? Ruishi asked, dashing forth with a powerfully packed fist of fire that Sokka dodged with ease. I've had to be. There's no better defense than making sure the enemy's offense doesn't land at all. Sokka snickered, dashing forth to attack Ruishi as well. He shrank in his frame, letting Space Sword cut nothing but air as it passed above him, and he turned quickly to fire another fistful of flames at Sokka's back. Naturally, Sokka leapt away before the fire reached him, tossing his boomerang at Ruishi. The boomerang was often a distracting weapon, but taking it for granted would mean risking being struck by it while you least expected it. Ruishi kicked at Sokka to force distance between them before launching a new and small condensed fireball at the soaring boomerang. Just the sight of them was enough to compel Azula to join in, instinctively, despite knowing she couldn't, not in this shape. Her blood seemed to sing with the urge for fighting, as her mind coursed through the many training sessions she had enjoyed with Sokka in that very backyard. Some were particularly good memories, no matter how contradictory they might be. Her outburst that resulted in their first time, the silly argument they'd had in their anniversary, her ganging up on him with Huyven, on the day she'd set Sokka's wooden sword on fire. Such thoughts brought smiles to her face, no matter how frustrating it was to be rendered helpless for the time being. She'd join Sokka in training again eventually, of course she would. She had to be patient, and she had to figure out if her idea to accelerate her healing made any sense, too. Here you go. Song announced herself as she offered Azula a warm teacup. Azula almost raised her head to glance at her, impulsively, but she restrained herself despite it all, forcing herself to only move to take the teacup in her right hand. Thanks, said Azula, with a light grin. It's probably the first time you've had your tea in ages, right? Song asked. We still had those herbs, from the last batch you brought us for safekeeping. You can use them too, you know? If you need to. You well, you already were. Maybe? Just sometimes. Song said, shyly. Azula laughed. You should do it all the time, apparently. It's not that effective otherwise, according to said Azula, raising the teacup to her lips. Thanks, though. Might need it. You might need it, said Song, skeptical. What's that supposed to mean? Okay. Don't overreact. I do need your advice, first of all, said Angela, swallowing hard. You haven't found any more information on regenerating chi, have you? Sadly, no, said Song, biting her lip. It seems, well, that it's not something largely recorded in history. If it had happened before, it was probably misunderstood, to a fault, since the bloodlust spear was thought to seek blood rather than chi, hence the name, so perhaps other strange objects with those properties could hurt someone the way the spear hurt you, and drain or corrupt their chi, but in all likelihood, they wouldn't survive, Angela finished. Song nodded. It doesn't seem like it. So, it's a pretty novel problem. What you have, Song whispered. People's chi amount naturally decreases over time, you see, it's a consequence of aging. The closer you are to death, the less chi flows through you. If the flow stops altogether, the chi can weaken, vanish, and then, you're gone. If it flows, then you still have a chance at living on. That's why the treatment you were given was meant to improve your chi flow, and your current exercising regime should help with that, too. But there's no evidence, no knowledge, of any substances or techniques that could regenerate chi, outright. Yet mine's regenerating, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Song nodded. I theorized it was because you're still young and physically strong enough, but frankly, I don't know. Song admitted. What if, that's not the whole reason? Angela asked, her voice trembling a little. What if there was more to it than that? More? Such as? Song asked. Angela breathed deeply, wishing she could control the faster pulsations of her heart. I promise I don't mean to do anything I shouldn't. This is, so far, a theory. I'm running it by you because, well, you'll probably be able to tell me if I'm crazy, I hope. I'd have told Sokka, but I don't think I should until I ask you, so. What is it? Song asked, puzzled and curious as she sipped her own tea. Well, a while ago, Sokka and I did something pretty crazy by accident. Angela started. It was, well, indirect bending, is how we called it. I clasped his shoulder, and while I was trying to summon a fireball at his hands, so it seemed he was the one producing it, the truth is I bent through his chi paths. You? Whoa. That's insane. How does that even work? Song asked, perplexed. Angela smiled, wishing she could shrug painlessly. According to the head sage, since we asked him later, that sort of phenomenon happens because of chi attuning. Basically, Sokka and I, we have attuned chi, somehow. I guess it means it flows the same way, or has similar qualities, I don't know. I remember he said that to the head sage, when you were still being treated, Song said, frowning. I didn't know what he meant by it, but he wanted to give you his own chi, since you two are attuned. He seemed to think that would save you. Maybe it could, huh? Though it's so weird that your chi would be attuned to his. How did that even happen? Well. I think the head sage has enough suspicions about our secret, especially after I asked him about that. Angela mumbled, grimacing. Song blinked blankly. Say what? He told us people who are intimately bonded have been known to have attuned chi, Angela said. Song gasped at the time. He merely laughed it off, saying surely two people who were very close would develop that attunement just as well, regardless of the nature of the bond between them. But then, when we tried to resort to indirect bending to convince the owl at the spirit library that our relationship was no sham. Song's voice dripped with skepticism. Angela chose to ignore. He revealed that there was an erotic fiction book where a fire-bending man had bent through his lover while in bed, Angela said, with a dry grin. Song's eyes widened, which, well, makes me think the head sage might have read that damn book and that's how he knew of the whole concept in the first place. Maybe I need to read slightly more entertaining books about chi, Song suggested, blinking blankly. Angela snorted and laughed, raising her teacup to her lips before draining it slowly. Either way, the thing is, I didn't really know if chi attuning could result in anything but indirect bending. I doubt there's any records of it, but there apparently aren't many records of indirect bending anyway. The owl claimed to be surprised to see confirmation of that theory. Once he saw us doing it, so I guess if there were any records of it, they went up in smoke with the rest of his library's Fire Nation section. And if there was any further information on the uses of this attuning, it was gone just as well. I see, said Song, though she frowned, and, this is relevant because you want me to try to transfer Sokka's chi into you, is it? Or? Well, no. I wouldn't want that. He'd jump at the chance of doing that, no doubt. Said Angela, sighing, but I won't have him weakened for my sake. I want to improve without hindering him. Still, that's not really what I thought. You see, it's hard to say why we're attuned, frankly. Maybe all couples deeply in love are? I wouldn't know. I could ask Ruishi to test if he can firebend through me, but that sounds somewhat scary. Song said, and Angela chuckled softly. He'd surely refuse if there's any chance he might hurt you, she said. Either way, though, the implication that the couple in that book were attuned while having sex kind of suggests that, I think, two people who are that intimate together can increase the attuning of their chi through it. Yeah, that's possible, but why is that relevant? Song asked, perplexed. Because I don't think it's chance that I've been improving, regaining chi, as I have, Angela said, swallowing hard. I was as good as incapable of moving, when this started. But after Sokka, after he first kissed me while I was in the physician's wing, I felt the first light improvement. Whenever I saw him again, I'd feel better, immediately. I chalked it down to a mere emotional reaction, irrational and inevitable, but I could do more than just raise a hand before long. I could stay awake longer, I could move my feet, I could talk without losing my train of thought or my strength for it, and then the head sage confirmed I was regaining chi. I have continued to regain it. He helps me walk, he sits by me most the day, he encourages me. I know I might just be wishful, Song, but what if? You think your chi is responding to his, Song whispered, astonished that by reacting to him, to his proximity, to his constant caring for you, you're revitalizing your own corrupted, or rather, decayed chi. That's, goodness, if that's true, it's amazing. But I don't know, Angela. Can you be sure of this? I'm asking because I'm not sure at all, Angela admitted, with a sad grin. And, you came here hoping to get permission for going the extra mile with this theory of yours? Song asked, knowingly. Angela bit her lower lip. I should have always known you weren't merely here to discuss where in the Earth Kingdom we ought to relocate to, once you take your new position as High Governor. Well, we can discuss that too, especially if you say I can't take such a big risk to confirm my hunch yet, Angela mumbled, shyly. Song chuckled and shook her head. If you thought it's a bad idea, then we'd have nothing else to do but talk about that, see? Right, Song grinned. Oh, honestly. I don't know. Chi is very mysterious and complex, Angela. It might be this is all chance, but I guess chi is deeply connected with a person's soul, too. Having a strong body is always supposed to be conducive to strengthening the mind and soul too, so it could be a little more reasonable than it sounds. Because, I'm sorry, but initially it just sounded like I was thinking with my loins. I know, Angela said, prompting Song to laugh. I won't lie, there's a part of me that wants to test this mainly so I can help calm him down. He's not okay, even if he pretends otherwise. I know how he's feeling right now. I've been where he is 1,000 times by now, after all. He's forcing himself to be strong, to hold me up, to help me however he can, and deep down he's shattered by the fear of losing me. Just as I've always been afraid of losing him. It's not the first time he was in danger of losing you. It happened that time when it seemed Admiral Zhao had caught you too, but I think he never expected it might happen this way, Song whispered. I've never seen him crying like that before, so desolate and devastated, which, I guess, doesn't help soothe you in the least. No, it doesn't, Angela smiled sadly. If you think we can go forward with it, I promise we'll be careful. We won't do anything too stupid or go overboard. And you'll make sure to check your chi count as soon as you can. And if you do improve, well, who'd have thought sleeping with someone would ever be the doctor's order, Song said, prompting Angela to laugh, although it hurt when her shoulder shook over her impulsive reaction. Ruishi panted heavily when the sound of Angela's laughter reached Sokka's ears. He glanced inside the house, smiling a little upon confirming his princess was enjoying her conversation with Song, and then he had to jump out of the way as a new fire blast nearly scorched him. Instinctively, Sokka slid past Ruishi, ducking under the fire he rained upon Sokka. The gladiator, however, was set on finishing this fight quickly by now. He tripped Ruishi, breaking the man's stance briefly. Ruishi managed to extend his foot quickly to retain his balance, but the moment of hesitation and loss of control was enough for Sokka to aim his sword at Ruishi's neck dangerously. "There, stay put," Sokka huffed. "Can't a guy admire his laughing wife without getting attacked by his sparring buddy?" "No, he can't. You left a whole opening for me to take advantage of," Ruishi smirked, "and I'd love to watch my fiancé laugh too, but because you wanted to train I can't do it. You asked for it." "Ugh, fine, do you want to take a break, then?" Sokka suggested, with a guilty grin. Ruishi chuckled and nodded. "I think they're not paying much attention to the show we're putting on, anyways," he said. Sokka smiled and shrugged, drawing back his sword. Only for Ruishi to shoot a fistful of flames at him, causing Sokka to squeal and fall on his butt, taken by surprise by the uncalled-for attack. Ruishi smirked deviously as he started his way back to the house's steps. Hey. Hey, you jerk, we were just agreeing to. You're the damn worst, Ruishi. Sore loser. Sokka grumbled, pushing himself up hastily as Ruishi crossed the threshold into the sitting room. Azula and Song were taken by surprise by Ruishi's sudden appearance in the sitting room, especially perplexed over the soft chuckles that left his lips. Azula raised her eyebrows as she watched Sokka storming into the room too, pouting in childish anger. "What just happened?" Song asked, grinning awkwardly. "I defeated Sokka, is all," Ruishi said, smirking as Sokka gasped, outraged. "Not even close. As if you could barely keep up with me the whole time, damn it," Sokka exclaimed. Azula laughed softly again at his agitated behavior. "I'm serious, Azula, don't listen to anything Ruishi says. So defensive and aggressive at once, what are you trying to prove, huh?" Ruishi smirked. "That you haven't lost your edge after the past 2 weeks. Well, I'd say you did." "Yeah, well, I didn't," Sokka declared, crossing his arms over his chest. "I kept beating you, it's not my fault you can't handle the truth. If you were going to keep on fighting you could have just done it outside," said Song, with an awkward grin that caused both Ruishi and Sokka to tense up. "True, such bad energies can mess with my regenerating chi," Azula mused innocently, sipping her tea quietly as both men froze in place now. "Tea, that's not. I didn't mean to," Sokka started, apologetically, but just then both Azula and Song snorted and laughed at his reaction. Again, he pouted as he dropped his weapons and fell to his knees before Azula. "Why are you ganging up on me with Ruishi, eh? It should be you and me against those two, Azula, you can't join their team. And here I thought that, while I was in this shape, I wasn't much good on anyone's team. Nice to know you want me on yours that badly," Azula laughed, as Sokka groaned and hugged her legs, still pouting. "I always want you on my team." "That's only natural," he said. "They weren't really joining me, though. They were ganging up on the two of us, Sokka," Ruishi said, smirking at Song who grinned brightly at him. "We should be careful of leaving them alone together for too long. The next thing we know they'll have rewritten the very laws of nature and we won't even have noticed it." "Ah, is our alliance that terrifying?" Song teased him. Ruishi grinned and nodded, leaning close to kiss the top of her head. "Utterly," he said. "So, have you both decided where our next base of operations will be yet?" Right after Azula and Sokka had arrived, the two women had reassured Sokka and Ruishi that they could train all day if they wished while they started working out the details of their future relocation to the former Earth Kingdom. Azula had meant to use that as an excuse, of course, before bringing up the actual topic she wanted to discuss with Song, but that hadn't prevented Sokka from finding a large map of the Earth Kingdom, placing it over the small table in the sitting room so the two women would be free to speak at ease about the future. And the map remained there, a handy reference for them to finally begin discussing the topic that they were supposed to be talking about. "Ah, well, not really," said Song, with an awkward grin. "I guess I'd like to be close to Ba Sing Se, but sadly, Ba Sing Se is one of the cities in better shape. We don't need to keep tabs on it all that urgently, said Angela, glancing apologetically at Song. We'll probably go elsewhere, though it doesn't mean we can't visit the city sometimes. We should have a small house in every city, Sokka suggested, grinning as he stood up again, meaning to take his seat on the armrest of the couch, right beside Angela. That way, whenever you have to travel to check on what's going on, you'll have a place to stay. And it'd be more or less private, yes. Not a bad idea, Angela smiled at him, yet I thought you enjoyed the idea of a big fancy fortress. Oh, the fortress will be our main base of operations, yes, Sokka grinned greedily, and the perfect place for no one to annoy us. The houses are temporary, the fortress is what matters most. And that's why we ought to unravel where to put it. Angela mumbled frankly, it's difficult to decide. Jailing does need an intervention more urgently. Omasha could use more supervision. Being somewhere between them both wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'm not sure anywhere within that area is good for building a whole fortress. Isn't there some fortress up north? Song asked, raising her eyebrows. It's further north than my old village used to be, I think, but... Ugh. Put away. Sokka growled, if I can avoid setting foot there for the rest of my life, I'll be pleased. The north isn't the worst idea, though I know why you're apprehensive of it, Ruishi said, glancing down at the northwestern Earth Kingdom in the map. Sokka scoffed, eyeing him skeptically. Not the worst idea? Why would it be a good idea at all? You want another reading from the fortune teller or something? Sokka teased him. Hell, if Nice Wen finds out you're engaged to someone, she'll probably fling herself into the volcano. Nice Wen? Song repeated, puzzled. Sokka blinked blankly between Ruishi and Song. You never told her about our fortune-telling adventures? Sokka asked. Ruishi shrugged. I mentioned Aunt Wu, but I never thought her assistant was that important. The only noteworthy thing about her was how determined she was to measure the sizes of our ears. Huh. Said Ruishi, grimacing. She wanted to marry Ruishi, Angela said, with a dry grin. I had to scare her off by telling her he wasn't available because he was, supposedly, my husband. It should have never needed to come to that, Ruishi said, grimacing. She didn't know anything about me, and only cared for the size of my ears. I doubt that, said Song, smirking. It's not that strange that a girl might want to marry you, is it? A girl who thinks ear sizes have anything to do with marriage? Yes, it's strange, Ruishi said, smiling as he caressed Song's cheek, though, she wasn't called Nice Wen at all, just so you know. I don't remember her name anymore, but that was merely a joke. Sokka, of course, started laughing again at the thought of where the mocking nickname had come from. Angela smiled and rolled her eyes, though Song remained utterly puzzled by their reactions. You're still laughing that hard at a joke you made all those years ago, Sokka? Song asked. The joke was actually my doing, if you must know, Angela pointed out. Song froze, causing the princess and her gladiator to laugh harder than before. Their senses of humor are rather similar, apparently, Ruishi pointed out. Oh, come on. It was a great joke. Sokka exclaimed, a hand on Angela's right shoulder. You see, Song, the fortune teller was called Aunt Wu, so when her assistant showed up, Angela just went like, and who are you? Nice Wen. And it was so damn hilarious, I couldn't even stop. Yeah, okay, maybe it's the kind of joke that's funnier when you're there. Song's clueless smile had shifted into a skeptical one by then, as Sokka blushed and lowered his head. Angela laughed, leaning towards him, her head resting gently against his flank. Despite failing at retelling the joke, Sokka soon smiled and caressed Angela's hair gently. You probably ought to have told me more about the fortune-telling, though, Song said, smiling up at Ruishi, who blushed at her words. I wonder what she said about your love life. Basically, that if I didn't do something, I'd lose my chances to be with you. So I did something, Ruishi admitted, blushing. Song giggled and grinned warmly at him. That's wonderful. I guess fortune-telling has its perks, huh? Me, it's mostly a load of hogwash, Sokka declared, stubbornly. Song and Ruishi froze, staring at him with deadpan expressions. You two could have the relationship you have now without needing her to say anything, she told Ruishi. I don't see what's the point in letting some random stranger tell you what to expect in your life. Right, idiot, because fortune-telling is that much harder to believe than magical trips to deserts to massive spirit libraries with spirit owls and foxes. Ruishi said, prompting Song to laugh and, despite everything, Angela joined in on the laughter too. Sokka's mouth opened, but he couldn't seem to say anything for a moment, until he finally surrendered. Okay. Granted, my take on spiritual stuff has changed lately, but you know, my point still stands. Sokka pouted. Angela finished her teacup, setting it down at the edge of the table before reaching for Sokka's hand with her own. Too much weird stuff has happened to us over the last few years. I think that's the only acceptable conclusion anyone ought to reach, Angela said, closing her eyes as she rested against Sokka's body. Song smiled as she watched them, remembering Angela's earlier questions and theory quickly. She hadn't truly given Angela permission to do anything risky yet, but perhaps it was better to let her try it indeed. She wanted to believe Angela wouldn't be too reckless, and she suspected Sokka wouldn't even be all that receptive to the idea, not when Angela was still halfway through recovering from her wounds. It'd be up to the princess to settle with her lover whether they could push forward with this or not, and as far as Song could tell, she and Ruishi were better off long gone, so those two could decide on what to do about the princess's theory. Say. I think there was a nice deal in the dumplings restaurant, down near the palace. Song said, glancing at Ruishi with a bright grin eye. I don't really feel like cooking today. How about we just buy some food over there instead? Why, sure, said Ruishi, surprised as Song rose to her feet, grinning and clasping his hand in hers. Had I known you wanted to do that for lunch, I would have bought them on my way here. This way they'll be fresher. And it's just a whim I had right now, I didn't think of it any sooner. Song smiled, shrugging. Is it all right? Yeah, it is, said Ruishi, nodding and grinning, though he shot a warning glare at both Angela and Sokka. You two had better behave yourselves while we're gone, you hear me? Hey, now, I've been alone with Angela a bunch of times the past 2 weeks and nothing troublesome has happened, Sokka pouted. Ruishi huffed, and then Sokka stuck out his tongue. You're both such exemplary grown ups. Song sighed, tugging at Ruishi to follow her to the door as both men chuckled over their latest, childish display. Angela, as well, smiled over it. We'll be back in a while. Make sure to get some rest, both of you. Sure thing. We'll be waiting for those dumplings, Sokka said, beaming. Try to get one with mild spices for Angela? Not too much because it could be dangerous, but we can try to spoil her a little anyway, right? Heh, I'm spoiled rotten all the time by you, as far as I can tell, Angela smiled. Sokka chuckled while he watched her with warm eyes, and if something would be the cue for Song and Ruishi to leave, it would be that expression on the gladiator's face. Sokka stroked Angela's hand gently as Song and Ruishi readied themselves to go out for food. Within less than 3 minutes, the front door was closing, and the two of them lingered behind, on the couch, mostly unmoving. Want to sit beside me properly? Angela asked. Sokka grinned and shrugged. I thought you were comfortable like this, but if you want me to. He said. Angela's right hand released his, tugging at his trousers to convince him to sit beside her. Sokka chuckled and shifted, so he'd slide down on the couch right next to her. All right, there we go, as you wanted it, beautiful wife of mine. Great, said Angela, sighing as she relaxed against him. Did you have some sort of craving for dumplings? Sokka asked. Angela raised an eyebrow. I mean, it could be Song who had it, I don't know, she just seemed to bring that up so sudden and randomly I figured I'd ask. I know food at the palace has been lackluster for you lately, these recovery diets always are like that, in my experience. Healthy food is never the tastiest, Angela complained. Sokka chuckled and nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly but truthfully. No, I didn't really ask her to come up with an excuse so they'd leave us alone here. She decided to do that of her own volition. An excuse? Sokka repeated. Are you saying that's all it was? Yep, Angela said, simply. Sokka snorted, raising his eyebrows. All right. And why did Song decide we should be alone in the house? Sokka asked. Angela bit her lower lip somewhat shyly. Angela? You look like you're up to something. You definitely do. I am, Angela acknowledged, gazing at him from the corners of her eyes with a guilty grin. I know you might disagree with me, but hopefully this will help me recover faster. Just promise you'll hear me out until the end, okay? Okay. Sokka said, rubbing her back reassuringly. What's going on, Angela? Angela breathed deeply. Once more, her heart would beat faster than it should have, nervousness overtaking her as she feared his refusal, even if it would be a reasonable enough response to her upcoming words. Yet she wouldn't allow those fears to hold her back as she finally shared her suspicions and innermost thoughts with the man whose life force pulsated in unison with hers. So, why are we taking such a roundabout route to that dumpling restaurant? Ruishi asked, puzzled. It wasn't only that Song was guiding him through the capital's streets most inefficiently, for they likely could have reached the dumpling restaurant in less than 10 minutes, but they were also moving unusually slowly. Song shrugged enigmatically, an arm wrapped around his. I just wanted to enjoy my walk with you, what's so wrong with that? She said. Ruishi eyed her with curiosity. There's nothing necessarily wrong with it, no, Ruishi acknowledged, but it's unusual. I thought you were enjoying your conversation with the princess. Seems like you're trying to avoid her now, instead. Avoid her? What for? Song laughed. I'm merely rejoicing in our regained normality, is all. I know she's not fully healed yet, or anything, but we often took walks this way, back when she was completely healthy, remember? Right, but only because they were. Said Ruishi, though his eyes narrowed and fell upon Song again. She tensed up beside him, under that firm stare. Song. Yes, dear. She said, innocently. Do you know something I don't, by any chance? He asked. Were you asked, perhaps, to get me out of the house? Oh, I wasn't. I did it of my own free will, Song said, grinning truthfully. Oh, not having to lie about this was quite the relief, though Ruishi gasped, astonished. What's that supposed to mean? You did it on purpose because you were helping them, or you did it on purpose because you wanted to be with me, or... Oh, Ruishi, must you think so hard about every... Song asked, sighing dramatically as she leaned against him. She had hoped to distract him with casual conversations, by pointing out anything that stood out in the city, or perhaps by pointing out that nothing did, further proof that their lives were back on track, yet a genuinely surprising development appeared to be stirring somewhere in the city after all. Song fell silent upon hearing the noise, as did Ruishi. They were a few streets away from the main avenues, and it seemed that was where the rumor of voices drifted from. What's? Said Song. Ruishi frowned, clasping Song's hand protectively as he led her in the direction of the voices. He walked cautiously, all his senses devoted to unraveling whatever had made so many people restless. A large, noisy crowd gathered at what could appear to be a completely irrelevant location, yet Ruishi knew, immediately, what hid behind the many rows of talkative, fussy people. The information boards, Ruishi said, tightening his grip around Song's hand. That's where announcements by the Fire Lord and his council are usually pinned. Those announcements are also handed out by domestic forces officials, on occasion. I guess this is one such occasion. While most people weren't holding anything, some appeared to walk out of the thickest cluster of the crowd with papers in their hands. Generally, the ones who had the papers would soon be crowded by others, desperate to read the content of the announcement. You think it's the Fire Lord's official declaration after what happened 2 weeks ago? Song asked, quietly. Ruishi breathed out and nodded. Yes, I'm sure of it, actually. We could pick up one of the leaflets, if you'd like, but we probably know more about it than whatever was written in the announcement, said Ruishi. Song smiled awkwardly and shrugged. Surely, but it's probably a good idea to see it, right? She said, that way we'll know how the Fire Lord has presented the situation to his people. Might be a good idea to show it to Angela if it's not a bad declaration, right? Fair enough, said Ruishi, nodding as he guided Song towards the crowd. Indeed. He asked her to wait near a house right before the large mass of people, and then dove through the crowd stealthily, seeking the chance to snatch one of the papers from the domestic forces soldiers distributing them. Song waited anxiously, hoping Ruishi wouldn't take too long. The crowd was constantly increasing in size, and she wasn't sure he'd be able to see her beside the house she'd been standing at if he took any longer. Song. Here. Ruishi's voice reached her, startling the young woman. He had wound up all the way across the street altogether, but he was free, and he had a paper in his hand that a tall man tried to wrestle from him. Naturally, Ruishi's killer glare convinced the man to walk away and seek out someone else to intimidate into handing over their own leaflets. Song rushed towards Ruishi, and together they walked away from the crowd while reading the contents of the Fire Lord's official declaration. On the 13th day of the 4th month, 2 battles were fought within our nation's lands. A group of invaders, led and comprised by rebels, sought to undermine the integrity and strength of the Fire Nation. Their plans to vanquish our great nation were thwarted, however, and we remain as resolute and prepared to extend our great nation's reach as we ever were. In the Fire Lord's absence, Crown Princess Azula deftly opposed this invasion and defeated their forces. She fought heroically alongside our armies, ever proving herself an exemplary leader and an outstanding strategist. Her swift, efficient response saved many Fire Nation lives. The enemy was thwarted, and their survivors are in custody. Our soldiers and forces suffered a number of casualties, and many wounded still recover from their injuries. Crown Princess Azula is amongst those recovering. She defeated the enemy through her exemplary self-sacrifice and loyalty to our nation, but not without cost. We owe the safety of our nation to the wisdom with which she fended off this threat. Therefore, the people are encouraged to pray and offer tribute in the temple for the princess and the injured forces' quick recovery. This missive is meant to inform the Fire Nation people of the events that unfolded over the past weeks, as well as to serve as a reminder of the Fire Nation's destiny. We will not falter against any enemies. We will not fail to fend off all threats that rise against our nation. No sacrifice for the betterment of the Fire Nation will ever be in vain. Our march of civilization will never cease. Ruishi sighed as he finished reading the declaration, his eyes gliding past the seal of the Fire Lord. As much as the final paragraph was but the traditional conclusion given to any such documents, it wasn't easy to ignore the blatant warmongering connotations even in a text meant to reassure the Fire Nation people. No sacrifice will ever be in vain. Song read aloud, before huffing in disbelief. If he truly thinks so little of what his daughter did, he might not think that little of it. Actually, Ruishi mumbled, all these documents are usually closed with that paragraph, meant to instill fear in the enemy and to flood the true-born Fire Nation citizens' hearts with courage and loyalty for our nation. I can't say if he would have concluded this text any differently if the princess hadn't made it. Sometimes I can forget just how messed up your nation is, Song sighed, shaking her head, but I suppose at least he acknowledged she's the one who fixed everything, right? And asked people to pray for her at the temple. That, frankly, is rather surprising, Ruishi said. I can't remember him writing anything like that when the White Lotus attacked all those years ago. Maybe he does care? If just a smidge, Song sighed, biting her lip. I guess Azula might not be too upset, if this is how all these documents tend to go, and if he doesn't request for prayers that way often. But Sokka definitely shouldn't see this. No, said Ruishi, with an awkward grin. He might become a firebender himself and burn it to cinders out of the fit of rage he'd undergo. Definitely, Song laughed. She noticed, however, that instead of restarting their way towards the restaurant, Ruishi seemed to be glancing towards the temple's direction indeed. It was impossible to see what was happening within the area, though, for the palace blocked the temple from sight. Want to check out the temple? Song asked, with a shy smile. Would be nice to see if people are doing as they were told. Huh. I am a bit curious. Yes, Ruishi admitted, grinning too, though with how many people there are here, I suppose not a lot will have reached the temple by now. Still, you said you wanted to go on a walk with me, right? And it wasn't something you were doing for their benefit, right? Right. Said Song, with a guilty smile. Let's go, then. Ruishi rolled his eyes but laughed softly, clasping her hand in his and leading the way towards the temple. It was already going to be a long walk, so Song didn't bother coming up with more distractions of any sort. At this point, she definitely should have bought Azula and Sokka more than enough time to do whatever they needed to, if they truly had decided to test the princess's theory. When they were 3 blocks away from the temple at last, though, they were surprised upon glimpsing yet another crowd, gathered at the temple's steps. Wait a minute. That's a lot of people, said Song, puzzled. Ruishi raised his eyebrows. Maybe, more of them have read the declaration than we thought, he said, glancing at Song with confused curiosity. Song shrugged, but smiled nonetheless. If that huge crowd is here to pray for her, then I guess her people truly cherish her, huh? Though it could be they fear the Fire Lord's retribution? If they expect him to be angry if they don't pray for her, or something. He has no way of knowing, I think, who prayed, or who didn't, said Ruishi. Not everyone can attend the temple anyways, most elderly people would falter at those steps. There's no assistance check or anything of the sort. Then they really are that worried about her, Song said, grinning brightly at Ruishi, who laughed softly under his breath and gazed at the growing crowd ahead. She truly can't complain about not being popular, can she? He said, wrapping an arm around Song's shoulders. His future wife laughed too as she embraced him as well, and then she tugged him towards the long line, so that they, as well, might have a chance to offer a small prayer for Angela, the other injured survivors, and the deceased soldiers who had lost their lives battling Roan, the Bloodlust Spear and the notorious Stingrays group. It would allow them to see, firsthand, just how worried the Fire Nation people were, as well as hope that, in some roundabout way, these prayers might grant Angela a fast recovery, even if, at this point in time, the princess had her own ideas on how to achieve that particular goal. She had never been lighter in his arms. Holding her against his chest, carrying her across the stairs, proved to be sweetly nostalgic, no matter how many times he'd done it in the past. Her right shoulder pressed against his body, her left arm still in the sling for now. How she longed to clutch at him fully, to wrap her arms around his neck, her legs around his waist, but she was in no shape for letting her passion take over her rational mind just yet. Maybe eventually, maybe in a few more weeks, but for now, she settled for relaxing in his arms as he finally reached his room, kicking the door closed behind himself, and then walking to the bed, setting down the princess delicately on the mattress. "You're sure you want to try this?" Sokka asked, for the umpteenth time. Angela smiled. His reluctance had been apparent while she explained her idea, though it resulted in a rather contradictory contrast with his eagerness, too. "Yeah. I know it's hardly orthodox, but..." she whispered, but Sokka smiled weakly and offered her a quick kiss. She fell silent after that, deferring to his judgment now. She wasn't about to make demands, or pretend she had the physical or mental strength to lead their tryst. Sokka encouraged her to lie down across the mattress, helping her relax, with her head perfectly rested on the pillow, in the ideal position for her to rest in, according to Pharaoh. After this, he delicately unfastened the sling and ensured to place her left arm in a comfortable position at her side. The muscles of her arm were strained over lack of use, but her bone structure was sound. It wouldn't be long before the sling was done away with for good, for its main purpose was to ensure she wouldn't move her arm around too much, so the tissues of her wounds would amend faster. Now that her stitches had come off, it was only a matter of time before Pharaoh decided she could use her left arm freely again, although Angela's shoulder still pained her frequently. Sokka undid her sash next. The light tunic she wore was her only layer of clothing, a rare occurrence with the elegant princess. Only her breast's bindings lay underneath, and the bandages across her wounds. Now that her upper body was exposed, Sokka hesitated about what to undo first, until he sensed Angela's sudden nervousness. You don't have to. It's fine if you don't want to look at them." "You mean, your scars?" Sokka asked, frowning. Angela swallowed hard. "It's ugly business, I'm sure. I never thought I'd take wounds like those." "Well, any wound's bad enough to leave a scar that big, really." "Angela," Sokka whispered, cupping her cheek before leaning in to press his lips to hers, "you're the most beautiful woman in the history of the world, remember?" "Well, you're the one who says that," Angela mumbled, though she smiled a little. Sokka grinned too. "I wish you hadn't been hurt at all, love." "I wish that, with every beat of my heart," Sokka said, gritting his teeth and lowering his gaze, yet his hand rose to the bandages over her shoulder, crisscrossing around her flank, underneath her armpit. "But I don't wish it because I think your scars would be unsightly, I wish it because I don't want you to be in pain, because I hate that your life was endangered at all." "I know. I didn't expect otherwise," Angela whispered, avoiding his gaze. "I'm sorry if it sounded like I doubted you, Sokka." "I don't, it's just, it'll probably take time getting used to living with this. Even if I recover fully, those marks won't go away." "No, They won't, Sokka whispered, nodding. Neither have mine, and you have always accepted me as I was, scars and everything. I've always meant to do the same with you, no matter what happens. Still, I understand how you feel, too. Scars, they're always consequences of pain. A sign of healing, yet a sign of having been hurt. But it's also a sign of survival, that you made it far enough to have a scar at all means you've endured what life has tossed at you, sometimes even in the deadliest of circumstances. It's a sign of having a strong enough will to live, to keep going, no matter how difficult things might have become. So, no, I wouldn't find you any less beautiful, any less amazing, because of your scars. I love you, Azula, everything about you. She swallowed hard at last but nodded, offering Sokka a weak, tearful grin that he reciprocated with his own. Tears glistened in his eyes too, but for now, he seemed to contain them successfully as his hands moved to undo her bandages. Indeed, Azula held her breath only shortly, for her racing heart made it so she'd have to breathe again soon or risk dizziness. Her shoulders' bandages came off very slowly, for Sokka was doing his best not to shift Azula's body, especially the area of the wound. But once he had undone enough, he had a clear glimpse of the area of her body that had been hidden away for the past 2 weeks. He had already seen them before, but it didn't sting any less to see them now. 3 lines ran over the skin that covered the space between her neck and shoulders joint. The 2 external lines were delicate, careful. The central one appeared more unstable, for it was the wound Roan had delivered directly to Azula through his sword. The lines were still red, but Sokka breathed out in genuine relief upon glimpsing no sign of blackness in them anymore. The physical, tangible, blackened corruption had truly vanished from her wounds, leaving her with the chance to recover gradually from the severe damage she had received that day. Azula remained anxious, but Sokka's lips soon trailed over her exposed skin. Another sigh of relief could be heard within the room then, though it came from the princess now. Sokka pressed 3 kisses to each scar, as Azula struggled to contain the tears. "Kissing it better?" she asked. Sokka grinned and nodded, gazing into her eyes. "I did tell you it was a non-negotiable relationship practice, didn't I?" he whispered. Azula laughed, nodding most weakly before Sokka leaned close to kiss her lips. Azula responded to his kisses, and sought to caress Sokka with her right hand just as well, but she was mostly helpless, lying in bed and lacking the physical strength to make any bold moves of her own. Sokka continued to offer her as much affection as she could ask for, carefully undoing her breast's bindings next. He covered her chest in kisses, something Azula was more than used to, and yet the erotic intent he often had in each of such actions was absent right now. He wasn't merely desperate to touch her, he was grateful that he still could do it at all. The truth behind his affectionate kisses became all the more apparent as he pressed more kisses than usual to her left breast, right above her heart. Azula knew what he was doing, for she had done it to him just as well. A heartbeat, whether strong or weak, was the most reassuring sign for a lover who had nearly lost the most precious person in their lives. "Sokka!" Azula called him, as her right hand's fingers slid through his hair, undoing his wolf's tail. His long hair framed his face, the longest strands already reached his shoulders. It allowed him to hide away from her briefly, as he continued to press his face to her chest, hoping to soothe his despair through each heartbeat, but just so, unable to quell the barrage of emotions that overwhelmed him as he held her. "I'm sorry," he gasped, shaking his head. Merely speaking the words made his voice crack. He sniffed, dabbing at his eyes quickly. I'll get back to it, I'm sorry, Stop," Azula said, softly. Sokka froze on the spot, trembling as he waited for his heart to settle down. He needed it to, right away, otherwise he'd only burden her further. "Sokka, come back up here." He didn't think he wanted to face her right now, not really, but he rose indeed, swallowing hard once their faces were level once more. Azula's hand slid down from his hair to his cheek, but as much as she would have liked to look into his eyes, Sokka seemed determined to impede it by averting his gaze from hers, almost shyly. "Sokka," Azula whispered, trailing her fingers gently over his face, "you can't bottle it up. You shouldn't. Just as you talked me out of my own worst moments, in this very bed, I'm sorry," Sokka sighed, gritting his teeth. "I didn't want to. I don't want to make this about me. I want to do what you asked me to. I just need to calm down, just a little, and You won't calm down. Not until you accept what plagues you, Angela sighed, but for now, you're running away from it. Just as I did. Sokka didn't dare respond anymore, only closing his eyes as tears dripped past his eyelashes, against his better judgment. The hands that held him in place, poised at either side of her body, trembled as the tears dropped down his cheeks and onto Angela's shoulders and torso. Let me help you, Angela whispered, brushing some of his hair off his face. Talk to me. I can't fix it all at once, no, but it'll ease your heart. It eased mine, when you did the same for me. I'd rather we focus on you, he said, shaking his head. You're the one who got hurt, you're the one who faced something so awful when I couldn't be by your side. I'm sorry, Angela. I'm so sorry. I should've. I sent you away, Angela said, with a sad smile. You couldn't have come to me any sooner than you did. You arrived right on time, too. What if I hadn't? If I'd steered wrong, if I'd messed up somehow? Sokka said, and the crying grew more intense, violent. I can't even fathom it. I don't even know how I'd cope if you... He couldn't finish speaking the words, broken by tears so powerful they could bring down such a seasoned, powerful warrior. He succumbed to them, despite his better judgment demanding that he shouldn't, and he held Angela closely as he sank in the bed, too weak to hold his position above her. Instead, he nestled by her right, his face pressed to her shoulder, his arms embracing her as closely as he could. Angela sighed as he cried. Sokka wasn't the type to cry loudly, no matter how boisterous and noisy he could be in his better days. He would shrink in his frame, as though hiding away from the world, hiding the weaknesses he wanted no one to see. He wanted to project confidence, strength, pride, all of which concealed just how deeply terrified he was, especially after the events that had plagued him for weeks. We never did plan for this, did we? Angela whispered, her gaze lost in the room's ceiling. We've always assumed it'd be you in mortal peril. You're the one who fights dangerous foes regularly, you're the one who'd pay the ultimate price for defiling me, if it were known you did it. Somehow, we never did stop to consider I could be the one, maybe, to. You won't be. You can't be. Don't even say it, please. Sokka gasped, gripping her tighter yet. Angela sighed, longing to turn her head, to embrace him with more than just one arm, to offer a more physical reassurance than she could just yet. You'd always told me, that if anything should happen to you, you want me to still move forward and change the world, as we promised ourselves we would, Angela whispered. I often resented you for saying that. I guess you understand why I felt that way now. I'm not you, Angela. You're way more valuable, you're way more extraordinary, Sokka said, shaking his head again and again. I can't imagine a life without you in it. I can't. And you don't have to. Because, all those what-ifs you mentioned earlier, love, they're in the past. They're mistakes you didn't make, in the end. You saved me. I'm still here. I'm still alive, thanks to you. And heck, now it's possible you might be able to save me even further, if my theory is right. So, you keep doing it, don't you? Saving me. You'd better be pleased with it. Of course I am. If it takes my very last breath to save yours, I'll give it immediately, Sokka said, gritting his teeth as his hands trembled against her skin. I thought I understood why you were so anguished about my deadly wounds, but I really didn't imagine. I couldn't imagine how overwhelming this despair would be, Angela. I'm sorry, for putting you through this as many times as I have. I'm sorry. You never did it willingly, silly. What are you apologizing so much for? She smiled, stroking his hair reassuringly again. You've always done right by me, you've helped me out of my own darkness so many times I can barely keep count of them anymore. Maybe you didn't understand how I felt, not completely, but that didn't matter. You were there for me, talking me through my fears, easing me into living life again, and bringing me new experiences, so that I'd finally find the strength to move forward. And now, that's what I know I have to do with you. You don't have to. You shouldn't have to, Sokka said, shaking his head as he rested against her. You have to focus on recovering, Angela. The last thing you need is to worry about me when you're healthy on the outside. Not so much on the inside, Angela whispered, as her right hand trailed over his chest, caressing his heart too. That's how it is, you see, when you get hurt, I become a mess. Now, when I'm hurt, you've become the mess. And then, we recover together. It's not such a bad system, is it? Sounds like we're keeping each other company at all times, I guess, Sokka whispered, with a weak grin. Angela smiled too. Exactly. We're the strongest team, in the good times and the bad times just as well, she said. Don't punish yourself for your feelings, just as you always ask me not to. You're free to feel bad, to regret not having been able to spare me any of this. I know it's inevitable to think as much, and it's far worse if you try to fight back even against your own thoughts. I guess so, Sokka whispered, pushing himself up slightly, ensuring not to crush her with his weight. Not to mention, I'm very lucky, right? That your idea for healing might actually be something I can do to help you. You've been helping me plenty all along, Angela smiled. Then I hope this works, too, Sokka said, leaning in to press his lips to hers, soft and smoothly. He still didn't return to his previous actions and position. Instead, he rolled onto his side, a hand smoothly caressing her abdomen, gliding over her skin, until it slid down towards her pelvis. Angela's body jolted as if often did when he touched her with an erotic intent, but she settled in place with her eyes closed, breathing deeply, exhaling through her open mouth. Sokka started slow, merely stirring her excitement by caressing her thighs and her abdomen. His hand was uncharacteristically warmer than Angela's body. In every point where their bodies had come into contact until Angela had been injured, she had always sported a higher temperature than him. That it would be the opposite, even if just for now, proved to be a distressing thought for the gladiator, but he kept going. He had to ignore his troubled mind if he wanted to fulfill Angela's earlier request. His fingertips trailed downwards, teasing her navel lightly. She shivered under his touch, gazing up at his face, which hovered inches from her own. Sokka offered her a half-hearted grin, deeply hoping it would be believable, regardless of the tears he had shed moments ago. Angela said nothing, though, for she only gazed at him quietly, until she gasped, when his hand trailed right over her pelvis again. Tell me whenever you need me to stop, Sokka whispered, drawing his hand back preemptively. Angela breathed out slowly. I will. It's just, my body needs to get used to your touch again, is all, she said, with a weak grin. Go, carefully. Slowly. Sokka nodded approvingly, proceeding as she had told him to. He'd withdraw his fingers whenever she shuddered, touching her in a form of trial and error. He read each of her reactions expertly, knowing when she was overwhelmed by the violent gasps, or the sudden heaves of breath. He continued only when she asked him to, venturing further and further, until his fingers finally dipped into her folds. Angela breathed heavily, eyes wide at the surge of pleasure, and again, Sokka eased up, knowing better than to push too hard, especially in these circumstances. He offered her many kisses whenever he pulled away, listening keenly to each of her nonverbal cues, whispering gentle words right back to her whenever she asked him to keep going, just after he hesitated. And just as she had slowly regained her strength for walking, her body was revitalized by the surge of pleasure as it slowly relearned how to translate it into vivid sensations. A rush of color flooded her pale body, and while she was no less given to panting now than she had been moments ago, she seemed to breathe more evenly, at a better rhythm to respond to Sokka's ministrations. After well over 2 minutes of being able to touch her without retreating over any sudden reactions, Sokka kissed her anew, and Angela responded with moans, as well as the brush of her tongue against his lips. He dared answer her new challenge with his own boldness, but even in the meeting of their tongues he was gentle and affectionate, ensuring she could keep up with him. A light surge of bliss made her gasp again. Sokka's hand froze by instinct, and his fingers pulled away, only for Angela's right hand to clasp his wrist and lead him closer again. More. She whispered. Sokka smiled weakly and nodded. If you're sure. He said against her lips, kissing her warmly as his fingers continued to travel over her folds. He still retreated at her every hitch, to the point where she eventually fixed him with a scowl he could only laugh genuinely at. He kissed her brow, pressing their foreheads together afterwards as he continued to caress her gently, enjoying the moment just as much as she did, or so he hoped. For he couldn't stop cherishing the chance to caress her at all. He could have lost her, he nearly had, but she was still here. And he could still make love to her, he could still give her his everything, still bring her as much happiness as he could conjure from her very body. He didn't need pleasure for himself, not in the least, but he needed to offer it to her, to see the expressions of passion emblazoned across her face, to hear her soft moans and relish in how she sought further heat by his hand. See close. She gasped. Sokka nodded, pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek. I'll get you there, Angela. Just, let me know if you need me to stop, okay? He whispered. Angela breathed out heavily, her right hand clutching at his forearm. Those fingertips teased her thoroughly, knowing each and every crevice to touch. Her heart raced, pumping blood throughout her organism, fast enough that she was lightheaded, effectively enough that she felt even more alive than she had at any point through the past 2 weeks. He pulled his fingers away when she shuddered, and she jerked him closer again. Sokka gasped, astonished by her boldness, and Angela only dared smile mischievously for a moment before his fingers brought her to the surges of pleasure once more. Bliss seemed to consume her, and she was ready to allow it, arching her body lightly into his touch. Keep going. Sokka, please. Was her breathless plea, and Sokka swallowed hard before pushing through. As much as he didn't particularly want or need arousal at the moment, his body responded to Angela's reactions all the same. She yelped at the height of excitement, and this time Sokka didn't pull away. Angela held him in place with a trembling hand, closing her eyes tightly as her body was set ablaze. That familiar feeling, so carnal and physical, so tangible and real, enveloped her soul and eased the lingering pain underneath her flesh. Her mouth was wide open as she drew in more and more breaths, and Sokka offered her many kisses while he continued to caress her intimately, now far more gently, easing her down from the height of her excitement. You okay, love? Sokka asked softly by her ear, as she continued to pant heavily. Are you lightheaded? Does anything hurt? Lightheaded? A little, she admitted, with a smile. Pain? No. Nothing hurts, not at all. Then, do you think it helped? Sokka asked, gazing into her eyes with amazement. Do you really think this is? I'm not fully sure yet, could just be I'm happy because of what you just did, Angela admitted, grinning. It felt good, very good. Best thing that's happened to me all week, for sure. And here I thought you were happy about going back to your room. Sokka smiled too, kissing her brow. This one? Yeah. Very much so, she answered. Sokka chuckled and continued to press gentle kisses across her cheek and jaw, his heart soaring. She was okay. She was teasing him, she was happy. Say. I enjoyed that plenty, but I think it's not enough to be sure. Angela. Sokka said, his smile fading as he gazed at her with uncertainty. She bit her lip before spreading her legs a little, and Sokka swallowed hard at the implication of her offer. Angela, you don't have to, this is already enough progress for one day, don't you think? This could be. I'm soaked now, thanks to your hand, Angela smiled, closing her eyes. Sokka bit his lip, wondering why her words would bring his cheeks to flush lightly. It won't hurt, I know it won't. But I'd think there's no better moment for our chi to attune than when you're inside me. So, while I appreciate what you just did, I really do, I'd always expected you to go all the way. I'd always thought you'd have to. So, just as I wanted you to go all the way on our first time doing this, just go for it. I want you to. Please, Sokka. He breathed out, closing his eyes tightly as he wondered if he should push through for real. Angela had explained everything downstairs, and she had said Song had given her approval, which was why she had decided to take Rui Shi out of the house, offering them enough privacy for the most unconventional chi treatment they could have thought of. Even then, he wasn't sure he should. He didn't want to tire her out, to overwhelm her, but he could avoid that by going slowly. By being tender, by easing her into each surge of excitement. He swallowed hard and cupped her face, and Angela smiled warmly at him. She was so confident, no matter how close she had been to death. She trusted him fully, regardless of how he hesitated. If he decided to go against it, she would be disappointed, but she would understand, he knew. This was for the both of them. It would heal his breaking heart, and her damaged body, if it was successful. I'll go slowly, okay? He said. Angela smiled brightly, and he couldn't help but grin too. If it's too much, I'll let you know, yes. She whispered, letting go of his wrist as he sat up next to her, on the mattress. He pulled his clothes off one by one, providing a visual spectacle that only furthered Angela's excitement. She watched him intently, admiring his strong body, which slowly was bared for her sake. Once he was fully undressed, he crawled carefully up to her, his arms held him in place above her, for he was determined not to crush her body. He wasn't sure it was the best position regardless, but the less Angela moved around, the better for her, he suspected. Still holding his weight atop her with his left arm, he used the right to position himself, and then he gasped, once her usable hand traveled over his body until it found his manhood. "Hey Angela!" he groaned. "You're halfway there." I can tell, she smiled, caressing his shaft, tugging at his skin delicately. Sokka clenched his teeth and held himself atop her, letting her do as she pleased. He sighed, knowing this shouldn't be about him, not at all, but that hand was warm, gentle, and he had missed her on every level he could have. Even being touched like this by her was a miracle in his eyes, one he couldn't take for granted. She pumped him slowly, with the ideal pressure to further build up his arousal. Sokka had the feeling she was cherishing this opportunity every bit as much as he had, perhaps grateful that she could do this at all, after everything they'd been through. Once she decided his erection was of the right girth, Angela smiled and let go, delighted to find Sokka grinning right back before offering her a gentle kiss. "Thank you," he said. Angela's smile brightened further as she pressed her brow to his. "Happy to help," she whispered, again spreading her legs further. "Now, you can go now. If you're ready." "If you are, too," Sokka answered, kissing her lips once more before angling his manhood towards her entrance. Angela sighed and closed her eyes, relaxing fully just before the head of his cock breached her opening. They moaned in unison, and she wrapped her arm around his body as he filled her slowly, just as he had promised to. Each inch deeper inside her was just more and more blissful. Just so, her warmth was yet one more thing Sokka couldn't help but treasure, a feeling he had thought he wouldn't experience again for months. If anything, he knew this wasn't gratuitous, it wasn't just for the sake of enjoying each other wildly as they ever did, and yet he couldn't be more grateful for the chance of basking in the joining of their bodies. This was what they needed, everything they had needed. "I love you, oh, I love you," he whispered in her ear, struggling to keep to his position atop her. Angela whimpered. His thickness did wonders for her core, it seemed, for the feeling couldn't have been more delightful. Her lower body seemed to melt in the contact between their sexes, and she sighed once he finally stopped pushing inside, with half his shaft inside her by now. "Go, oh, Sokka, please," she said, trembling in his arms. "I love you too, Sokka, just keep going, just keep going." Sokka gazed at her lovingly and nodded, thrusting lightly. Angela whimpered, and he groaned. Slowly, he continued to push inside her gently, taking his time, and ensuring she'd take hers, too. And as they swayed together slowly, they took to sharing long, tender kisses that left Angela breathless. Sokka would break off the contact often, allowing her to replenish the air in her lungs, and then she would lean in to steal away another kiss, and then another, until he gave in completely again. His hips continued to ease them into a gentle rhythm, as her walls were eager to accommodate him deeper inside her, until his manhood was pulsating with physical urges that Sokka kept restraining, no matter how strong they might be. There was no telling how long it lasted, for neither one wanted to cut short the wondrous joining of their bodies, now that they could indulge in it as they did. Whenever the pleasure was too much, Angela's fingers would dig into Sokka's back, her nails lightly scraping him, but he wouldn't complain in the least. He would merely stop thrusting and take to kissing her reassuringly, until she asked him to start moving again. That she wasn't throwing herself to pleasure irresponsibly, that she would genuinely express a need to slow down to a halt even if not verbally, eased Sokka's heart further. He didn't want her to force herself, not at all, and she seemed to understand that completely. They kissed endlessly, focusing more on their joined lips than the penetration, at times. There was such blissful comfort to be found in being one, and in being one for as long as could be. Without his awareness, without even thinking it through, Sokka was revitalized by her, finding the strength that had drained out of him over the course of the past weeks. Just so, his own power seemed to stir hers. She responded to each hitch of his body, to every kiss he pressed upon her skin. Her heart would beat so fast, and yet it was no longer worrisome, no longer unpleasant. They were akin to two dancers, who would be able to flow through motions on their own, but once they worked together, the result heightened both their performances. Even her left arm, so helpless as it was, seemed to grow stronger, and she dared move her fingers, wanting to embrace Sokka fully, even if she couldn't do so just yet, though she could do it with her legs, for sure. And so she did, keeping him in place, holding him warmly. They no longer belonged to themselves, for they willfully offered everything they were to the other, bonded by the bridge built over their shared love, their ever-pouring affections, and the certainty that tomorrow would be a better day. They continued to sway together in bed, with those slow thrusts that became deeper, those kisses that gained further eroticism as they ventured inside each other's mouths, playfully seeking the best places to touch to make the other moan. Sokka held himself above her as best he could, ensuring not to crush her although she kept pulling him closer with her legs. It wasn't easy to balance so many impulses together, and yet he did it expertly, kissing her eagerly, thrusting deeply, his arms firm at either side of her body, and Azula only moaned approvingly for it all, until her body tensed up and she broke their kiss. "I'm getting close," she whispered. Sokka nodded and kissed her again. He picked up speed, not too much, as to ensure he wouldn't overwhelm her, yet still faster than before. Azula breathed deeply, closing her eyes just as she tightened her grip on the sheet with her left hand, and on Sokka's back with her right. It felt so right, as though this was exactly where they had to be forevermore. She had no doubts, not even a slim one, about belonging with him. She knew, too, that he felt the same way about her. His voracious kisses and his strengthening thrusts proved he could barely hold back anymore, and she didn't want him to. For he was almost buried to the hilt inside her, and if he went any further. She cried out, clawing at his back when the surge of pleasure was so violent and potent she couldn't restrain her impulses. Sokka gasped, the pain surprisingly pleasant too, and he listened to the onslaught of moans Azula released. Her body trembled, as did his own, at this point. Their hearts beat furiously inside their chests, almost as though seeking each other out, as though giving themselves to each other this way was the best way to merge them, their whole life forces, their very existences, into a single one. Azula! He gasped too, gritting his teeth as the rising pleasure reached the peak he could no longer hold back from. It was his turn to moan and groan, and Azula embraced him tighter yet as she felt him unleashing himself inside her. Her walls still rubbed pleasantly against him, encouraging him to go as far as he needed to, and he did. Reckless, and perhaps even irresponsible as it had been on his part, he had gone all the way, and upon raising his head to gaze at her, he found only the most beautiful smile their world had ever seen. Azula! He breathed heavily, caressing her face delicately as she laughed freely, with far more strength than she had before. "I can't believe it. I can't believe it," she laughed, and he joined her laughter too, beaming brightly. "It works. I don't need the head sage to confirm it. I don't need anything. I only need you. You're the cure. It's not just me, it's us. It's our love, Azula." Sokka grinned tearfully, pressing his brow to hers. That's why our chi is attuned. Our hearts, they're bonded forever because of how deeply we love each other. It's our love, it's our love." Azula laughed blissfully, tearfully, and tightened her embrace, pressing her face to his shoulder. Sokka sighed as he closed his eyes, still lost in the joy of being joined as one with the woman he loved more than anything in the world. Just as her physical wounds, and the damage of her lost chi, had been healing gradually, his own heart appeared to have been mended slightly now. He could help her. Their love could bring her to a full recovery, unlikely as it had appeared at first. Their love was enough. The fears would never go away, he knew, just as he suspected Azula's own fears about losing him had never truly receded, but he could learn to live with them. He could move forward, always holding her hand, always feeling trust, happiness, and genuine love flowing between them at every given moment. The relief that flooded them after confirming Azula's suspicions eased their moods considerably. Sokka lay beside her in bed, smiling far more earnestly now as they talked, sharing their thoughts, blissfully hidden away within the haven of their love. After some time, Azula dozed off and Sokka had followed her into unconsciousness with a nap of his own. They were woken by the sounds outside the house, Once Ruishi and Song returned about an hour after their short rest. They didn't call for them to come down for lunch, but Sokka and Azula decided to go, nonetheless. Sokka was careful to bandage Azula's wounds, just before helping her into her clothes once again. And if Pharaoh notices that's not the exact way he bandaged your shoulder, Sokka said, closing Azula's light, long-sleeved crimson tunic, we can always say it was Song who bandaged you, not me. She has medical experience, after all. You have more than enough bandaging experience yourself, Azula said, caressing Sokka's forearms, where he often sported decorative bandages indeed. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. Not sure your dad's top physician will take kindly to hearing I was tampering with his bandaging work, he said, kissing her brow as he helped her to her feet. Azula rose easier than usual, and Sokka beamed at the realization you're stronger. Oh, you really are. It's just the after effects of quality sex, Azula teased him, leaning close for a hug just before he reached for the fabric of her arm's sling. He supposed it wouldn't be long before Pharaoh authorized Azula to stop wearing it, but for now, it's both things, somehow. Miraculously, Sokka grinned, fitting the sling carefully around her body before dressing up in his own clothes. You know, it makes sense, really. Ever since you and I started sleeping together, I've only officially lost one fight within the league. Oh. Azula smiled. Sokka raised his eyebrows inquisitively at her reaction. Are you saying, our attuned chi also boosted your combat skills? And my potential as a warrior? Yes, Sokka grinned, fastening his sash over his shirt and trousers. My chi responded to yours, seeking to mirror it, and that's why I'm your perfect match. Now, with all this, your chi responds to mine and it tries to mirror it too, and here we are. It'd sound absurd, if only we weren't direct witnesses of it, Azula laughed, as Sokka, fully dressed, wrapped an arm around her waist, guiding her outside. I honestly don't know if it's absurd, I'm just glad I can help you at all, Azula, he whispered, kissing the top of her head as he guided her to the stairs. They reached the kitchen to find Ruishi and Song setting the table, and naturally, Ruishi shot them the expected judgmental glare that Sokka could only answer with a guilty grin. That alone was enough confirmation of what had transpired between them in their absence, and Ruishi groaned before shaking his head. I can't believe you joined forces with them on this, Song. Really? He said, and Song snorted. Are you serious? She laughed. You and Sokka joined forces and said nothing to us about the festivals a couple of years ago. This is just payback, if anything. That's actually spot on, come to think of it, Azula smirked, as Sokka helped her to take her seat at an available chair. Oh, so he wasn't in on this at all? Ruishi asked, eyeing Azula skeptically next. Nope, I wasn't, Sokka said, shrugging, believe it or not. Huh. Fine, I'll believe you just because I know she must have had no trouble convincing you as soon as we were out of the house. Ruishi huffed. Sokka gasped in outrage as Azula laughed beside him. Hey. It took her well over half an hour to convince me. It was a lot of work. Right, Azula? Sokka asked. I was pretty sure you'd shut me down outright, and at first it looked like he would, Azula smiled, but he saw reason, fortunately. Reason? Ruishi repeated, raising his eyebrows. Song could only smile at Ruishi's uncontained disbelief, but she chose to ignore him as she turned towards Azula. Did it work, though? Are you feeling any better? She asked. It wasn't much of a surprise when Azula grinned positively, with a light nod she dared do regardless of her still healing shoulder muscles. I know it must sound insane, and hard to believe, but, yes. I am, Azula said. Song snorted. Quite the surprising new medical procedure, huh? She smiled. Well, either way, if you feel there's progress, that's good enough for me. Not for Ruishi, he's a grump, but still. You guys were out for a while, though, Sokka said, rummaging through the bags they'd brought with them and beaming at the sight of the dumplings. I thought maybe the shop was closed and you were looking for something else. It wasn't, but we did get distracted, Song said. Ruishi nodded, producing a couple of papers from one of the bags nearest to him. The Fire Lord finally released his statement regarding the events from 2 weeks ago. You might not enjoy it very much, but he's about as favorable about your role in the battle as anyone could have hoped from him, Ruishi said, offering the first of the papers to Ajala. Sokka decided to read it over Ajala's shoulder once she clasped the paper with a newly trembling hand. Why should she be nervous, at this point, about whatever her father had said publicly about her? The contents of the statement were no surprise, lacking any genuine explanations, only offering the basest information for the people to know their beloved princess had been willing to sacrifice herself to save them. He requested for people to pray for her, though. Ajala's eyes widened upon taking in those words. Prayers? She asked. Did he seriously? And the people listened. We went to the temple to check it out, that's why we took so long, Ruishi admitted. Ajala was visibly stunned. You saw people at the temple, praying for me? She asked. We saw most of them outside, though, Song clarified, the line to enter the temple was insanely long. It was. Ajala gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. Both Ruishi and Song smiled at her. That's. The fuck is wrong with him? Sokka grumbled. Ajala froze, casting him a quick glance as he scowled at the missive in her hand. No sacrifice for the betterment of the Fire Nation will ever be in vain? How the hell can he write something like that when his own daughter? Sokka, that's the final paragraph in all these missives. You don't have to take it to heart, Ajala said, reaching for his forearm. Sokka pouted and huffed. Ugh, I'll believe you, but I still want to kick his ass. He should have written it differently this time at least, damn him. Well, everyone in the city seems to hope you'll recover soon, and it seems you're well on your way to do so, with your new methods of recovery. Song said, smiling a little. So I guess everything's okay, right? I mean, ignoring the nasty paragraph in the statement. Indeed, I guess so, Ajala said strangely. It does feel like life is going back to normal now. Hopefully it will last. Hopefully, though we saw something else, on our way back here, Song mentioned, reaching for the other paper Ruishi had been holding. I insisted we brought one of them with us to ask you guys because, despite everything, I really don't know anything about the Gladiator League, but there were people promoting some upcoming fight with these leaflets. It was Sokka who reached for the leaflet in question now, quickly identifying the format as that of the Gladiator Chronicles. And yet there was something else to it, something unique about this version of the Chronicles. Instead of exploring and explaining whatever had happened with the latest, biggest fights, it was fully dedicated to promoting an upcoming battle instead. And the fighters in question? That combustion man, isn't it the top gladiator? Song asked. And the blind bandit, it's tough, right? Then, she really did go for it, Ajala mumbled, glancing at the leaflet just before Sokka set it down before her, letting her read the text. She did ask us if we were fine with this. I guess she wouldn't have bothered asking if she hadn't meant to fight him, Sokka reasoned. Do you think she can win? Song asked. Sokka shrugged, shaking his head. I don't know. My gut says no, but I really hope she can. He said she's been growing stronger, so I might just be underestimating her. And if there's someone in this world who thrives in being underestimated, just to shut everyone up by tearing them to shreds right afterwards, it's Toph Bafong. Hopefully she'll pull it off, then. Song mumbled, before sighing, and getting started with distributing the dumplings anyway. Let's eat, let's eat. Ajala stared at the Chronicles quietly, perhaps too quietly. Sokka reached for her knee under the table, and Ajala smiled awkwardly at him as he raised his eyebrows questioningly. It's just. I guess it's a toss-up, right? Whether she will win or lose. She whispered. The fight's happening within a few days. Do you think, maybe, I'll be allowed to go, if just to watch? Well, the whole reason she's fighting Combustion Man is because we assumed you wouldn't have healed enough for our actual challenge to be finished properly, Sokka said, tapping his chin, but at that point we had no idea sex could fix corrupt chi, so. I don't really think I can just sit at home without knowing what's happened to her, Ajala whispered. Sokka gritted his teeth but nodded, caressing her knee gently, which means, you'll have to sleep with me, a lot, until the day of the fight. Then I'll be back to normal, and I'll be free to go wherever I wish. Heh. If you insist, Sokka smiled. His teasing tone was enough for Ajala to shoot him a knowing, amused glare that he answered with further chuckles. I'm only saying, it'll only feel right if we're there to see it, to a fault. This isn't something where we can just hear the results later, Angela whispered, we can watch from the royal balcony anyway. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Though, it probably goes without saying that Combustion Man is far from the most relaxing fighter to watch in the arena. Sokka said, you're sure you'll be okay if we go? I hope so, Angela said, glancing at him from the corners of her eyes. Then you're fine with coming with me? I do as you wish, princess. That's how it always has been, and always will be. Sokka grinned. Angela scoffed in disbelief, shaking her head very lightly. Says the most rebellious man on the planet, she said. Sokka grinned goofily just as Song and Ruishi took their seats at the table at last, ready to eat once they had finished preparing tea for all of them. No weird taunt flirting while we're having lunch, Ruishi declared. Sokka huffed. Just because you say so? That's ridiculous. This is my house, you don't get to give out orders here. He squeaked. Technically? I bought it, so it's more mine than yours. Angela mused. I'm the one who spends the most time here, and the one who deals with taking care of the place, in that case. Song smirked, before biting on her first dumpling. And I'm the oldest out of the four of us. Respect your elders and don't make them puke halfway through a meal, Ruishi said, and his final argument proved amusing enough to break his three companions into laughter. Stoic as he ever presented himself, Ruishi couldn't hold back a grin of his own too, as they shared their late lunch carelessly, concerns about the upcoming, notorious battle forgotten for the time being. As usual, the meals the two couples shared were unique, crystallized moments of happiness, companionship, and peace in a world that often seemed to lack all of them. It was easy to relinquish concerns and fears while amongst the most trustworthy friends, just as it was easy to take for granted that such blissful calm and joy would last forever. For perhaps they had successfully weathered one dreadful storm, but the four friends who sat at that table could never anticipate the changes that would come within a mere few days, after the waging of the most important fights in the Gladiator League. Chapter 232, The Ultimate Gladiator 3. She hadn't needed help in reaching Xian Long today, only some light assistance when climbing on the saddle, and she had been in high spirits for it. Yet now, as they hovered above the Grand Royal Dome, a much different expression had appeared on the Crown Princess's visage. There's bound to be record attendance today, huh? She mused, gazing at the crowded streets down below. While people weren't yet rushing desperately into the building, the fight wouldn't begin for another half hour, at least. Large numbers of them had gathered outside the dome's premises, eagerly awaiting the fight scheduled for that day. If it looks like there's too many people around for you to walk safely, Xian can just land on the roof and we'll go inside from above, Sokka suggested, with an easygoing grin. Might be easier this way, right? Right, said Angela, biting her lip. Though it doesn't look all that crowded, well, not at the entrance anyway. And we're not headed to the stands, but to the royal balcony, so... Sokka blinked blankly, uncertain of what plagued Angela at the moment. She didn't glance back at him, not that she should have, despite she was slowly but surely regaining her neck's mobility by now, and Pharaoh had authorized her to start exercising her mended muscles, but where she'd usually be unreadable due to her skill at hiding her emotions, the current situation appeared to suggest the exact opposite thing. All right, so. I'm getting the vibe that you want to walk in as you normally would. Yet at the same time you're apprehensive about doing that, Sokka guessed. Angela grimaced and blushed lightly. Am I right about both things? Maybe, she said. I know my father's statement wasn't negative, and people were praying for my recovery and whatnot, but walking amongst everyone now makes me a little apprehensive. I want to, so they can know I'm fine, but at the same time I don't want to, out of fear that they might not be quite as grateful for what I did as my father wants them to be. Sokka bit his lip, lightly caressing Angela's hips as his fingers rested on either side of her body. Well, people will see Xian Long anyway. I think a few of them already have. If you want, we can land on the roof already and be done with it. If not, then we can land on the street, and if they act like assholes we can fly back up. And if they only start acting like assholes once we're off the saddle, I'll smack them while you climb on again and then we fly to the roof. And... so every possible plan includes entering the dome through the roof. Angela smirked, finally amused again. Sokka chuckled behind her. It's the safest way to enter anyhow, especially while you're still recovering, he said, but if people decide to be nice instead of acting like assholes, I'll gladly escort you through them, keeping everyone at bay so they don't rush you with hugs and crying and gratitude over how you saved them all. See? There's one plan that doesn't include the roof entrance. Just the one, huh? Angela whispered, biting her lip. Well, all right, then. Let's try and do that. And if anything goes wrong, the roof it is. Right? Sokka grinned, quickly leaning in to kiss her cheek before Xin Long descended on the street. The closer they came to the ground, the easier it'd be for people to discern what was happening between them, so Sokka, against his better judgment, released Angela from his grip and clasped the saddle's tubes instead. Angela breathed out slowly, hoping to calm herself before the dragon landed, amidst the numerous people who appeared utterly flabbergasted about seeing the dragon in the dome once again. It would be fine, it had to be fine, they were here to watch Toph and Combustion Man, after all, and even if she dropped by, there was no way they'd take her presence as something more important or noteworthy than the milestone battle that they'd witness within half an hour. Yet while people scrambled out of the dragon's way in the street, they didn't merely ignore her, not that they often did, seeing as the capital's citizens usually relished in Xin Long's every appearance, for they practically revered him and made him aware of it whenever he appeared before them. The crowd's eager attention had been on them even before the dragon landed safely at the bottom of the steps that led inside the building, and it only surged further once Xin Long stood among them. Some people even dared to step closer to the princess with bright, amazed and sometimes even tearful eyes. Okay, that's my cue for sure. Sokka swallowed hard, heaving himself off the saddle and landing in a small, still empty area just before Angela's admirers could fully swarm the dragon. Please, make room, I know you're excited, but... it's the princess. She's back! Exclaimed an old man. Oh, it is such bliss to see you safe and sound, princess, said a younger woman. I knew we had to come watch this fight today, Shao. I told you something good would come of it. Laughed one man, patting his friend on the back as he gestured at Angela. The princess smiled awkwardly on the saddle, gazing about herself cautiously while Sokka offered her his hand. She wasn't wearing her armor, or her hairpiece, yet no one failed to recognize her. Granted, it would be hard to mistake her for anyone else when she arrived on the back of the only known dragon to mankind at the time. All eyes were on her, and as far as she could tell, there was no hostility on their faces. There was no resentment. There was only admiration, hope and faith. They had believed she would overcome the ailments she had faced, and even seeing her with her left arm in a sling didn't seem to deter most of them, despite a few gazed at her in worry, as though unwilling to believe that their beloved princess could have sustained serious enough wounds to warrant a sling at all. You ready? Sokka asked her, though his uncertainty was apparent. Angela offered him a weak smile before nodding and reaching out with her right hand, clasping his. Sokka helped her dismount, refraining from touching her as much as he would have wanted to, if they had been in private. He smiled fondly at her once her feet were safe on the ground, and then he took to hissing at people to keep a proper distance from the princess while walking her carefully through the steps of the dome. It was fortunate that most of them appeared to be reasonable, standing at least at arm's length, yet Sokka still had to call out a few, asking them to move out of the way or warning them against so much as thinking about touching the princess he himself had touched mere moments ago. Oh, he suspected the ones he scolded for their impulsive moves to reach for Angela weren't going to be all that fond of him going forward, but he didn't care about preserving his popularity. All that mattered now was keeping Angela safe as they finally reached the last steps that led to the twin doors of the Grand Royal Dome. 2 staff members had been alerted by the fans that the princess was approaching, it seemed, for they were ready to open the gates, offering Angela enthusiastic grins as Sokka continued to lead the way, doing his best to keep the princess's admirers at bay. It was far more difficult once they were in the vestibule proper, though, where hundreds gathered, some in the betting line, others merely waiting for any chance to squeeze into the stands, gathered in a large cluster at the large arch that led there, just past the first staircase. Many apparently had outright given up on witnessing the fight at all, choosing instead to wait in the vestibule and listen to the roars of the crowd in hopes to unravel what was happening through them. And most of the members of that particular group suddenly shifted their attention from the impressive combat that would take place that day to the princess and her gladiator, who kept guarding her, ensuring she could walk safely through a vestibule full of people who admired her in unrestrained amazement, or squealed happily at the sight of her, or whispered while smiling at each other. "Okay, we're off to Shoji's desk, right?" Sokka asked, with an awkward grin, as they made their way through the vestibule. "Stay close." "I am." Azula smiled weakly, unwilling to reach for Sokka's clothes to ensure she could retain her balance, despite she feared she might need to. The large crowd was so puzzling she couldn't quite help but stare at it apprehensively, instead of walking amongst them with her head held high, as she usually would. So many smiling faces, and even a crying one. A middle-aged man had broken into tears excitedly over her presence, no less. Such an intense reaction for her. All those smiling faces, because of her. Until this moment she had several uncertainties regarding how she had handled her duties during her week as Fire Lord, but to be regarded by her people in this manner, to be gazed at with such admiration. And then she was at the receiving end of a sudden, loud round of applause and excited cheering that floored her right away. Sokka slowed to a halt, gazing about himself in surprise before glancing back at the amazed princess. No, she definitely hadn't expected an ovation of any sort, not today, or any day, and yet the people before them were cheering for her passionately, eagerly, delighted by what she had done for them, grateful for her work to keep their land and city safe. And as much as she might have intended to stay aloof as she ever was, her heart was inevitably moved by this gesture, by the implications of it, too. Once, long ago, she had expected no one to consider her worthy of her father's favor. She had known she had to fight battles no one else did, that she had a long way to go if she ever hoped to convince his council that she deserved the role of crown princess, and even after earning it, she'd have to devote herself to proving she had earned it fair and square. That it was no hand-me-down, no gift-wrapped giveaway from a father who spoiled her rotten just because he could. And she had fought indeed. She had gone the distance, time after time, expecting no acknowledgement, no approval, nothing but scowls and distrustful glares from her father's favored subjects, who might have coveted some of her glory for themselves, like Admiral Chan had, many years ago. So busy she had been, striving to prove herself, that it never occurred to her that, in the eyes of her people, she already had. She couldn't bite back a smile, gazing around herself as she laughed lightly. This wasn't a scenario they had planned for, absolutely not. It felt like a strange culmination of so much work, so many years of protecting and standing by their partnership, strengthening it until they were the undeniable greatest combination in the league and outside it, too, and these people knew as much. Perhaps they personally preferred another gladiator, rather than the Blue Wolf. Perhaps they would bet against them the next time they joined a fight at all. But even that was no reason to hold them back from celebrating the princess, and for that, she could only be grateful. She demonstrated it by bowing, leaning her whole torso forward towards the public that appeared most anguished by the princess's gesture. They were quick to fall to their knees, and the applause ceased for it, since they paid her absolute respect now. And even that brought the princess to laugh in disbelief, turning quickly to find her partner, her faithful companion, was shining a heartfelt smile on her. His hands were together, as he had joined the clapping as well, and then he bowed with the rest of the group. Azula laughed, stepping towards him and reaching for his arm. "Come on. This is the perfect chance to reach Shoji's counter," she smirked at him. Sokka laughed quietly as he rose again, gazing at the large group of people performing such a sincere reverence for their crown princess. Despite she had said such words, Azula turned towards the crowd again, speaking loud and clearly the command that she had both enjoyed and grown weary of uttering constantly, in the last 3 years. "Rise," she said, and the applause resumed shortly after enough people had returned to their full heights. She didn't acknowledge the people with anything but smiles and very light nods, still unwilling to strain her neck with stronger movements, yet the joyful atmosphere in the dome didn't decrease in the least for it. No one seemed to expect a grandiose speech, or any greater gestures of appreciation from their princess. Seeing her again, and knowing she was safe from deadly peril, was enough for her people to rejoice. That out of all scenarios she had pictured, the most wishful, idyllic one would be the one taking place, was rather difficult to believe for Azula as she followed Sokka all the way to a counter where a highly emotional young man sat, gazing at them with tearful eyes. "I'm so glad you're okay," Shoji exclaimed, almost sobbing as Azula and Sokka finally reached his desk. "I mean, I knew you were recovering, Ty Lee and Haru told me so, but I didn't think we'd see you again for a few more months, at least. I didn't think you would either, but alas, how could I possibly miss my favorite dirt worm's biggest fight to date? Angela said, with a weak grin. Shoji gasped. Oh, yeah. I've asked if I can have someone replace me at the counter so I can watch their fight. Shoji grinned awkwardly. I really hope she makes it. I know it's not that easy, Combustion Man is such a dangerous enemy, but she's the first gladiator I feel really has a shot at beating him. Make sure to tell her that when she arrives. Sokka smiled. Did you tell her already? Are they here by now? Yeah, they're in a waiting room. Shoji nodded. It's such an important fight, neither side seems to have wanted to risk being late. Though it's still about 20 minutes before it starts, but anyway. I really wanted to thank you both for your hard work to save us all, 2 weeks ago. Ty Lee and Haru explained what happened, somewhat, but then the Fire Lord's declaration just confirmed everything and, well, we're all in awe of the two of you. Though, you weren't mentioned in the declaration, but I know you were part of it all, too. Yeah, I'd rather it doesn't mention me, if anything. Sokka smiled awkwardly. My actions are, after all, in representation of my sponsor. If I did a good job at all, she should be the one credited for it. Oh, wow. Where's all the humility coming from, all of a sudden? Angela asked, amused. Shoji chuckled at their banter, though he stopped for a moment and blinked upon reflecting that the princess's tone sounded strange. Was she flirting with him? The gladiator's careless laugh suggested it didn't bother him if she was. You used to be so proud, taking every achievement for yourself. What? Hey, now. That's not true, we're a team. The best team there is, whether inside or outside an arena, Sokka declared proudly. Angela laughed and turned to Shoji anew. Well, just out of sheer curiosity, can you tell us what position our so very extraordinary team is in, at the moment? I can't remember the last time I even looked at the ranking. Oh. Sure thing. Shoji grinned, reaching through the large document he always kept close at hand. He didn't have to scroll far down anymore, stopping his finger 7 spots short of the 100th slot. There you are. The 93rd Gladiator, as we speak. 79 fights, 69 victories, 32,822 points. That's a lot of points, Sokka said, his eyes wide. And you guys gathered them faster than most people, too. Shoji chuckled. I know you aren't past the 90th spot yet, but don't worry. Regardless of points, you're the indisputable best non-bender in the league. As he should be. Angela smiled. And, how about Toph? Where's she at? She did rise higher than you guys. She went overboard fighting earthbenders over the last months. Shoji grinned awkwardly as he scanned the ranking to confirm the information. To date, she's 79th, and today marks her 100th fight. Goodness, if she wins her 100th victory, against Combustion Man? Sounds ambitious enough for the likes of her, huh? Sokka smiled. Your 70th victory should be against someone as important as that, too. Angela teased him, but I guess we'll decide on what to do about that later, as long as I continue recovering successfully. Anyway, Shoji, do you have the key for the royal balcony? Oh, of course. Shoji grinned, reaching through his cabinets before offering the item to Angela. I hope the fight's amazing. Have fun watching it. And again, thank you for everything you've done for all of us. Truly. It's quite alright, Shoji. Angela laughed, nodding as she pocketed the key. Thank you as well. We'll see you after the fight, I suspect. Sure thing. Shoji exclaimed, beaming as he watched the princess and her gladiator walking away, side by side. She had been smiling far more earnestly today than in any of her previous visits to the dome, as far as Shoji could tell. He couldn't help but guess the events the princess had been through had been nothing short of traumatic, but at the same time, he looked back on who she had been when he had first met her. She had been daunting, strategic, judgmental. She had been harsh with him on a few occasions, but as time passed, she seemed to lose the edge she'd been holding onto. She had always referred to her gladiator as his own person, acknowledging him as an equal, something that had utterly astonished Shoji from the very start. It had been the first glimpse into what a truly extraordinary woman she was. She had the power, the strength, and the drive to shape their very world, and as far as Shoji could tell, she truly ought to do so. Someone who could take an underdog such as the Blue Wolf and turn him into one of the 3 most feared gladiators in the entire league was, without a doubt, capable of feats of greatness that Shoji could hardly even conceive right now, but that he certainly looked forward to witnessing, just as he had relished in watching the growth of his favorite gladiator and sponsor across the years of their partnership. Climbing the staircase didn't prove as easy as it had before, while the people seemed smart enough to clear the way so Angela could head upstairs. Regardless of the many fans crowding the entrance that led to the stands, she couldn't walk at her usual pace, still tiring faster than she would have liked. She reached for Sokka's hand for support a few times, clasping his forearm upon each break before resuming the climb again. Upon each stop he only whispered encouraging, reassuring words that she answered with a smile of her own. "We'll have to be careful, now," Angela said, almost breathless as they halted on the staircase, about 3 steps away from reaching the 2nd floor, in which stood the entrance to the stands. The wild fans were definitely a danger for the princess at the moment. Sokka scowled before positioning himself protectively in front of Angela, and he climbed the stairs backwards, glancing constantly at the fans who attempted to push their way into the stands as violently as they could. "Seems about right that Combustion Man's fans would be as wild and uncivilized as that, huh?" Sokka said. Angela snorted. "What? I've rubbed off on you a little too much," she decided. As they finally reached the 2nd floor, Sokka was quick to direct her towards the next flight of stairs, shooting threatening glares at anyone who might approach his princess, calling others uncivilized. "Bothers you because it's your people and your culture?" Sokka smirked teasingly. Angela laughed. "Who said it bothers me?" She grinned. "I'll agree with you, if anything. We, the Fire Nation, are utterly uncivilized. Oh, I'll have to track down a historian as soon as this fight is done. And not to record the fight's outcome, but to record that you ever said such words. No historian would ever believe you if you told them so." Angela laughed, though her expression froze when someone bumped into Sokka. He managed to retain his balance, without toppling over the princess, before turning with a snarl towards the large man who had shoved him. For a moment, it seemed the man had every intention of getting into a fight with Sokka, until he realized, first of all, that the gladiator's muscles were far larger than his own. Next, he realized he wasn't moving towards the crowd but away from it, while shielding no one other than Princess Angela with his body. Excuse me?" he said. Sokka huffed. "You're only excused because you hit me. Had you touched her, it would have been ultimate treason," Sokka exclaimed dramatically. Angela rolled her eyes, laughing as the man in question froze in place. "But it's all right, the Fire Lord doesn't have to know you nearly tripped over his daughter. I'm so very truly sorry." "I apologize, Princess," the man exclaimed. Angela and Sokka had walked away successfully by then, standing by the first steps of the staircase that led to the next floor. "Don't mind my gladiator, he's just teasing you." Angela smiled at the man. "Still, be more careful next time." The man blinked a few times as his cheeks flushed upon being addressed by the princess, more so at being addressed by her so kindly. Starstruck and confused, it took him another minute to remember he had only bumped into them at all because he was more than a little desperate for seats inside the Grand Royal Dome's stands. By the time he finally remembered what he was supposed to be doing, Angela and Sokka had reached the landing of the next flight of the stairs. There were no wild, riled-up fans up here, for it was the floor where the sponsor's balcony was located, and at the opposite end of the building, the judge's balcony. If Shoji's knowledge was accurate, the sponsors for the upcoming fight likely weren't upstairs yet, and, as risky as he knew it might be, Sokka decided to take the opportunity to lighten Angela's load, now that it seemed no one should be within range to see them. Angela raised an eyebrow upon sensing he had stepped closer to her, and she gasped when his arms wrapped carefully around her body, one underneath her knees, the other across her back. It was far from the first time he had carried her anywhere, and yet... "Sokka! What are you? Are you mad?" Angela chided him, urgently yet as quietly as she could. Sokka snickered as he sped his way up the stairs. Angela clasped his shirt with her right hand, warily glancing at the 3rd floor while dreading someone would spot them. Just gotta be quick, Sokka recited as he reached the 3rd floor, turning immediately for the stairs that led to the 4th level next. Only when he reached the fourth floor's landing did Angela relax a little. No one was likely to be on the fourth floor, the least frequented one in the building. No matter how active she had been in the Gladiator League, the royal balcony remained as unused these days as it had been back when she hadn't even recruited Sokka yet. "You shouldn't have done that," Angela said, as Sokka moved more slowly. "Now what if you'd tripped over the steps while you were carrying me? I already have one useless arm, I don't need to lose the other one." "Nothing else is broken, Angela," Sokka smiled. "I didn't drop you, just as you'd never drop me. That's how we roll." Angela tried to stifle the smile that spread over her lips, but she failed. She pressed her head against his shoulder as Sokka finally reached the top of the fourth floor, setting Angela down carefully at last. "I could tell it was a bit much for you after that first flight of stairs, love," Sokka whispered, wrapping an arm around her waist as he guided her to the royal balcony. "I figured I'd give you a hand, since no one was looking. You could have given me some warning, at least." Angela smiled. "It wasn't the worst of surprises, true, but still. If I'd given you any warning you would have told me not to do it at all." Sokka smiled. "You always complain so much when I carry you places." "Do I?" Angela smiled. "And you believe me when I complain about it, really? Here I thought you were more perceptive than that." "Oh, I am." Sokka smirked, kissing her temples as they finally reached the balcony's door. "It's why I'm always willing to do it. For all your claims that you can walk on your own, and that you're not helpless, you always smile so much whenever I snatch you up in any way." "Damn. Such an obvious giveaway," too. Angela sighed, glancing at him with a mild pout as she raised the key towards the door. Sokka chuckled and dared kiss her lips softly before she opened the door. Angela smiled into the gesture of affection, smooth and warm as it was, and she could only wish for more as soon as he pulled away. But it wasn't the time to continue their progress towards her recovery. Angela didn't stop smiling at Sokka as she finally slid the key into the lock, and Sokka extended a hand gallantly, ushering her to enter the room first. Neither of them was entirely used to the royal balcony, as regal and elegant as it might be. The cushioned seats would suit Angela quite well in these circumstances, despite the tension of the fight down below might not offer much room for relaxation. She stepped towards the nearest of them, flexing her knees carefully, and sighing in bliss once her strained legs were free to find hard-earned respite at last. "Feeling better yet?" Sokka asked, approaching and rubbing her right shoulder gently, though only briefly. They were in plain view of the judges, even if their seats were a level below theirs. "Somewhat, yes. I don't know how long the fight will last, but I might need to sit here for a while after it's done," too. Angela smiled sadly. Sokka nodded as he took his seat beside her. "Once that's done we can always use the roof escape plan, too, if you don't want to go through all those masses again," Sokka suggested. "It went far better than I expected it to, though," Angela smiled, glancing at him. Sokka chuckled and nodded. "My health notwithstanding, but still. Your people love you, you've seen it by now." Sokka grinned, reaching to caress her right hand with his left, "and I, for one, think it's mightily deserved. No one is worthier of that kind of public acclaim than you are." "Oh, utter nonsense," Angela smiled, closing her eyes as Sokka chuckled. "You'll get that too once you step out into the arena again. Everyone will be cheering for their favorite champion, the Blue Wolf. Only because I represent their favorite royal, Crown Princess Angela, so it's you they're cheering for anyway." Sokka grinned goofily. Angela laughed, relaxing in her seat. "You're impossible," she said. Upon opening her eyes again, she took in the scenery she had grown so used to, the large, fierce crowds roaring in acclaim of their favorite gladiators, the golden sand gleaming under the refracted brightness of the glass roof above the arena, the metal grids still waiting to be raised to usher in the two fighters everyone was waiting to see. It was odd, Angela admitted to herself, that the Gladiator League could ever become anything comforting for anyone, and yet being able to sit here, beside Sokka, to witness today's major fight, felt like a miracle to be cherished right now. She had never expected her recovery to bring her back here so soon, but she was grateful for it, nonetheless. She might not be able to cheer for Toph loudly as most her fans would, not that she would have if the situation were any better, for she still had some dignity and a reputation to protect, but she would hope wholeheartedly for her victory all the same. All preparations were in place, sponsors and gladiators would soon meet head-on, for a long-awaited rematch between two of the most powerful fighters within the ranking. The two waiting rooms saw the visits of staff members. Once it was time for the battle, Iroh released his breath and rose to his feet, rubbing his hands together as he stepped towards Toph, who hadn't taken her seat at all. "Well, this is it, then," he said, smiling at his gladiator. "Are you ready?" "I figure," Toph said, shrugging. "I'm pretty sure I'm more ready than I've ever been." "If so, then I can only wish you the very best of luck," Iroh said, reaching for Toph's shoulder to give it a light squeeze. "We've come quite far as it is. And we'll go farther yet." "You know we will," Toph grinned. Iroh chuckled. "We haven't come all this way just to fail when it matters most, right?" "You, as far as I can tell, are well above failure, child," said Iroh. "You're the most extraordinary earthbender I've known, and I've known quite a lot of them, too. Believe in yourself, know your strengths, your weaknesses, and rely on them all to attain victory. If someone can do that, it's you." "Heh. I'll do my best, Iroh," Toph grinned, clasping his hand with hers. "Though, before I go, I should say thanks, for all these years, Iroh. I know things got messy between us for a while, but I never did want anyone else to be my sponsor. Ours is a one-of-a-kind bond, Toph." Iroh grinned, tightening his grip on her shoulder only to reel her in for an embrace. The earthbender hesitated to return the hug at first, but she soon pressed her face to his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his torso. Despite the occasional complications in their relationship, or the many secrets they kept from each other, moments like this one seemed to chase away every doubt and uncertainty she could have had. The race's results had suggested they weren't the greatest combination of gladiator and sponsor, but their bond had brought Toph far more strength than all her earthbending expertise had. As far as she could tell, there was no better sponsor for her than Iroh. She intended to win today for him, above all her old ambitions and wishes. "General Iroh, sir." The staff member apparently had witnessed their whole exchange, which prompted both Iroh and Toph to chortle as they separated. Iroh grinned and guided Toph outside by keeping a hand on her shoulder, and he only let go once they reached the stairs. Toph wouldn't have trouble making her way to the standby room, for the staff members were already busy clearing a path in the stairs between the wild fans so she could pass through them. "I'll be watching over you the whole time, Toph," Iroh grinned. "Do your best." "I will," Toph smiled back. "I'll give you a fight to remember." Iroh started the trek upstairs before Toph began her own to the standby room, that she held back briefly that allowed her to sense the heavy footsteps of a massive man, with one metal foot, approaching the stairs from the opposite direction. And with him, Admiral Zhao. "Ah, blind bandit," Zhao called her, just as she stepped towards the stairs, keenly aware of her enemy's presence. "Good luck today." "Shouldn't you be trash-talking me?" Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. "You know, you're going down, blind brat, or my gladiator's going to blow you to smithereens, or..." "Why, that sounds rather uncivilized, doesn't it?" Zhao said, smiling a little as he made his way to the flight of stairs that went upwards. Toph frowned, though she started her way down anyway. She heard people cheering for her, the many fans who, upon failing to secure seats within the arena, had settled for watching her walk towards her standby room, while a man who towered over her followed with his unique set of heavy footsteps. Yet her mind was focused, well past the noise that would have both delighted and exasperated her. In any other circumstances, the Admiral couldn't possibly be innocent or naive regarding the efforts needed to defeat a dangerous foe. Trash talk was but another typical factor in this business, whether between gladiators or between sponsors. Dismissing it as uncivilized certainly was a move of condescendence, but it was coated with such confidence that a subtle seed of doubt had been planted in Toph's already muddled heart. Combustion Man, silent and stoic, didn't need trash talk. This was only a routinely matter for him and his sponsor. They had no doubts that they would attain victory today. Her fists tightened as she reached the basement's corridors, and she purposefully walked towards the right tunnel. She sensed Combustion Man choosing the opposite one. No matter how far away he walked, she could sense him, acutely aware of his presence at every moment. She gritted her teeth. Whatever doubts and insecurities nestled inside her now, she refused to be downtrodden, to be dismissed, to amount to nothing but another number to add to Combustion Man's hefty victory streak and perfect record. She didn't doubt that one day she'd meet her match, and she might be overwhelmed and defeated in a battlefield, but she refused to believe that day had arrived yet. No, not yet. They stopped at their respective grids at the same time. No matter the noise, no matter the loud heartbeats that drummed in her chest, Toph sensed him easily with her bending all the same. And she intended to continue doing so. This wasn't her first time crossing blows with the man. She knew what she had to do. She wouldn't waste a single opportunity. She couldn't lose today. She wouldn't lose today, not to him. Welcome all, to the most momentous fight of the Gladiator League so far. The megaphone man began his usual narration. To stronger, chorused cheers from the stands. This challenge between two of our most notorious fighters will be one for the books. Today, a lifelong victory streak will be broken regardless of who's triumphant. The words once would have driven Toph's stubbornness into overdrive. She would have refused to accept losing her own victory streak, if only recent events hadn't already pushed her to feel like she already had lost it, somehow. It wasn't only the race's results, but the outcome of the conflict from 2 weeks ago, too. She shuddered, closing her eyes, wishing she could still be as vain and innocent as she had been shortly before that experience. The metal grid before her rose slowly by then. She frowned heavily, waiting for it to be fully up before striding out into the sand and sun, for all the public to see. The challenger is none other than the best earthbender in the league. Her prodigious skills with her element have even led her to discover further uses of her bending, such as metal bending. Will that be enough to take down the top dog, the leader of the ranking for as long as the league has existed? The opposite grid began rising as the man finished uttering that sentence. Even in the sand, Combustion Man's footsteps were heavy. It would be easy to track him down, of course it would be, which gave away that the overconfident behemoth believed his agility or lack thereof was irrelevant to his ability to win this contest. Seeing as he had gone undefeated so far, he might have had more basis to believe as much than Toph was willing to admit just yet. It's the clash of two forces like none other to be seen in the past. A fated encounter between the young woman who is no longer a mere upstart, and the man who has held the Gladiator League in his palm for over 10 years. Today we witness history in the making, ladies and gentlemen. With a time limit of 15 minutes, the battle between the Blind Bandit and Combustion Man will begin in 3, 2. Chorused the public, dwarfing the megaphone man's voice. 1. Start. The man cried out, at the full strength of his lungs, so as to be heard above the noise in the ring. There was no time to waste, no hesitation anymore. Toph immediately crafted a massive barrier that she launched at Combustion Man in a split second. The barrier only rushed around half the distance between the two fighters before it exploded, the sound near deafening. Toph gritted her teeth as she raised her hands, making the move she had actually intended on making all along, crafting a pillar underneath Combustion Man's right leg. Combustion Man sensed the movement underneath him only an instant before his body was jolted violently by the sudden force of the pillar that attempted to throw off his balance by launching only one of his feet upwards. The rock seemed to encase his metal prosthetic, as though to keep him in place. Another explosion, just as Toph was about to rush up the pillar. She only had a split second to craft an earthen shield that failed to protect her from the worst of the shockwave as Combustion Man broke off her trap by shattering the earth she had bent against him. Curses! She had hoped that strategy would pay off. Throwing off his balance, getting rid of his leg's metal prosthetic, would have been ideal. Doing away with the hand would help vastly too, but throwing off his balance, altogether. But that would only be helpful if Combustion Man were a normal bender. Toph realized. He didn't need to strike up stances of any sort to conjure his special brand of firebending. Shaking his stance, breaking his balance, it would work for a very small window of time before he destroyed the problem or tossed her away. Sneaking up close to him wasn't going to prove easy this time, not when Combustion Man was, in all likelihood, well aware of what her intentions would be as consequence of having fought her directly back in Gladiator Brawl. Crippling him from his prosthetics, which served as secondary weapons, was the best course of action, and Toph was sure she wasn't the first person to think that. Had anyone even succeeded at disabling them? The memory of the brawl had been pulsating quietly in her mind until one strong sensation returned to her, the sensation of that steel hand dropping on the sand, when a certain gladiator with an insanely sharp blade had achieved what, in all likelihood, no one else had until that moment. No, it wasn't the time to think about that. She wasn't Sokka, and as far as she could tell, that didn't make her any lesser than him. She had already chi-blocked this behemoth once before, and she had endured his quite literally explosive reaction to it. If she intended to do the same thing this time, she couldn't risk losing her cover the way she did that time. So perhaps the best way to chi-block him would be by standing behind him once he reacted. In the time it'd take him to turn around towards her, he wouldn't be able to blow her up before she caught him altogether. That had to be a good strategy, Toph decided. With the sand aiding her progress, she dashed across the ring, tossing earthen waves at Combustion Man only for him to swat them away carelessly with his right, steel hand. Toph continued to race near him, yet she wasn't fast enough to deter him from attacking. He turned his head quickly towards her, following her with his gaze. The sand was difficult to read, but Toph sensed his movement, and she leapt back just before an explosion tossed her away with its backlash once more. She snarled as she landed again, digging a hand into the ground in the hopes of crafting a trap, of any sorts, to keep Combustion Man occupied before she could strike at him. There had to be something she could do to hinder him. A wild idea rose in her head as she finally settled on what to do. A sinkhole spread suddenly right under Combustion Man's feet, and once he had sunk to his waist, Toph launched a rock at his head. Busy as he was seeking a way to dig himself out of the sinkhole, he didn't foresee the rock's approach until it wrapped around him, with unexpected flexibility. That was as good a chance as any she'd get, right? Excitement rushed inside her as Toph conjured another rock, one close to Combustion Man, and aimed it towards his neck. Just as he reached for the rock that had wrapped around his head, he tore it off fiercely with his clawed metal hand, before turning his glare towards the earthbender once more. And as astute as her strategy had been, there was nothing to do at that point but shield or evade, and while Toph attempted to do both things in quick succession, neither one panned out. This time there was no escape from the shockwave that launched her all the way to the edge of the ring. She crashed above one of the metal spikes by inches. Fortunately, it had been twisted downwards during some other fight, serving almost as a sled of some sort on her way down to the sand again. Yet the blow of her back against the wall wasn't the kind of injuries that someone could shrug off easily. Her shoulders ached, and even pushing herself upright anew seemed to take more strength than she knew how to muster right away. The whole world was shaky, strange, her perception was thrown off, and that was bad. It would already be a big problem on any given fight, but it was all the worse when facing an enemy who could blow her up if she wasn't paying attention. Fortunately for Toph, it seemed Combustion Man was far more preoccupied at the time with digging himself out of the sinkhole. He reached for the nearest piece of furniture and heaved his weight with little trouble by using his natural, muscular left hand, regardless of having been sunken down to his waist. With his metal hand serving to support himself on more stable sand, he would be out of Toph's trap in no time. "This is, hell, is there no way of stopping that guy?" Sokka asked, glaring down at the sand in disbelief. "The fight's barely beginning," Azula assessed, though she wasn't reassured by how the combat had unfolded so far. Either she might find a solution still. She's a resourceful one. I know. Sokka whispered. I really don't like Combustion Man. I feel like he doesn't give a single crap about whoever he kills and whoever he doesn't." "He doesn't," Azula confirmed, biting her lip. "He was, after all, an assassin before being a gladiator. I doubt Zhao ordered him to kill Toph, but if he decides that's the only way to defeat her, he might try to do so anyway. So I am just hoping Toph is far too skilled to let him get away with that." "She must be," Sokka nodded, biting his lip. Other earthbenders had fought Combustion Man in the past and survived. There was no way the very best of them wouldn't be able to do it too. Toph snarled as she pushed herself up, relying on the nearby spike to do so. Yet as soon as her fingers dug into the metal, pushing it further down by sheer bending instinct, a new idea came to mind. Maybe she couldn't reach Combustion Man and bend his limbs directly, but maybe she could use metal bending against him anyway. Freeing himself from the uncomfortable trap with one final heave, Combustion Man turned towards Toph, determined to shoot her with yet another of his blasts, only to find that a large, sharp projectile was flying at him, and it wasn't a rock this time. He barely had a chance to get out of the way. It had taken him time to grow accustomed to running and jumping with his steel prosthetic, but he had mastered the strength and skill needed for it ages ago. He might not be the nimblest of gladiators, but Combustion Man, when pressed, was no slouch. If this little girl intended to make him fight at his best, then he'd give her his best. He leveled another explosion towards Toph, who hardly had enough time to reach for another spike on the wall and launch it at him. This stunt of hers was sure to cost her many points in the ranking, but any number of lost points were worth it, if they happened to be the expense needed for defeating Combustion Man. The next spike, however, found itself losing its target when a well-timed explosion blasted it off its trajectory. Toph had enough time to fashion herself a metal shield with a new spike, and then she drew another to toss it at Combustion Man, but even that appeared insufficient. The behemoth drew in a sharp breath, his whole body tightened, and he released a powerful blast of flames in Toph's direction. She had never fought an enemy like him before. She could hear those sound waves, so loud they'd silence the cries of the fierce public, regardless of which gladiator they supported. She had warning that an attack was coming even before the sound waves could be sensed, but even then, the warning was a matter of mere instants, upon hearing Combustion Man taking a deep breath that he seemed to release with his explosions. Toph wasn't sure why he needed to take that breath at all, as his bending didn't appear to be connected to katas, as was the case with every other firebender she had faced so far. Why would he breathe like that if his attacks came from his mind, somehow? That was, however, a weakness she could exploit. If she managed to stop him from taking a breath somehow, he would, perhaps, lack the power to generate the massive explosions she had been tormented by so far. Instead of focusing so much on what else to do, maybe it was more a matter of how to time her actions, instead. She raised her makeshift shield upon hearing his sharp intake of breath once more. The explosion didn't set off that close to Toph, and yet the effect reached her, in the form of the slowly heating shield. Toph snarled, only guessing now that this might have been a bad idea in the end. But she still waited one more moment, and then she heard him breathe. She launched the shield towards Combustion Man, but it didn't reach him on time. It was blasted away by the explosion, and she dodged to the side in case the detonation affected her too. She had to react faster. She needed to read his breaths, each of them. There was no point in only waiting for the one he took just before attempting to blow her up. He took one soft breath just before the sharp intake. Toph launched herself to the side, avoiding the explosion yet again. That was it, then. That was when she had to strike, with the lead up to the full breath. Combustion Man's breathing was mostly even right until he seemed to take impulse before launching an attack. That was it. That was her chance. She focused on his regular, rhythmic breathing as she raced further, and then Toph kicked, and a strong stream of sand rose from the ground, right in front of Combustion Man. It broke his focus and it struck him in the stomach. He wore no armor, yet that blow hadn't been strong enough to leave him breathless. Oh, but Toph had a few ideas on how to achieve that. Again, she rushed towards the wall, but this time it seemed Combustion Man predicted what she'd try to do. He was faster this time, taking his 2 breaths too quickly for Toph to fight back effectively against the upcoming explosion. She broke her race and used her bending to launch herself away just before Combustion Man's newest outburst nearly leveled the wall she had been close to. The audience screamed. Those within the area of the explosion seemed terrified. Those who weren't only gazed at the large hole on the wall in wonderment, and Toph reached the other end of the ring, yanking off another spike that she fashioned into a much smaller shield. Combustion Man shot a new explosive blast towards her, and Toph raced away from it. She was sure she wouldn't be able to dodge forever, but she needed to do so for now. She had the chance to make a move again, mid-sprint, so she kicked and, in the process, slapped a stream of sand straight into Combustion Man's face just before he could take his stronger breath. Furious, he had shot another explosive blast towards her, yet the slippery earthbender managed to run past the natural trajectory of the explosion. She was close enough now. Just another moment. He hadn't taken her for granted, but he certainly hadn't expected the earthbending girl to be such a hassle either. Her movements were predictable only at times, and the unpredictable ones could be, to Combustion Man's utter surprise, actually dangerous. He suspected she had wanted to use that new shield to fend off the explosions, and yet it was so small, a mere disc, where she could have crafted something that occupied a far larger area than that. It was no shield. She meant to throw it. She would use it as a projectile, just as she had used the last one. He drew a soft breath, and Toph, without losing a beat, screamed and launched her disc as powerfully as she could manage. Only to find Combustion Man had jumped out of the way, without gathering the power needed for his explosive bending this time around. Instead, he gathered it in full mid-jump, and he launched one more explosion, mercilessly, straight towards Toph as she was caught in the momentum of her own motions. "Oh, shit!" Sokka gasped, clasping the edge of the balcony as soon as he understood Combustion Man's intent. Azula covered her mouth with her free hand at first, and then she buried her whole face in it, once the explosion was set off right where the earthbender had been moments before. The whole crowd fell silent, not even Combustion Man's staunchest supporters could seem to utter a sound. The fire and smoke receded slowly, and Sokka gasped when there was nothing but shifted, scorched sand where Toph had stood before. There was no sign of the earthbender. There was no way he had incinerated her so fast she was completely gone. He wasn't stupid enough to believe that, and as it turned out, neither was Combustion Man. Azula frowned upon hearing another explosion, and then another. Upon finally daring look again, she found Combustion Man was casting off his explosions violently throughout the ring, shaking the sand, and the whole building, with each of them. The excited crowd now seemed terrified, aware that Combustion Man would stop at nothing to find his foe. "She's underground?" Azula finally dared ask. Sokka shrugged, gritting his teeth. "I hope so. She'd better be," he whispered, running a hand over his hair. "But if she is, he's going to catch her eventually," Azula said, shaking her head. Another blast, and sand shot off in all directions, and not by Toph's bending, and if he does, he's going to set her on fire or worse. "I know, but maybe she has a plan. A better one, this time," Sokka mumbled. And yet it wasn't as though Toph's plans so far had been all that bad. Truthfully, she had done well, perhaps better than Sokka remembered from any of her previous performances. She was reading her enemy beyond her earthbending skills, predicting his movements, interpreting each inflection, each likely tactic he'd rely on. The problem was, however, that Combustion Man was doing the same thing. The explosive firebender was most unwilling to let the earthbender defeat him, and no matter how strong or smart a plan might be, he had likely seen through it long before it could be enacted. How on earth could someone ever defeat him? Could it even be done? If Toph was struggling this badly when she was in her best shape, could Sokka ever hope to measure up to that behemoth? It was but a secondary concern right now, Sokka knew so, and yet it crossed his mind nonetheless. He couldn't hide the way Toph did. He couldn't craft shields from the ground or shift the spikes in the walls for such a purpose. How did anyone fight that guy? He had hoped, so far, that perhaps the rest of the gladiators Combustion Man had faced wouldn't be on the same level as Toph was, but was Toph on the same level as Combustion Man? Could she ever hope to be? Combustion Man continued to shoot attacks seemingly at random, searching for Toph underneath the sand. Her absence so far suggested she was hiding someplace beyond Combustion Man's reach, or, perhaps, she was hiding someplace Combustion Man wouldn't shoot at, unless he wanted to risk losing his footing. A hand shot up through the sand and clasped his metal foot. Combustion Man hesitated, only for a second, before his prosthetic was bent out of shape violently. He attempted to kick at his enemy at first, but Toph remained mostly submerged, and while her hand was squashed against the sand, she didn't stop clasping his foot, pulling at it, tearing it from the man's stump as harshly as she could. Until Combustion Man used his left leg to jump. In the process, he left behind his prosthetic in Toph's hold. And then he turned around in midair and shot a violent blast straight to the spot he had been standing on before. The explosion was too close to his body for comfort, but it didn't reach him. It might have hurt his right leg if only he'd still had a full limb, but he had lost it long ago, and he had made do without it since then. Only, now that he lacked his prosthetic, his landing proved much more difficult to stick, and he wound up rolling on the ground before pushing himself to a crouching position, glaring at the smoking spot where he had launched his last attack. She had succeeded at taking one of his prosthetics, there was no point in denying that. Yet that was as far as her ambitions to defeat him would go. The explosion had tossed aside a lot of sand, and it had left the small earthbender at its very bottom, trembling violently, no longer holding the twisted prosthetic she had managed to steal for herself. The sand had shielded her from the worst of the burns, and yet the impact of the explosion had stunned her. She couldn't hear, she couldn't feel anything, at least, anything other than the pain that clung to her strained body. Had she broken any bones? Were her wounds superficial, and yet sharply painful? She had managed to deal damage to Combustion Man, just as much damage as Sokka had in Gladiator Brawl, so surely that had to count for something. She reached for the prosthetic again, willfully ignoring how hot it was after that explosion. She pushed it with one hand, shifting it, changing its form. Whatever he tried to do next, she'd be ready to deliver the final blow. Combustion Man scowled when Topha's countdown was interrupted. She wasn't unconscious yet. He crawled slowly towards the crater he had left in the ring, only to spot that girl right there, just where he had glimpsed her, yet her hand was moving. It was shifting. It was transforming his prosthetic into a metal hammer. He wasted no time. His sharp breath intake convinced Toph to kick at where he crouched, and he lost balance. His newest explosion was shot off upwards, hitting the solid columns of the building, and even shattering the glass roof of the dome. Toph quickly shielded herself with a coating of sand, whereas Combustion Man only managed to protect his body from the falling crystals by shrinking in his frame, using his metal hand to protect his face and torso. Even then, a few of the crystals sank in his skin, and he cursed loudly for it. His deep, dour voice seemed as potent and terrifying as his explosions, and it became clearer yet that Toph, whether intentionally or not, had pushed Combustion Man further than any other gladiator before her. The wounds he had taken now could be considered his own doing, but she didn't intend to stop inflicting damage yet, if she could help it. She struggled to stand up. A trickle of blood over her face revealed that, in one of many impacts, she had taken a head wound. She snarled and shook her head. Finding her bearings wasn't easy, but she had to try anyways. She tried to launch herself out of the crater, but she was so groggy she could barely keep her footing on the sand stream she tried to conjure. It fell apart halfway through, and she stumbled where she was. No, she had to keep going. She was the first one to push Combustion Man this far. He had caused injuries to himself. She had to keep going, to keep pushing, to. A hand clasped her neck and launched her through the ring. With her senses as muddled as they were, she hadn't even noticed Combustion Man had reached her. She was flung into what was left of a pile of wooden furniture, taking harsh new wounds to her back and legs as she rolled on the sand. So much pain, slowly bursting through her body after that terrible impact. Even if he had released her neck quickly, she almost felt as though Combustion Man's fingers were still clawing at her. She coughed, struggling to push herself to her feet again, but her body wouldn't respond anymore. Why wouldn't it respond? Why couldn't she set out to finish the fight the proper way? She was so close, so much closer than everyone else had been. She had left her makeshift hammer behind. She only realized that now, only understanding then that Combustion Man's course of action was meant to part her from her newly acquired weapon. Oh, well, so be it. She pulled herself up, stumbling as she started on her way to the wall again. She'd do it. She'd make a new hammer while she had a chance. She could do it with any of those spikes. A sharp intake of breath. Toph merely had an instant to wave a hand around herself, conjuring a lesser wall than she had intended. It wasn't enough to protect her from the violent explosion that caught her next. Her body slammed into the wall, again mere inches from the nearest spike. And yet she couldn't pull up and reach for it. No, she had to. She couldn't falter now. Not when the stakes were so high. This couldn't be it. This couldn't be the fight she would fall in. Her awareness of the likelihood that one day she wouldn't be strong enough to beat some enemy hadn't dimmed, not in the least, but she didn't want it to be that very day. She hadn't meant to lose, not now, not in a damn gladiator fight. She clenched her teeth, struggling to so much as raise a hand, to reach for the metal spike beside her. And then she heard that sharp intake of breath once again. The time is up. The words didn't quite register in Topha's mind, not until Combustion Man released that breath and no explosion accompanied it. A mild cheer ran through the stands, though it was so gentle it would seem as though there were only 100 people, at best, in the stands, rather than the thousands who had made it incredibly difficult to walk to the standby room. No matter how they might have loved violence, that day's fight had been too much, even for them. Toph breathed out slowly, trying to calm down. But the more she tried to ignore her body's frequent stings and unnatural pulsations, the more they made themselves known. She wasn't ready to endure this kind of pain. She knew as much. So many flawless victories, so few struggles, had left her ill-equipped for handling less than favorable results in her fights, on just about every level possible. She gritted her teeth, hanging her head weakly, waiting for a verdict that she knew wouldn't favor her. No, There was no way taking Combustion Man's prosthetic leg, and having pushed him into making mistakes as serious as breaking the ceiling's glass, would be enough to award her the victory. She didn't need to wait to hear it. She only nestled where she did, eyes closed, still drawing in those steady, slow breaths, knowing the staff members would rush in to help them both sooner than later. Once the verdict was announced, and it wouldn't be long before it was. After much deliberation. And there it was. Much deliberation, he'd said? What bullshit. It hadn't taken them over a minute. The judges have decided to award today's victory to Combustion Man, Toph mouthed, mere instants before the judge in charge finally spoke into the megaphone. Combustion Man. The Wild Firebenders fans rejoiced for the news, yet it seemed even they were bothered by the manner in which their champion had attained victory this time. He had taken more wounds than ever before, and he had even put the audience itself at risk many times with his uncontrolled explosions. Some of the nobles who only relished in violence as long as it wasn't directed towards them would be likely to protest against the way the fight had unfolded, demanding compensation for whatever discomfort they had experienced in the safety of the stands, whether they supported Toph or Combustion Man himself. The staff members rushed towards the gladiators, though they hesitated before reaching for Combustion Man to help him walk. Not only was he quite heavy, but they'd never had to touch him before. He was likely too large altogether for the only stretchers they had available, and Combustion Man had scoffed at the mere notion of climbing onto any of them. Instead, he had grasped the shoulder of the nearest staff member and pushed him towards the metal grid that led to the standby room. 2 more staff members rushed in to support him too, for the first guy had nearly faltered when the large gladiator had attempted to use him as a human crutch. 3 others made their way to Toph, offering her a stretcher, and as humiliating as it might have seemed to her, merely a month back, she accepted their offer without complaint this time, wincing as she climbed atop it. Just how many wounds had she taken? Just how bad was her shape? She could feel the blood that trickled down her face, also down her nose. At some point in the many impacts it seemed she had taken enough damage to break her nasal blood vessels. It was no triumphant fight, no grand event to celebrate, whether for herself or for her foe. Never before had he been so close to defeat, to losing the winning streak he had cultivated for years. This was but a warning sign for Combustion Man, a wake-up call. Either he sharpened up further, or his next fight might not be as successful as they always were. Would it be Toph who defeated him, if they crossed blows anew? Would she get a rematch, and strike down the first person to ever defeat her? The first person to ever defeat her, it wasn't entirely true, she knew. Angela and Sokka had defeated her in the race just as well. And this, somehow, didn't feel quite as unsettling as that had. Maybe because she had learned a thing or two from her many mistakes after that chaotic race, maybe because she had changed a lot after the events at the factory. She had been defeated, though. That wasn't up for contest. Her perfect streak, after defending it for years, it had come to an end. And while pain permeated her body, as the staff members rushed her to a waiting room to see to her wounds, she realized that pain stopped short before reaching her heart. She was still alive. She still had a chance to fight again. She could rise anew, and confront Combustion Man someday, when the time was right, when she was ready. She would learn from today's mistakes, she would do better next time. For, as much as she had spent years believing otherwise, losing once hadn't been, despite it all, the end of the world for her. She didn't feel like a failure for it, even if some corners of her mind seemed to declare that she was. She didn't think she had performed poorly, no matter if she hadn't attained victory. Was this how he often felt? Was this what Sokka had clung to for all those years, the certainty that he could do better if he tried again? If so, it wasn't such an awful feeling. Not really. An unexpected smile tugged weakly at the corners of her lips once she was safely carried into the standby room, as understanding finally dawned on her very soul. There might have been much more value to losing than she had ever wanted to believe there was. I am sorry, General Zhao spoke awkwardly, casting wary glances at the short, stout man that sat beside him in the sponsor's balcony. He was more than used to being the winning sponsor, but not quite so used to it when his rival was none other than the Fire Lord's brother. Iroha's head was hung, his shoulders squared. He had torn his eyes from the fight more times than ever before, called for his gladiator under his breath, Tears had even surged in his eyes upon glimpsing her broken form in that crater, and later against the wall. He couldn't believe it yet. None of it made any sense. Toph was so strong, she had gone so far, delivered far more damage to Combustion Man than any other fighter had, and yet she had taken much more damage than him. How severe had it been? He barely wanted to know. He had put her up to this, fool that he was, willfully expecting that his trust and faith in his gladiator would be enough to bring her overwhelming victory, and this was what she had attained instead. Wounds, pain, and a blemish over her pristine gladiator record that she would never be able to shake off. Would she ever forgive him for setting her on this path? Albeit for his foolish, pointless attempts to assert their superiority above Azula, yes, he had trusted they would defeat Combustion Man, but that even if they failed to do so, Toph would have already defeated the Blue Wolf beforehand. That even if she couldn't win against the strongest of gladiators, she'd have one more triumph, one last kick against the Blue Wolf and his sponsor's aspirations to overcome the walls that encased them in place with all their ambitions. And now, instead, they faced the wholly opposite situation. Instead, those two were safe and sound, while Toph was broken and defeated by a man who had only taken superficial wounds, and who would merely have to waste money to buy a new prosthetic leg. The only loser in this situation was Toph, and by extension, Iroh himself. He should have just waited. He should have just waited for Azula to be ready. This fight's outcome wouldn't have hurt so badly, no matter when it had happened, if only he had. By wanting to support Toph, by wanting to encourage her to fight onwards to forget the anguish of the events from 2 weeks ago, by wanting to help her prove herself, for her very dream's sake, he had failed to protect her at all. She was, in all likelihood, broken and miserable right now. He heard Zhao rising from his seat quietly, without further words. Iroh grunted to gain his attention briefly. The admiral glanced down at the miserable general, only for Iroh to hand him the money he owed him for the fight. Zhao was tempted briefly to reject it, but metal prosthetics didn't quite come cheap, let alone did suitable ones to replace Combustion Man's leg. He clasped the bag and Iroh rose to his feet, leaving the balcony quietly, mournfully. She survived, at least, it's better than many others could say for themselves, Zhao mumbled to himself, but he shook his head and made his way to the balcony's exit too, knowing he was better off keeping his thoughts to himself. Yet he nearly bumped into Iroh when he left the balcony. The Dragon of the West had frozen cold just before reaching the stairs, his eyes set on two people standing in the landing between the next floor and theirs. Zhao was astonished to see them there, too. Was Azula truly in good enough condition to walk without aid? She wasn't clinging to her gladiator, but to the stairs handrail. And they both stared right back at Iroh, who, despite Zhao couldn't see his face right now, seemed to be livid over their very presence in the building. "Uncle," Azula managed to say, but her word only caused Iroh to scoff and storm towards the stairs. A spark of fire had danced in the air where he had released his breath, product of his angry reaction mere instants ago. Azula closed her eyes and sighed, raising her hand to her forehead. Sokka, regardless of Zhao's presence, reached for her uninjured shoulder reassuringly. "Azula. Just what we needed. The bastard's going to think now that we told Toph to challenge Combustion Man as some sort of trick against her," Azula said, releasing a deep breath. "He wouldn't have to think something like that," Sokka said, but Azula huffed. "The reason he didn't challenge us is because I was supposedly not in any condition to come here yet, remember?" Azula said, "And yet I happened to drop by as a mere spectator rather than a sponsor today. Not to mention, since when is Iroh not that eager to believe the very worst thing he can of me, huh?" Her words gave Sokka pause, as did the awareness of being watched by Zhao. He flinched and pulled away from Azula, grimacing at the puzzled admiral. Congratulations on your gladiator's victory," Sokka said. Azula, despite herself, couldn't quite echo the sentiment, no matter if she knew it would be the courteous thing to do. "Thank you," Zhao said, nodding, though his eyes shifted towards Azula. "Are you truly in any condition to visit the dome, princess? The last I knew, you were recovering, but we decided to test the waters by coming today. I've made substantial improvements over the last few days," Azula whispered. She had no intentions of explaining how those improvements had come about, but that she could stand where she did, and hold conversations, certainly had to speak lengths of how much she had recovered so far. I see, Zhao acknowledged, nodding in her direction. I'm relieved you're feeling better, then. May you continue to improve in the coming days, princess. Thank you, Azula sighed, before nudging Sokka lightly to follow her down the stairs. Regardless of knowing Zhao watched them, Sokka spread an arm around Azula, without touching her, just in case she lost her balance at any point in time. Hopefully you'll be out of that sling quite soon, Zhao said. Azula huffed. Wouldn't I love that? I can handle myself well with my right hand, but... she said, glancing down at her still recovering arm. That being said, what discomforted her most was the wound over her shoulder, even now. Her doses of painkiller medicine were decreasing consistently now that she was improving so quickly, but the muscles over her shoulder weren't completely recovered yet. She had to make conscious efforts to move her neck as little as possible, and even then it was easy to forget about it on occasions, which always resulted in an unbearable burst of pain that shot all the way to her head whenever she tugged at the muscles when she wasn't supposed to. Still, she wasn't about to rant to Zhao about her uncomfortable, slow recovery, not when one of her closest friends was ailed by her own set of painful wounds, merely one more floor below them. She continued onwards, followed by both Sokka and Zhao, and while her progress was slow, she still managed to continue without taking any breaks, and upon reaching the corridor that gave way to the stands, and the many waiting rooms, Azula froze in place while Sokka stepped before her. Again, it was as good as a stampede, most people rushing towards the betting counter, and others running about the corridor, surely hoping to catch a glimpse of the wounded gladiators. While there was a fair amount of noise, there was something foreboding in the air too, as though everyone was aware that the fight between Toph and Combustion Man had taken a turn so dangerous they were still shaken by it, profoundly. Come on. I think she's this way, Sokka said, guiding Azula again while shielding her with his body as best he could. Azula followed quietly and, amidst so much noise and people, she took for granted that Zhao would have taken off to find his own gladiator too, for she no longer heard his footsteps behind them. A small crowd had been gathered around one waiting room, easily identified as Toph's personal fan club, going by their green and yellow apparel, as well as the masks they wore, made in the likeness of bandit masks. Yet instead of merely being concerned about their hero's state, they appeared to be rather apprehensive, too, until they started to walk away, one by one, until only one man lingered by the door. A silver-haired man, with hands tightened into fists, who had the authority and command to send away anyone he didn't want near his gladiator at the moment. The fans walked past Azula and Sokka without acknowledging them, no doubt disappointed that they couldn't offer Toph proper support and encouragement when she'd need it most. By the time the corridor was as good as empty, Sokka turned to Azula and shook his head. The princess sighed, but she wasn't surprised that he would decide against checking on their friend. Not when Iroh was, without a doubt, in the worst possible mood, let alone when he might even blame them for Toph's defeat today. They walked away too, reluctantly, knowing the outcome of that fight would bring about unwanted consequences, not knowing, despite such awareness, just how steep those consequences would turn out to be in the days to come. Chapter 233, The Ultimate Gladiator 4. She was sore, there was no denying that. Burn marks and bruises appeared to cover most her body. Yet all the physicians to inspect her had declared it a miracle that she would have fought against such a dangerous opponent and survived with mainly minor wounds, despite it had been a rather wide assortment of them. Toph had accepted the diagnosis, although she wasn't all that thrilled to stay in bed for 2 whole days, but for once she didn't feel like rushing off to fight right away. She nestled amongst the pillows in the room she had been temporarily assigned at the palace's physician's wing, and she wondered just how many people had wound up taking refuge here over the past month. She should count herself lucky that she had only needed to do so over a gladiator fight, rather than anything else. Is the bed comfortable? Iroh asked. He sat beside her, uneasily. Toph suspected all along that he was taking this loss harder than she had. I'd rather have a dirt tent, Toph answered bluntly. That at least got a laugh out of her sponsor. Warmth fell upon her face, and Toph cringed upon sensing it. Did you light up a furnace right next to my bed, or is that sunlight? It's sunlight, yes, Iroh chuckled, standing up. I'll close the drapes if it bothers you. Thanks, said Toph, listening as Iroh tugged the fabrics to close off the windows. It was a placid sunset on what had been anything but a placid day. The consequences of the fight still lingered in the air, most of them unsaid, yet Toph was in no rush to speak them aloud. Strangely, she felt as though she had all the time in the world to process the latest happenings, but while she hoped her peaceful demeanor might rub off on Iroh, it seemed their roles would be reversed, for once. At the very least they believe your wounds are not that severe, Iroh said, sighing as he returned to his seat. Yeah. I'm staying here just for the sake of it, right? Toph said, I can walk already, even if a few things hurt still. If they bother you a lot, please let me know, said Iroh, sighing. I know how difficult this must be, you're not used to lying around, recovering. Heh, might be I got used to it after what happened that day, huh? Toph said, shrugging. It's not bothering me that much, Iroh. And I'll probably just run off when I get bored of lying around here. That does seem like you, Iroh grinned then. I should keep you entertained so you're not bored at all. Would you like me to bring you some tea? Some brews have soothing properties, they might ease off the pain a little. Sounds helpful, but not too entertaining, Toph smirked. Iroh laughed. Then. I'll bring you a pie show board too. He declared. Toph scowled. Oh, yeah? Well, you've got to swear you won't switch the tiles around when I can't sense what you're doing. I can't trust you not to when I'm on a bed and you'll probably set the game on the floor. Oh, I wouldn't cheat, Iroh said proudly, as he rose to his feet again, and I'll set the game up on your bed, of course. Why not? I still won't be able to sense everything. This is a mattress, not solid ground. Toph smiled. But fine, then, fine. I'll try to trust you. After all these years, accusing me of cheating while we play pie show. Iroh recited dramatically as he walked towards the bedroom door. Toph scoffed. Who'd have thought? It's because you do cheat when we were playing pie show. Toph exclaimed, smirking a little once Iroh crossed the bedroom's threshold, laughing carelessly as he made his way through the palace's corridors. Toph shook her head and relaxed again against her pillow, closing her sightless eyes. So much would likely change from this day onwards, and for some reason the idea wasn't all that scary. She genuinely looked forward to whatever surprises her new normal might bring. She never thought freedom would be the sensation to permeate her mind if her victory streak ever broke, but she was pleased that it was, nonetheless. She had thought to nap briefly until Iroh returned, and then she heard rushed footsteps right outside, footsteps that seemed to be approaching her room. She turned her head in that direction, perplexed until she heard the voices. Let's be quick, we won't have much time. I know, but I'm going as fast as I dare. You'll be the first one to scold me if I rush when I shouldn't. I know, I'm sorry, it's just that he'll be back any second. You two just sneak around for sport, don't you? Toph smirked, just as the door closed behind her sudden visitors. They turned to the earthbender, finding her nestling on her assigned bed, arms crossed over her chest, surprisingly calm after the violent fight she had starred in earlier. Well, it's not really for sport, Sokka admitted, grimacing as Azula crossed the room while he stood by the door. The princess sighed as she stopped by Topha's bedside, a sad smile on her face. Well, you don't look to be in bad spirits. That's something, she said. Toph scoffed. Is that some roundabout way of saying I look like hell but don't act like it? She asked. Azula laughed and shook her head. You could look a lot worse, all things considered. I expected worse, frankly. Azula mumbled. Toph raised an eyebrow. Did someone tell you it was worse? She asked. Or? There's a reason we're sneaking around, and not the usual one, Sokka said, biting his lip as he approached Topha's bedside. We watched the fight. Toph said, puzzled. Then, you were worried I'd be mad that you guys saw me wasting my victory streak. No, that's not it, Sokka huffed. Iroh saw us, as we were on our way to see you, right after the fight ended, Azula explained, taking her seat by Topha's bedside. He may or may not have shot us a killer glare harsh enough to convince us that he, well, partially blames us for how things turned out for you today. Partially blames you guys? Why? Toph said, perplexed. That makes no sense. This stuff just keeps happening over and over, doesn't it? Sokka sighed, and Azula grimaced. I improved a lot since we last talked. Azula said you could say I found a method to accelerate my recovery, and, that's why we decided we could risk watching your fight. Yet the whole reason you fought Combustion Man was because I was indisposed, and you decided not to fight us, and to move on to him right away, because of that. Oh. So. Iroh thinks you guys were avoiding fighting me because you're a pair of cowards. Toph concluded. Azula and Sokka shrugged and she snorted before laughing and shaking her head. You three are just a whole other case of dumb, you know? Yep, it's all three of you, for sure. Don't care how smart you guys think you are, you're dumb. I'll allow it, just because you're bedridden, apparently. Azula smiled. Toph shook her head. Listen here, Spicy, there's no problem if you got better faster than everyone thought you would, alright? I only care that you got better, and that's that. If you can walk around without needing anyone to snatch you up, I'm happy. So, if Iroh is going to be pissed that you recovered fast, I'll smack sense into him somehow. Literally, maybe. Huh. I'll allow that, too. Azula smiled, weakly. And as for the other thing, I don't think it matters if I fought you guys before or after Combustion Man, Toph said, closing her eyes. I don't know, really, if I would have beaten you too. I don't want to lie and act like I know for sure anymore. But I was going to lose against that guy, no matter what. Toph. Sokka said, eyeing her with concern, until she smiled. And you know what? You were right, Sokka. Losing really wasn't that bad. I don't feel that awful about it, not now that it's done. I thought it'd be worse, but I don't know. Might be what happened a couple of weeks ago messed enough with my head that losing a gladiator fight doesn't look like that big a deal. Toph shrugged. I'm not even that badly off, you know? I just need to rest for a bit, and I'll probably be all good again in a couple of days. You're taking this way better than I expected, Azula said. Toph smiled and shrugged. It's not that bad, you know. I can just learn from it, right? That's what the dog said, anyhow. Next time I fight that asshole, I'll know what to expect. I'll do worse than turn his damn foot into a hammer I can't use. That's probably my one regret. I damn should have had a chance to use it, might have gotten him if I had, huh. Crafting your own weapons in the middle of a fight, definitely sounds just like you, huh. Said Sokka, smiling though a sound outside brought him to frown. Instead, say, we can come visit you again, if Iroh leaves you be for a while. But we shouldn't stay very long now. Yeah, Azula mumbled. We were waiting for him to leave before stopping by. Where was he off to? To his room, probably. It's not that close by, you guys probably still have some time. Toph shrugged, but Azula sighed and pushed herself up again. Might be better not to risk it anyhow, Azula said, glancing at Toph again. Feel better soon, alright. Say. Spicy? Dog. Toph called them, raising her eyebrows. The two had meant to make for the door, but her words compelled them to stop. If you're better enough to drop by the dome and watch a fight, it really does mean you're in shape to sponsor him again, doesn't it? I suppose, yeah. Azula said. Toph grinned. Then, we have a challenge to finish, don't we? She said. Wah. Sokka gasped. Azula frowned. Toph. I know, I shouldn't go around challenging people when I'm stuck in a bed and healing from a bunch of wounds. Toph chuckled. But I won't be here that long, will I? Iroh is probably going to challenge you guys as soon as I'm ready to, if you're right about him being pissed. I'm just saying, why not? I don't have a victory streak to worry about anymore, and I owe you guys a fight anyway. Sokka told me, back then, that he was going to kick my ass for breaking your wrist in the race, right? Well, yeah, I did. Sokka said, pouting stubbornly. Azula scoffed and glanced at the earthbender. That's something you can do once you're really recovered. And even then, you're sure you want to fight Sokka next? Why not? Toph relaxed on her pillow, closing her eyes. I guess if you guys want to wait that's fine too, but you'll fight me eventually, won't you? I'm not trying to boost your egos here, but can't think of anyone I'd want to fight more than you two. Well, we might not stick around very long, right? Sokka mumbled, glancing at Azula with uncertainty. Toph frowned. It might be a good idea to finish the challenge before we leave. What's that supposed to mean? You guys going on a trip somewhere? she asked. Once my father decides I'm ready to go, yes, Angela admitted, biting her lip. We'll be relocating, permanently, to the colonies in a few months, likely. The heck? Said Toph, snorting and shaking her head. Well, hell, no. If you two are running off into the sunset, then I'll fight you in the dome, dog. You're taking me on as soon as I'm out of here. So demanding. Angela smiled. Well, we'll see, Toph. I don't think Iroh should be that eager to send you to the ring yet, but if he issues a challenge against us, I guess we'll accept it. If you are not fully recovered by then, Sokka can go easy on you. What? Did you just say? Hey. Get back here, spicy. Go easy on me. As if. What bullshit is that? Toph bellowed, as both Sokka and Angela laughed while slipping out of the room quickly. They snuck into an empty, nearby room, waiting patiently there until they heard Iroh returning. Hopefully Toph wouldn't give away that they'd been there until they were long gone. If she did at all, that was. As soon as the old general's footsteps passed them by, and the bedroom's door closed behind him, the two lovers snuck out as quickly as Angela's condition allowed them, ensuring not to get caught by the man who seemed so cross with them both. Iroh sighed as he reached Toph's bedside, setting down the teapot and the portable Pai-Sho board on the mattress at first. He started working on the tea quietly while Toph waited, just as silently, for him to say something, and it seemed he wouldn't. She had a good idea as to why that was the case. Did you notice? Toph asked. Iroh sighed again. I'm no fool. They, on the other hand, might be utter fools indeed. Iroh huffed. Despite herself, Toph smiled. They think you're pissed because they got to see my fight, are they right? She asked. Iroh held his silence as he warmed the teapot with his own hands. I'll just tell you what I told them, you three are dumb as bricks. That's. Iroh said, glancing at Toph with uncertainty. That's how it is. Just accept it, Toph grinned, closing her eyes. She couldn't even walk on her own by the time I talked with her. She was barely starting to recover. There's nothing wrong with her being better now, is there? If she had the intentions of watching your fight, it meant she could have been there to sponsor Sokka anyways, and whether I beat him or not, I would have lost against Combustion Man when I fought him, eventually, Toph said, simply. Iroh frowned, lowering his gaze. I'd still have gotten hurt, Iroh. And besides, they were there to support me. I know they were. They probably hoped to congratulate me on winning and all, if I did, so why would I be mad? Why should you be mad? You see them in a rather different light than I do, Iroh whispered. Yep. Because I can't see. And that, apparently, makes things way clearer for me than for any of you people, Toph said. Who'd have thought, huh? Being blind's actually better for understanding others, turns out. Who'd have thought, indeed, Iroh agreed, dejectedly, though, are you sure you know them that well, Toph? Why did you help them so much back when those wackos attacked the city if you thought they're the worst people ever? Toph asked, raising an eyebrow. I mean, I get it if you thought to join in to make sure they didn't mess things up, but you sounded friendly. You were working with them like there was no bad blood between you all. Why are we right back to square one now? We're not, Iroh sighed, shaking his head. You sure? Toph said. Iroh nodded. Then you'll play nice if I tell you I've already told them we'll challenge them again, once I'm all better. Iroh nearly dropped the kettle, just as it started to boil. He glanced at Toph with wide eyes, only for the earthbender to relax calmly in bed. Why, you told them? He said. Toph shrugged. I kind of figured you'd want that. If you don't, then it's fine, because I told them we'd be the ones sending the challenge, so I doubt they'll be challenging us themselves. They seemed not to want to, anyway, Toph said, but we did make a promise in a challenge, right? We said we'd fight them once she was better. She is now. I can fight Sokka once I'm pain-free, whenever you feel like sending that challenge. Are you certain of this course of action, Toph? Iroh asked, dubitative. Perhaps you should fight, well, someone less likely to beat me? Toph asked, smiling. Iroh flinched. Well, where'd be the fun in that? Iroh remained speechless, though he took care to prepare the tea now, as Toph relaxed with eyes closed again. He's come a long way, Iroh. I don't know if he's strong enough to beat me one-on-one, but if he isn't, he'll go as far as he can to become that strong anyway, Toph said, and that's what I want to do, too. One day I'll beat Combustion Man, just as one day those two will beat us. It's the nature of it. It's the only way to keep things alive in this line of business. There's always someone stronger out there, and maybe that's not such a bad thing, in the end. Maybe it just means you know what to aim for, rather than moving around without any direction. And maybe I'm just rambling nonsense, and in a couple of days I'll be annoyed about this whole situation, but once you think I'm ready, I'll gladly fight Sokka again. And Combustion Man, too. Iroh breathed out slowly, hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't trust Toph's strength or her growth. Her maturity through this ordeal had been astonishing, but not unwelcome. And even then, he wavered. He doubted. He didn't want to put her in danger, for she had become as good as a daughter to him. And what father wanted to see his daughter pummeled as she had been that day? But Toph was as certain of herself as she could be. She was calm, resolved, displaying strength Iroh wasn't sure he shared. He extended a full teacup to Toph and she accepted it graciously, more than she usually did, without spilling a single drop although she languished on several cushions. Then, we'll do this, Toph? Iroh asked. She grinned and nodded. You'll trust my judgment, Iroh? She asked. He smiled. It wouldn't be the first time, would it? He said, and Toph chuckled. I do want you safe, but that's not a possibility in a business as violent as this one, is it? And if this is how you hope you'll grow, then I shouldn't hold you back. I should have always given Lu Ten the chance to choose for himself. After all, perhaps this is how I make amends for it. By giving that chance to you. Sounds good to me, Toph said, her smile softening. Thanks, Iroh. He smiled too, spreading the portable pie show board and producing his set of tiles just as well. Toph smirked as she sensed what he was doing, expertly setting up the game while sipping from his own teacup. I'm going to remember where every tile is, you hear me? She warned him. Iroh chuckled and shrugged. So be it. I won't cheat, and I'll win nonetheless, he promised. Ha. We'll see about that. Iroh smiled and picked up the last of the tiles needed to prepare the game. His golden eyes glistened coldly as he took in the sigil of the White Lotus, ever feeling a charged energy upon touching his favorite tile, and he set it on the board, right at the very center. The head sage made no attempt to hide his surprise as his fingers, lit by fire, shifted over Azula's form. Sokka, sitting by her bedside, glanced without knowing what the head sage might be seeing, for he couldn't perceive much from where he sat. Granted, the flickering fire lit up his beloved's features, and that was plenty to admire anyway, but he found himself wishing he could read chi, much as the head sage too. Surely her chi was rather beautiful, just as everything else about her was, no matter how much pain she had been through recently. Is everything all right? Azula asked, slightly nervous over the sage's reaction so far. As his back was turned towards Sokka, the gladiator couldn't see the man's expression, but he had noticed the tension of his shoulders as his hands shifted while hovering over Azula's shape. If anything, it may be too fine, said the head sage, laughing and shaking his head. This is nothing short of a miracle, princess. You're not fully recovered yet. No, there's also to account that you may have had a higher chi concentration than others, considering how talented a bender you always were. So surely you won't be fully ready to work with your bending yet, but at the rate at which you've recovered so far, you might be able to start a light training regime again in about a month or so. How's the chi over at her shoulder? Asked Pharaoh, who had been present during the chi reading just the same. Is it flowing smoothly yet? Yes, on the most part. It seems there are a few ridges to be smoothed over, but the network is fully connected, from what I can see, the head sage said, raising his hands towards Azula's left shoulder. If that's how it is, the sling might be more detrimental by now than helpful, said Pharaoh, glancing at Azula with unequivocal curiosity. You've recovered rather well, too well, I might say. If it were anyone but you, I'd be surprised. As it's you. I'm merely wondering how it happened. Should I be flattered to hear that? Azula smiled a little, though her heart sped its rate slightly. She had no intentions of answering questions regarding how fast she had recovered from her condition, especially when said answer would be as damning as it was. That's for you to decide. I'll just set you free from one of the last burdens of your recovery, Pharaoh sighed, that is, if you're quite done, head sage. I suppose I am, yes, the head sage announced, smiling at Angela. The crackling sound of the fire at his fingertips faded away once the flames vanished from his grasp. Does it make sense to congratulate someone for making a lightning-quick recovery? I suppose. Angela smiled. The head sage chuckled before turning towards Sokka. See? In the end, you wouldn't need to give her your own chi, he said. Sokka grinned sheepishly. Who knows if you would be able to regenerate it quite as fast as she did, if you donated yours that way. Heh, fair point, huh. Sokka smiled awkwardly. No, it wasn't a fair point, for if Angela's suspicions were correct, and so far, it seemed they were, Sokka might have been able to recover from depleting his chi as long as he and Angela resorted to the same technique with which they had sped up the princess's own recovery. But it was more than obvious that he shouldn't disclose that, not even with a man who might have already figured out their relationship, if Angela's suspicions were correct. Sokka had been particularly careful not to be too bold around Angela ever since she had shared her thoughts about the head sage with him, but he doubted keeping some distance from the princess would serve any purpose at this point. Strangely enough, it seemed no one had decided to report his presence at Angela's side as anything worrisome to Oze, yet, going by how his latest encounters with the Fire Lord had developed, Sokka feared Oze would be the next to consider Sokka's behavior around Angela was far out of line for one of his measly station. But perhaps Oze would see him the same way Zhao had, as long as he had no reason to suspect their relationship was as close, intimate and real as it was. Oze might consider Sokka's obvious feelings for Angela an asset worth exploiting. A source of loyalty from a warrior whom Oze might expect would sell out his own, if need be, for mere breadcrumbs, if Angela decided to cast them towards him. So, I'll be removing the princess's bandages, Pharaoh told Sokka, bringing him back to his senses to discover the head sage had long left Angela's room by now. Feel free to take a walk. Oh. Sorry, Sokka said, grinning awkwardly as he rose to his feet. I'll come back once you're done, no problem. It wouldn't be long, he knew, and he offered Angela a warm smile as he stepped outside the room. After as tiresome a day as yesterday had been, with that catastrophic fight between Toph and Combustion Man, this one had been slow, though far from uneventful. He had paid Angela a visit, expecting she'd need further exercise, suspecting she might want to take flight with Xin Long too, but her medical appointment had put a stop to all such possibilities. It wouldn't be the last of these appointments, Sokka knew, but this one was yet another sign of progress. Angela would be back to using her arm properly, and she would be allowed to build up her strength again gradually with stronger exercises soon. Perhaps, by the time they relocated to the Earth Kingdom, she would be completely healthy again. Pharaoh left after a mere 15 minutes. He had instructed Angela with new, light exercises for her arm, as well as the muscles over her left collarbone. While it wasn't the first time Angela had loosened up the sling in the past weeks, she definitely seemed more cheerful now, stretching her fingers slowly. Just you wait. We'll be back to training together in no time. Angela smiled at Sokka, who chuckled as he sat by her bed, grinning warmly. I'd say we'll also be back to doing other things together, but we already are. My heart nearly stopped when the sage mentioned it was a good thing I hadn't given you my chi, Sokka said, eyes wide. Angela laughed, reaching for his hand with her right, as much as the left was allowed to be functional again. It was sore from lack of use for over 2 weeks now. I mean, technically. I could have given you my chi anyway, and then the sex would have healed me, not you. And that would have been unnecessary entirely. Angela smiled. Besides, if Toph was serious about that challenge, you need to be fully healthy far more than I do. You'll be dealing with Iroh in the sponsor's balcony, though. Sounds like going there without being fully healthy can't be a good idea, Sokka whispered, biting his lip. Angela made to shrug, but stopped by instinct. Instead, she shifted her left shoulder very lightly, grimacing at the awkward sensation. In moments, Sokka had slid behind her on the mattress, gently caressing the skin around her scars, in hopes to aid the blood and chi flow. Angela sighed, closing her eyes and basking in his kind massage. Well, Pharaoh did say stimulating the area would be necessary. Angela smiled absent-mindedly. You're doing a fine job of that so far, huh? I'd hope so, Sokka grinned, leaning closer to kiss her cheek. Say, it's probably not the best idea to get started today, Azula mumbled, relaxing under his caresses, but if we do have to fight Toph, you probably ought to get back into shape against earthbenders, right? I guess, Sokka answered, though I'm not that out of shape, you know? I was pretty strong against Ruishi when we sparred the other day, even if he says otherwise. He was trying to mess with you, Azula smiled, don't tell me now that he was succeeding at it. He wasn't, I'm just saying. I'm not that weak right now, Sokka mumbled, letting his chin rest on Azula's right shoulder. I mean, it's not that I'm against training with Haru, I figure that's what you had in mind, but I'd rather focus on helping you recover instead. It'll help me recover to know you can beat up every earthbender in the world without breaking a sweat, Azula said, simply. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, I have simple needs. That sure sounds simple, Sokka grinned, pressing yet another soft kiss to her cheek. Fine, then. We can go tomorrow. They'll be happy to see you too, they haven't dropped by to visit in a while. For shame, isn't it? I know I must have been quite boring to be around in this whole recovery process, but still. Azula said, playfully. Sokka scoffed, wrapping his arms around her waist. Azula chuckled, lowering her head a little, the muscles by her shoulder tensed, but while there was mild pain, she could bear with it. Pharaoh had told her to move her head gradually, slowly exercising each muscle until they were fully usable again. You're never boring, love. Not even when you try to be, he decided, hugging her gently. Azula grinned and relaxed in his arms once more. Flatterer, she whispered. Beautiful, he retaliated, and she laughed as she shook her head quite lightly. Just had to go and prove me right, huh? She said. Sokka chuckled and kissed her brow sweetly. I love you, Sokka. Thanks for sticking with me, boring or not. I said you're never, you're just not going to stop messing with me no matter what, are you? He said, tickling her flanks very lightly, only to make Azula squirm a little before he stole a bold kiss from her laughing lips. The promise to meet again on the next day was as good as a given by now, as not a single day had passed for the last month in which they hadn't seen each other, and they would spend most their time together, too. It was a pleasure neither one took for granted, yet Azula asked Sokka to wait for her at his place instead of stopping by at the palace on the next morning. As much as he had protested with many pouts at first, he had relented in the end. Letting Azula fly to his house without needing constant assistance would probably ease the princess's mind, and as she seemed to come closer and closer to her usual self with every new day, Sokka decided it was an acceptable risk to take. All the same, he made a point to stop by Xianlong's refuge before leaving for the day, to ask the dragon to take care of his rider and make sure she wouldn't fall off his saddle or anything else as distressing as that. Those were unnecessary warnings, naturally, for Xianlong didn't take Azula's recovery for granted, no matter how mischievous the dragon might be. Few things worried him quite as much as Azula's health, and he was willing to do rather unthinkable things to help her if need be, such as how he had picked up Sokka and allowed him to ride alone back when Azula had been sick years ago. The dragon encouraged her to get help if she needed any on the next morning as he sensed her walking down the palace's corridors, occasionally slowing to a halt, or supporting herself with her right hand on the wall. Regaining her full faculties with her left was definitely going to be a slow process, for it felt like dead weight whenever she tried to exert it in any significant manner. She needed to make sure to do all of Pharaoh's exercises, and to ask Sokka for occasional massages to ensure her chi was flowing properly. Lost in such thoughts, Azula hardly realized someone stood in the corridor that led directly to Xianlong's refuge until she was a mere few steps away from him. She froze in place, uneasy, for once again that accursed golden glare was as unforgiving as ever, as unforgiving as she had made it with her actions back in Crescent Island. I figured you'd come this way sooner than later, Iroh said. Azula stared pointedly at him, a hand on the wall still. I suppose I should have checked on you personally to know whether or not you were in any condition to sponsor someone, but I suppose you'll tell me you truly did recover in great strides across the span of a single week. If you won't believe me, ask the head sage, Azula said. Curtly, I have places to be, uncle, so if you are only standing in my way to pick a fight, please do so in another week or two. By then I might just be able to rebuff you with the energy the act warrants. Why, that's precisely what I'm here for, Iroh said, raising his eyebrows. Angela froze on the spot. As much as her head injuries did bleed a lot, Toph didn't sustain any severe damage. She is far sturdier than most would give her credit for, isn't she? The resilience of an earthbender. You're truly here to challenge me? Angela asked, point blank. Iroha's eyebrows now drew together in a frown. I'm here to inform you that I will be sending you a challenge. Rather, he said, I'll schedule the fight for next week. Ensure your gladiator is ready by then. I can't always ignore your challenge, refuse it, Angela said, matter-of-factly. Why are you so certain I'll abide by your terms and by whatever you are asking of me? Ah, then you intend to disregard the older challenge you agreed to, in Gladiator Brawl? Iroha asked, and here I thought a crown princess would be a woman of her word. How do I know you are not sending your gladiator into a fight she's ill-prepared for? Angela asked, scowling. I know Sokka won't do anything too harmful to her, but if she's not truly recovered by the day of the fight, any wounds left unamended might get worse. Are you trying to punish her for losing against Combustion Man, by any chance, or? She deserves and requires no punishments for her performance that day. Iroha stated. You owe it to her, to your promise and to the arrangement we made, to see this new fight through. The challenge will be set for the end of next week, time enough for Toph to recover safely, if that's what you're concerned about. It is what I'm concerned about, yes, Angela said, cuttingly. Make sure she's fine. Whatever you may think of my gladiator, he's proven himself enough times as it is. Toph has underestimated him in the past and he has surprised her. Do your best not to make that same mistake yourself. It isn't me who's set on making sure that this fight takes place, said Iroha, raising his eyebrows. Surely you already know, don't you? After visiting Toph yesterday. What am I supposed to know? Angela asked, deliberately overlooking Iroha's blatant confession of having known both she and Sokka had snuck in to see Toph without him. That the one who wants this fight the most is Toph herself, Iroha said, curtly. Whatever her reasons may be, she asked me to arrange this. She claimed she had already told you and your gladiator, just as well. She had, but I thought you had better sense than to jump at this opportunity, Angela said. If Toph isn't as recovered as she should be by the assigned date, you'll withdraw. I might as well do the same, for fairness' sake, and perhaps it won't be reflected on our respective records anyway. But a forfeit fight ought to be better than to forfeit a gladiator. You only just said Sokka would mean her no harm, said Iroha, raising his eyebrows. Angela shrugged lightly, her left shoulder still pained her for it. He may not mean any, it doesn't mean he can't cause it without intending to. You saw him in Gladiator Brawl just as well as I did, Angela said, curtly. That, at least, silenced Iroha. Have it your way, then. I'll accept the challenge sometime this week, if that's how you'll have it. I would appreciate that, Iroha said, nodding in her direction before taking his leave. Angela breathed deeply, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. She should have appreciated her long time recovering a lot more than she had. Not having to deal with Iroha's Cold War and passive-aggressive behavior for a little longer would have been quite welcome, truly. She wouldn't have been happy if she hadn't recovered enough to watch Toph's fight, but she certainly wasn't any happier now, trudging into her dragon's refuge as though the whole world hung on her wounded shoulders. Xianlong whimpered at the sight of her, reaching to prod her chest gently with his nose. Angela groaned, leaning forward and wrapping her right arm around his snout. Xianlong's eyes gazed at her insistently, so much she wound up closing her own in response. I'm so tired of this nonsense, aren't you? She asked. I kind of hope she's fine by the assigned fight date, just to put this rivalry in the past, where it should stay for good. Can't wait to move to the Earth Kingdom. Xianlong couldn't wait either, most of all because he'd have it much easier to visit his friends this way. Angela smiled and nodded, guessing she shouldn't look at their future relocation as a chance to run away, but as a chance to bask in many glorious, blissful things together with those she loved instead. The visual of a full flock of dragons gliding in the sky would surely prove marvelous, and it was a much nicer argument for moving out of the Fire Nation than running from Iroha could ever be. Once Angela decided she was ready to go, Xianlong lowered himself until his belly brushed the ground. Angela clasped the saddle with her right hand and slung her leg carefully over her dragon's frame. It was a small movement in general, but one she hadn't dared do on her own until now. She released a slow breath after she settled in place and smiled at Xianlong, encouraging him to fly out of the building, As much as she had hoped to deter Iroh from going forward with the challenge right away, she and Sokka had already made up their minds about what they'd do today. You know, it's odd that you'd pay no mind to rumors, for once, Mai was saying, staring at her friend across a tea table with amused confusion. Is marriage making an honest woman out of you at last, Ty Lee? It's not that. Ty Lee retorted, scowling. You saw Azula, you heard the best hopes were for her to be fine in like, a year? It's definitely not been a year. I can't imagine her going to any gladiator fights, and I really hope she didn't go to that one, too. I was busy and couldn't watch it myself, but from what I heard, Combustion Man was horrible to Toph. Why would anyone expect anything else? My side, he's Admiral Zhao's gladiator and he has been at the top of that ranking for as long as the league has existed. As powerful as Toph might be, the likelihood for her to win was not great. I know that, I know, but, oh, it's just so sad. Ty Lee sighed, slumping on the table. Her husband rubbed her shoulder gently as she pouted. A lot of sad things have happened lately, Mai. How aren't you more depressed over them, huh? I'd rather stay level-headed in times of crisis. Feel free to overreact for the both of us, though, Mai said, with a bleak grin. Ty Lee gasped and scowled at her friend, rising back to her sitting position. You're such an ass when you want to be, Mai. She growled. Did you just want to drop by to mess with me because I'm sad about all this, or the other possibility to come to mind silenced Ty Lee for a moment as she gazed at her friend. All these attempts to play the level-headed, strong-willed, unaffected woman, they might just be a front. If someone could put on fronts whenever she felt like it, it was Mai. But she had been dropping by to visit Ty Lee far more often lately rather than once a week, as was the old agreement between the three friends. Was she bored at home? Or was she actually lonely? She didn't often stop to weigh her friends' motivations, for they were always so much more straightforward than this, but perhaps taunting Ty Lee was merely another way to reclaim missing normalcy. Perhaps it was a manner of finding peace, in Mai's own strange ways. And here I thought you appreciated a friendly visit, Mai said, enigmatically. Ty Lee scoffed, smiling, and shaking her head. I do, Mai, she assured her. I guess, we're all on edge over what happened. Over everything that keeps happening. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but doesn't it feel like something weird's going to happen soon? Something worse than everything that already has. Well, damn. Aren't you a mood killer, Mai said, raising her eyebrows as she gazed at the troubled Ty Lee. Haru, as well, appeared puzzled. What makes you say that? Haru asked, reaching to caress Ty Lee's hair. Now, I thought you wanted me to get a job because it'd be a good thing. And it is. Ty Lee exclaimed, glancing at him eagerly. I'm thrilled about that, Haru, but that's not the big thing I mean. I don't know what it is, or where it's coming from. Might be I'm just on edge because of what happened over the past weeks. You just need to see Azula out and about again to feel like the world's back to normal, I suppose, Mai suggested. Ty Lee groaned. So it'll be forever until things feel normal. She sighed. We should go visit her again. People should have calmed down already, and, well, maybe she's improved some more, right? She might be doing more than moving a hand around by now. More than giving Sokka hard eyes, too. Mai smirked. I hope she's toned that down by now. At this rate, the whole world will find out they're married. I think most people suspect there's something going on between them, actually. Ty Lee mused, nibbling on her lower lip. I try not to bring it up, but your gossiping sources already guessed at it? Mai asked. Ty Lee grimaced. At first, they were just like me, you know? Merely thinking they probably had something going on because they're both young and pretty, and unless they were superhuman there was no way they'd keep their attraction in check forever. But over time there's been, well, more. Like, when Sokka became the best non-bender. Azula carried him out and accepted no help from anyone else. And then she gave his fans a thumbs up, the way he often does. Really, now? Mai raised her eyebrows. It's way too much, right? Said Ty Lee, with an awkward smile. Back in the day people just thought it was fishy that they'd go to the standby room together, and they were shocked when she had carried him out of his first fight with Toph too, but this time it's just different. And while we know why it's different, they don't, and yet they're guessing at it just fine, right? Right, said Mai, raising her eyebrows. It didn't seem Ty Lee made any connection between her concerns and suspicions just yet, but it was inevitable for Mai to do so. Was this why Ty Lee felt uneasy? Was that the big change that loomed ahead? Would the secret relationship, as poorly kept as it had been, be revealed because of their recent behavior? If so, yes, that would certainly be a lot worse than Toph losing against Combustion Man, or even Angela's near-lethal injury. For all those things were bad enough already, but she didn't even want to imagine how much their lives would change if Angela's big secret was ever outed. Ugh, I don't know, maybe we should stop thinking about all of this, Ty Lee sighed, slumping against Haru. Good, then. Let's talk about when you and Haru will start having children. Say what? Mai smirked at Ty Lee's explosive reaction, amused about having made the usually extroverted and careless girl blush so profusely. Haru blinked blankly, though his own blush was no surprise, as he was far more easily embarrassed than his wife. We, children. Haru said, gazing at Ty Lee. Will we? I'm not ready for that yet. Ty Lee exclaimed, flustered. We got married like a month ago. It was 4 months ago. Doesn't feel like it to me. I'm still enjoying life without a crying child interrupting my beauty sleep, Ty Lee declared, shooting a quick glance at Uday. The boy was rather busy playing in the backyard of Ty Lee's house, using a stick to draw something on the ground. You got started way too early, if anything, Mai. Did I? Mai smiled. Well, the sad thing is, if you're not ready for children you'll have to find someone else to get you your tea this week, and the coming months too, probably. My main plan has taken a turn for the worse. The parasites aren't relenting and my aunt says it can't be used for tea this way. No way. Ty Lee squealed, grimacing. You can't be serious. Well, if you'd like to drink parasite spores and grow them in your stomach, that's up to you. You, of course not. Ugh, fine, I'll see if I can find some herbalist to sell me some, though, you'll need your own, right? Unless, you're asking all this because you're expecting another baby already. Oh, my, you rascal. I'm not expecting anything. I have enough for myself for the next few weeks anyway. Mai smiled. But I don't think I'll have enough for you. And as Angela shouldn't need any at the time. Oh, poor Angela, she must be so sad about that, Ty Lee sighed, her mood taking a quick swing to melancholy again. I really hope she's coping well, but if she's not. You don't give her any credit, do you? Mai asked, amused. Might be she's healed a lot since we last saw her, and those rumors about her watching Toph's fight are true. You said yourself it wasn't likely, Mai. Mom. Mom. Uday shrieked as he ran back inside at haste. Mai was alarmed by her son's voice, despite sensing a hint of amusement in it. Ty Lee and Haru both froze too as Uday tugged at his mother's sleeve, pointing at the backyard again, and at the sky. It's the dragon. It's the dragon. What? Ty Lee exclaimed. Haru wasted no time jumping to his feet and rushing out of the house. The dragon? Wait a minute, what? Didn't I tell you? Mai grinned. Well, who says it's Angela? It could be someone else. Mai laughed and shook her head, as she, her son and her friend made their way to the backyard. And to their utter amazement, Uday's words proved true. Xian Long was landing slowly, delicately, careful not to make forceful movements, even avoiding the flower patches Ran had arranged at the back of the garden, as well as all the new additions that Ty Lee had decided not to remove after the wedding party was finished. And on his back. Angela. Ty Lee's exclamation and excitement brought an unusual smile to the princess's face. Sokka, astride behind her, caressed Angela's waist in a gentle gesture as he grinned at their friends too. Things weren't quite back to normal just yet, but it felt like a start, at the very least. Half an hour later, Sokka and Haru had taken to training as expected, though by keeping a fair distance from the rearranged garden and the beautiful flowers. Uday watched them, laughing and encouraging the two to fight to the death despite it was merely a training bout. It was hard to see them from where the three girls sat inside the house, as they couldn't train right by the back door anymore due to all the new additions in the garden, but the occasional glimpse of Sokka's powerful, agile, and skillful form was enough for Angela to smile as she sat on the softest cushion Ty Lee had to offer. Angela, this is... It's amazing, but it's so confusing. Ty Lee exclaimed, staring at her as though she were an apparition. Even though Mai smiled, there was just as much disbelief and confusion in her eyes. Angela realized, I heard you watched Topha's fight with Sokka, was it true? I assumed it was nonsense, but... It wasn't. Angela confirmed it wasn't the first time I left the palace, but I hadn't shown myself before the general public until then. It caused quite the stir just before the fight caused one all on its own. I'm not entirely sure someone who went through what you did should be watching a gladiator fight within 2 weeks of taking a serious injury, of all things, let alone such a dangerous fight, Mai pointed out. Angela smiled weakly. I know, Angela said, but we found a way for me to regenerate my chi faster. I'm not fully better yet. Pharaoh only removed the stitches last week, and the sling just yesterday, but according to the head sage, the rate of my chi's recovery has been impressive. Sokka has helped me by supporting me in my walks ever since I was first allowed to stand up again, and while it's felt like a slow process, I guess to you guys it must feel too fast instead. Well, yeah, but it's not something bad. Ty Lee grinned, we were just surprised, but it's amazing if you're making this much progress. You're quite lucky in many ways, it seems, said Mai, raising her eyebrows. How's your shoulder? Still hurts. Often, yes, Angela admitted, casting a hesitant glance at it, and it looks quite gruesome, too. Oh, Angela. Ty Lee said, grimacing, surely Sokka will be okay with it anyhow, don't worry. I didn't say I was worrying, Angela said, smiling, and I know he doesn't find it gruesome because of what it looks like, it's more because it reminds him I nearly died, so. Yeah, I guess that's true, said Ty Lee, lowering her gaze. Mai's attention remained on Angela, however. You know this for a fact? She asked, meaning, he already saw your scars directly and you've already confirmed as much? Or is it you've grown so much over the last years that you trust him so blindly? Both. Angela said, with a weak grin. Ty Lee gasped, and Mai snorted. Oh, goodness, Angela, you're bold. Ty Lee said, are you sure you guys should be, well? For once, I can say for certain that yes, we should be, Angela smiled, I doubt I should be forthright about any of this, but, that's the way to recover chi faster. Mai and Ty Lee blinked blankly for a moment, and then for another. Angela gazed between one and the other, wondering if her cheeks were flushing and if, perhaps, she had been completely crazy to disclose this much information with her friends. Some things were certainly off about her ever since she'd taken her severe injury. Many things that used to matter so much, be it her pride, dignity, or reputation, now often appeared superfluous next to her new priorities. Why, you really mean that? Ty Lee asked, glancing at Mai next. Does that make any sense? You're asking me? Mai said, you're the chi blocker, you ought to know this stuff better than I do. Well, I am, but... Ty Lee said, and then she froze in place. Chi blocking. And sex regenerates chi? If you're having any filthy ideas about what you'll test with Haru in bed later, please don't share them, Mai said, cuttingly. Ty Lee smirked cheekily and shrugged. Fine, then, you prude. She snickered, surprised upon hearing Angela was laughing quietly. Too well, it's good that that's the secret, though. Must have done wonders for your body, heart, and soul all at the same time, right? You could say that, Angela said, breathing out slowly. And it means things will get back to normal faster, then, Ty Lee said, beaming. Well, barring the obvious. Mai said, raising her eyebrows before gesturing at the garden. You were serious, Angela? When you said Sokka will likely be fighting Toph again soon. And that she didn't take any severe injuries. So it seems, Angela said, her previous smile fading from her face. It's for the best if they fight soon, though I'd rather Toph doesn't rush her recovery. If it seems she's in no shape to fight by the date Iroh picks, I'll either convince Iroh to forfeit or retire Sokka from the fight myself. Why is it for the better to fight soon, though? Mai asked, hasn't Sokka fought her enough times by now? It's because Iroh issued an off-the-record, long-term challenge for us. That's why Sokka was proving himself the strongest non-bender in the league, Angela explained. If both Sokka and Toph proved to be the very best gladiators at their respective categories, non-bending and earth-bending, they'd fight each other later, and the winner would challenge Combustion Man. Toph altered the terms of the challenge a bit, because I wasn't in any shape to promise I could take Sokka to a new fight, and so, she challenged Combustion Man first, and wants to fight Sokka now. Oh, goodness. That's so unnecessary. Ty Lee said, shaking her head. You guys are all too ambitious for your own good. I know I always say Haru will be the best gladiator in the ranking, but I wouldn't do anything quite that crazy to prove it. And even after losing against Combustion Man, those two want to fight you next. Mai asked. Azula shrugged weakly. That's insane. A little, yes, Azula admitted, though the reason we should do it soon, well, it's something I wanted to talk about with the two of you anyway. It's part of why I thought we should see you, in the first place. Oh? Sounds important, said Mai. Quite. You never tell us anything, Azula. Ty Lee grinned, and Azula laughed quietly. Well, I guess it's time for that to change. You'd surely kill me if I don't tell you about this anyway, she said, biting her lip. The thing is, my father had assigned me as his substitute that week because he was training me for the future, to a fault. But not quite for a future as Fire Lord, rather, for a future as High Governor of the Fire Nation colonies. As expected, Mai and Ty Lee were silent again, cluelessly so. Azula released a breath slowly as she reached to pour herself some tea. The teapot had been left sitting on the table, and while it wasn't so warm anymore, Azula neglected the drink's temperature as she poured it on her cup. No matter how much she had recovered, she still didn't dare firebend to test her skill's extent yet, let alone for something as innocuous as heating up a teacup. Why you, wait a minute, Mai said, looking at Azula with uncharacteristic emotion. The princess offered her a tight-lipped smile, waiting for the reality to sink in further while she drank the tea quietly. Hi. Governor. Ty Lee repeated, her jaw dropping. Why you mean? He'll appoint you as High Governor. Mai asked. You'll have political power over the entire Earth Kingdom continent. That seems to be the plan, yes, Azula said, and Ty Lee let out a gasp that almost became a shriek. Mai shot her a pleading glare, as though begging her to quiet down until she had gotten the full truth out of their friend, but Ty Lee's wide eyes appeared to be about to fall off their sockets as she stared at Azula. I thought he wouldn't go forward with it, after my injury, but he called me to his office last week and told me he intended to do this nonetheless. So, yeah. I'll become your parents' direct boss, Mai. Funny how life turns out sometimes, huh? You. Mai said, before a snort of laughter poured out of her. Shit, I hadn't even thought of that. Oh, hell. Azula, you're not joking. You're dead serious about all this, aren't you? I'm afraid so, Azula smiled. Mai shook her head as Ty Lee covered her mouth with her hands. It won't be a done deal right away, of course. I do need to be in better shape before my father lets me do this. We have been pondering where exactly we'll move to. My father's giving us leeway even in those regards, but I thought it was better if I told you two before it slipped my mind to share. I know neither of you would give me a break if I forgot to mention it. No, we certainly wouldn't, Mai smiled. Goodness, but then you and Sokka, you'll be living way out of your father's reach. You'll have your own house and everything. Ty Lee asked, her eyes glistening. You two will be free to do whatever you want. I wouldn't quite say we'll be free yet, but it should be safer than sneaking around in the Fire Nation, for sure. Azula smiled awkwardly. Oh, it must be a dream come true for you, Azula. That is, well, yeah, I know you have to work too, of course I know that, but surely you're thrilled to be with him without anyone holding you back. Ty Lee smiled dreamily, intertwining her own fingers as she imagined the possibilities. Azula laughed and nodded. I'm keeping that in mind too, don't doubt it. But this isn't just a vacation for me, Azula said. If I ever dreamt to change anything in this world, there's no better opportunity for it than this one. I won't take it lightly, not now, not when it's finally here. Then there's no deadline of any sort. Mai asked, your father won't demand that you leave within a few months or anything? Not as far as I know, no, Azula said. Mai nodded. Then make sure to tell us once you have a set date to leave. We didn't see much of you lately anyhow, but that doesn't mean we won't send you off as we should when you take off to your new life. Said Mai. Ty Lee gasped. Oh. You're leaving. I'm so stupid I hadn't even reasoned with that. Why you'll leave the Fire Nation for good. Okay, no need to be so dramatic. Angela smiled awkwardly. I will have to leave, yes, but I will come back whenever my father asks me to. And you can visit us as well, if you wish. Perhaps you could accept challenges over at the Earth Kingdom, Ty Lee. If you ever do, you and Haru could stay with us. Oh, that. Yeah, well. I'm not sure that's going to pan out. Ty Lee said, with an awkward grimace. Angela raised an eyebrow. Why, you see, with all these changes and stuff, as we finally got Haru his honorary citizenship, well, we realized he could get a real, paying job, after we came back from the race. I didn't mention it to you because I didn't even see you until this mess happened, and I meant to share, but... a job that doesn't require beating people up, I take it. Angela smiled. What is it? Well, we found a rather helpful initiative, actually. Ty Lee grinned, delighted that Angela had taken the news well, even if they were a roundabout rejection of her offer of receiving her during her potential visits to the Earth Kingdom. It's a proper building company, but it's mostly run by honorary citizens like Haru. Many are earthbenders, and that's why he was eligible for the job. They're really cool. They build houses so fast because they're earthbenders. And they're really interested in Haru's abilities to craft glass from sand, you know? They think he could help them expand their business even further. That sounds intriguing, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Come to think of it, it'd come in handy hiring people like that to build my future fortress in the Earth Kingdom. A fortress? Mai repeated. Angela laughed quietly. Yes, Sokka has it in his head that's what it must be, she said, probably to daunt anyone away from discovering our secrets, or sneaking in altogether. Either way, he's set on that. He's even started drawing plans of what it should look like, according to him. He's thrilled about it then. Ty Lee laughed. Oh, this is wonderful. So many good news in one day, Angela, it's amazing. Ah, this must have been what that feeling was. Feeling? Angela repeated. Ty Lee grinned and nodded. I was just telling Mai, before you and Sokka arrived, that I felt like something big would happen soon, and look. You are getting a new amazing job as High Governor, and Haru has his own job too, and it'll pay so well. And Mai. Oh, Mai, see, this is why the parasite attacked your tea plant. You absolutely have to accept it now. Say what? Mai said, curtly. You'll have another baby. It's a sign. Ty Lee exclaimed. Angela huffed, looking at her dark-haired friend in disbelief. Your plan has a what, now? She asked. A parasite, and it's no sign of anything, Mai hissed, glaring at Ty Lee, who kept grinning and clapping carelessly. Curses, really, Ty Lee? Angela and Haru get new jobs, but I have to have a baby? That's the only possible big thing that could ever happen in my life. Well, I don't know, it was just an idea. Ty Lee squirmed, prompting Angela to laugh as Mai scowled at her friend. As odd as Angela's new, mellow behavior seemed to be, it didn't sit ill with her friends. If anything, she fit right in with them as she ever did, only with less scathing remarks than usual. Eventually the three girls joined the excited Ueda at the veranda, and they watched Sokka and Haru's fight while rooting for one or the other, regardless of who they were supporting, though. Sokka slipped past all of Haru's defenses remarkably often, shattering the earth he couldn't evade, and landing blows whenever Haru couldn't react quickly enough to protect himself. That he'd achieved such a level of efficiency over the years was only natural, yet it took both Mai and Ty Lee by surprise, even if it sat perfectly well with the proud princess, who could only beam at the sight of her beloved warrior. The thorough training could be exhausting, yet Sokka was still filled with energy once they finished in the afternoon. They would still return throughout the week for further training, despite Haru was convinced Sokka hardly needed any more work. From being a wimp against earthbenders, now it seems I scare them. Feels like we've come full circle, huh, Angela? Sokka grinned shamelessly at his wife, wiping sweat off his face with the towel Ty Lee had lent him. Only took you years, but yes, it seems we have, she conceded, smiling warmly at him as they stood together, right by Xian Long, who had returned at haste once Angela summoned him. You'll be back, then? For sure. Ty Lee asked, breathing out agitatedly. Oh, you must keep us posted about your big relocation, Angela. Don't even think about leaving without telling us, okay? Promise. I promise, the princess said, raising her hands defensively before Ty Lee lunged in for a hug. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Be careful, Ty Lee. Sokka squeaked, prompting the girl to release Angela with a pout. She's wounded, remember? And she's still recovering, so. From what I hear, you did a lot worse than hug her in recent times, Ty Lee huffed. Sokka's cheeks gained a red hue so fast Angela couldn't hold back a chortle of laughter as he turned a confused glance towards her. Why did you really tell them about that? He squeaked, his voice unusually shrill. Guess I really haven't recovered that much, my tongue's a bit loose, not sure what's the remedy for that, Angela said, sticking her tongue out at Sokka playfully. Despite his embarrassment, he couldn't hold back his laughter, covering his face with his hands. See, I should be free to hug Angela too. You can't be so greedy and selfish, Sokka, hugging her up all to yourself. Ty Lee pouted, folding her arms over her chest. Well, not that it's any of your business, but I always do mind her wounds whenever I touch her. So, if you're going to hug her, do the same thing and I won't complain, Sokka determined, once the surprise over Angela's revelation, and her unexpectedly childish gesture, had faded from his mind slightly. And even then, he still smiled for it. Ty Lee rolled her eyes but complied, hugging Angela far more carefully now, and doing her best to avoid her wounded shoulder. Mai and Haru had no intentions of hugging her, fortunately, and neither did Uade, who appeared to be quite dismayed over the end of the fun battles he had been watching earlier. I'll probably drop by through the week anyway, said Mai, but if we somehow don't see each other in the next days, I hope you win without needing to go too far with Toph. Good luck out there. Thanks, Sokka smiled. Haru nodded too. If someone can do it, it's you, the earthbender smiled, but if you can't yet, you can always train with me some more, though I'm not sure there's much left for me to teach you. There's always something else, surely. You are an amazing bender, after all. Ty Lee declared, hugging Haru next. We'll see you guys tomorrow, then. Yeah, most likely, Angela told her friend with a weak nod, as Sokka led her to Xian Long's saddle, though, we'll have to stop by the dome first, I think. To accept the challenge? Sokka asked. Angela released a breath and nodded anew. Among other things, she said. Sokka crooked an eyebrow as he helped her onto the saddle as carefully as he could. Only once he was sitting beside her did she whisper, we do need to add your new weapons to your file, after all. My, you mean the dispersers? Sokka asked. Angela released a breath and waved in the direction of her friends once again before Xian Long took off to the skies. All matters pertaining his precautions for his future fight against Toph had escaped his notice as of late, so overwhelmed by Angela's wounds as he'd been, even the weapons he'd worked so hard to craft had gone forgotten. His hands fell upon Angela's waist, but he remained silent, and however wounded she might be, the princess was still as sharp as ever. You don't want to add them to your list of weapons? She asked. Sokka tensed up. Well, it's not really that, he said though. I guess there's a really stupid, stubborn part of me that thinks I should beat her fair and square. If that makes any sense. It wouldn't be unfair to use the dispersers. See, it makes no sense, Sokka sighed. Angela smiled, despite it all. You're not particularly keen on being told your victory is any lesser, if attained over the use of a new, insanely powerful weapon, I take it. Angela said. Sokka sighed and shrugged. I guess. And I bet it sounds so very stupid, huh? He said, biting his lip. I should go all out to win. I shouldn't hold back. And yet, after we saw her fight against Combustion Man, I want to give her the very best fight I can. A fight all of us can be proud of. And, can I achieve that, with these dispersers? You can, Angela said, simply. Sokka swallowed hard. Just as you can achieve it without them. I'd say, use them only if you truly have no choice. If Toph is overwhelming you or threatening to tear your body to pieces, like she seemed to want to on your first fight, you should do anything you can to protect yourself. And that includes using the dispersers, like it or not. So it's a valid fail-safe plan, you think? In case I can't get her otherwise. Sokka asked. Azula shrugged weakly. It's up to you to decide, but I'd see it that way, if I were in your place, she decided. Sokka smiled and nodded, leaning close to press a soft kiss to her cheek. Thanks, he whispered, considering all the trouble we went through to make those dispersers work. It was a lot of trouble, yes, but I never intended to force you to use them anyway. Azula said you were ready to give up the very notion of making these after you decided against it over Wan Shi Tong's behavior, right? And most of our trip wound up being about finding Xian Long's fellow dragons. Building the dispersers became a secondary matter, to a fault, Sokka whispered. Hence, I won't hold it against you if you don't use them, she said. Besides, it might be better if you use them against Combustion Man instead, right? While his bending is a mystery, it's still bending. It still should be connected to his chi. Disrupting it somehow, it should defeat him too, just as the volatile bombs might. Ugh, I still need to put some thought into what else I can make of those. Sokka sighed. It's been some rough weeks. Feels like everything's piled up. Yeah, it really does, Azula said, leaning back and relaxing against Sokka's frame. And yet I don't feel so lost, or so anguished. I feel like I can take my time with everything, for some reason. I guess I'm truly not myself yet. You might not be, but it's good if you're not stressing out about things anyway, Sokka decided, his arms fully around her waist. Now then, tomorrow we'll check Iroha's challenge and set up the dispersers as new weapons for myself. I'll keep training afterwards. And we'll pay a visit to the enforcers eventually too, when we can, Azula said. Sokka tensed up again, not to work too hard, mind you, just to make sure everything's running smoothly still, and to inform them that we might not be around for much longer. They'll have to find another sword master, or promote someone into the role, maybe. Makes sense, Sokka said, biting his lip. I wonder if Mason will be pissed again because I haven't visited them in forever. Depends on how much she's heard about your latest activities, I suppose, Azula said, closing her eyes. If she knows you've been assisting me so dutifully, she'll likely be fine with your absence. If she doesn't, then yes, she might be in a bad mood. Might even assume you were having some fun again, you know. As if Sokka pouted, squeezing her body gently. Azula laughed. Then it wasn't fun. And here I thought you enjoyed sex, even if I've been such a wet blanket at it lately. Hey. That's not what I meant. Azula, I didn't say that. Sokka squealed, prompting her to laugh anew as he grunted and peppered her exposed neck with kisses. You are such a troublemaker, teasing me this way. Once you're all recovered, you'd better beware, you hear me? I'll tickle you so much, for all the times you've teased me while you're convalescing. Oh, curses, you'll make me puke if you do that. What? No, I won't. Sokka squeaked, as Azula continued laughing. I'll just make you laugh like this, see? Totally harmless. Keep being adorably silly and I might end up puking of laughter right now, too, Azula said, chuckling against him. It'll be very gross, considering we're flying, and... Yeah, okay, you don't need to finish painting that visual for me, thank you very much, Sokka said, as Azula laughed into his chest again. Their plans were fulfilled as best as possible across the next days. Shoji was delighted to see them again, surprised by their announcement that Sokka would have a new weapon on the next fight, and altogether astonished when they had agreed to the latest challenge that had arrived for them. You're sure about this? He asked, blinking blankly. It's due in 10 days, will the blind bandit be okay so quickly? If she's not, we'll deal with it on that day, I suspect, Azula said, with a shrug. For now, however, it is what it is. You don't need to be afraid, though, we won't cause any serious harm to your earthbending teacher. I know you wouldn't. She's a friend of yours, after all. Shoji grinned, offering Azula ink and a brush to fill in the challenge, only for Sokka to astonish them both by clasping the brush himself. Sorry to be so bold, but it might be better if I do it this time, he said, smiling weakly at Azula. Despite herself, she smiled. You prefer writing with your left hand, after all, so. And my pulse with it is more than shaky still, I admit it, she said. Sokka grinned and leaned over the counter, doing his best to fill the challenge with slender, understandable handwriting, as similar to Azula's own as possible. And all the while, the princess smiled at the gladiator, who was too focused to notice, ignoring, as ever, that a certain staff member of the Grand Royal Dome watched her heartfelt expression with rather wide, eager eyes. The next days were split between training and further planning for their relocation to the Earth Kingdom. By now, Sokka's wild plans for their future fortress had been reeled back by Azula's far more rational approach, and while he had a rather ambitious project in mind, it certainly looked more plausible now than when it had featured a massive moat filled with lava, as well as a barrier of retractile spikes, albeit to deter any fools from approaching their glorious abode. Rui Shi and Song often gave their input too, for as things stood, it was a given that they would be following the princess and her gladiator, no matter where they might go in the future. Whenever they had time to spare after Sokka's training, Azula and Sokka would indulge in further intimacy, hoping it would continue to speed up her recovery rate. Her health checkups with Pharaoh were positive so far, and the head sage offered another reading of her chi to confirm she was still recovering successfully. It was easier for the princess to walk unaided, and her left arm was slowly but surely becoming usable once more. Her energies were returning gradually, something mostly apparent to her eternal companion, who seldom left her side, yet to those who hadn't even seen the princess at her worst state, anything different from the driven, ambitious Azula they had known was a rather confusing change, as was the case with the enforcers. In the end, they put off visiting them until the day before the assigned fight with Toph, and while Azula had regained much of her usual spark by then, the difference still took the leaders of the enforcers by surprise. "You're certain it's fine for you to be here?" Captain Mason had asked Azula, for the umpteenth time, after Sokka escorted the princess into the meeting room where the heads of the enforcers usually gathered. Azula smiled and nodded weakly. "If you're forcing yourself, you don't have to. I meant to visit you eventually, but I didn't want to impose." "You wouldn't have imposed, but it's probably better that you refrained from visiting anyway. If you're uncomfortable by seeing me like this, I can't tell you just how distressed you might have been if you'd seen me right after the battle ended." "We had hoped to offer you assistance somehow," said Sergeant Deki, "but they struck the factory, of all places. And you were assigned to the north, not the south, of the mainland." Azula finished. "It's of no concern anymore. I'm already recovering after all, and as far as I can tell, you've done a good job in my absence all the same. It seems your team works rather well, Captain Mason." "Why? I should hope so, Princess," said Mason, smiling and bowing her head towards Azula. "It flatters me that you believe so. Your success so far certainly speaks well of your leadership," Azula said, and Mason's smile brightened further. "It'll be necessary in the future, too." "Necessary?" Mason repeated, and now her smile waned. "What do you mean?" "Once I recover, I'll take up a new assignment, by my father's express request," Azula said, with a tight-lipped grin, "and I'll have to relocate permanently to the Fire Nation colonies to fulfill it." You'll leave?" asked Captain Youngwoo, puzzled. "Really? Not too soon, no, but perhaps sooner than my father projected," Azula said. "You'll have my direct support until my relocation happens, but afterwards I won't be able to supervise your operations personally anymore. Which means, the enforcers will need an official commander, going forward. And while I'll have to discuss it with my father, I have hopes that he'll accept my nomination of Captain Mason for the role." Mason gasped, and a general sense of awe and astonishment seemed to rush through the room at Azula's words. Sokka, standing behind the princess, smirked proudly at the not quite professional reaction of the very composed, stern soldier who had just been offered the position of her dreams when she had least expected it. "Why, fitting, I'd say." Commander Rehi smiled at Mason, who gasped again, glancing at her fellow enforcers' leaders in disbelief. "The Fire Lord will find no fault in this promotion, I'm sure." "The first female commander in the history of the Fire Nation," said Sergeant Deki, grinning at Mason. "If this goes forward, you'll make history." "You really will." Mason laughed, covering her face with her hands as Azula smiled fondly at her. All the while, Sokka's grin turned towards Azula instead, without fully intending to, without deliberately setting out to change the world from the get-go. The princess left her mark wherever she went, making everyone's lives better with her every choice. The excitement in the small group surged further as they discussed the newest developments. Azula was occupied answering Rehi's questions about her future assignment while Deki and Youngwoo debated which of the current serving enforcers would be better suited for taking up the roles of captains of their own squads, once Mason was promoted fully. It meant the captain in question was free to address Sokka instead, which could have been a daunting prospect, if only Mei-sun hadn't offered him a most agreeable smile. "I suppose our commanding officer won't be traveling to the colonies by herself?" she asked. Sokka grinned back and shook his head. "Nah. I'm afraid she's stuck with me, whether she likes it or not," he said. Mei-sun laughed quietly. "I'm sorry I haven't been around, if you meant to scold me for that this time too." "I wouldn't, not anymore. You've been away long enough that we've adapted to training without your instruction," Mei-sun said, "which, I suppose, is a good thing considering you're not very likely to give many more lessons in the future. Maybe once in a while." Sokka smiled weakly. "Before we leave for good, of course. If Azula needs to drop by again, I'll tag along and I can try to give a few final lessons before we move." "Well, that would be agreeable," Mei-sun decided, nodding. "Despite our past clashes, I must say it was an honor serving alongside you, Instructor Sokka." "You'll call me that until I die, won't you?" Sokka asked. Mei-sun grinned and nodded. "Thought so. Well, it was an honor serving alongside you as well, Captain, well, soon to be Commander Mei-sun, eh? Sounds fitting, doesn't it?" Mei-sun laughed again, restraining the sounds as best she could, though she clearly couldn't have been happier. Attaining dreams, countless years in the making, would fill any heart with the most delightful joy. Knowing the princess was safe had already been relief enough, but receiving further opportunities and chances that Mei-sun had been denied until then had shot her very soul into the highest heights of satisfaction. And it was all by the hand of the princess, who, ever escorted by her faithful companion, took her leave that day. After watching a few drills of the newest recruits, the headquarters were no longer large enough to fit the constantly growing ranks of the enforcers, and another building was being erected nearby, to host the newest recruits more comfortably. They flew into the sky on the back of their dragon, leaving behind a compound full of bright hopes for a most promising future. Yet their thoughts weren't set as far away as Mei-sun's were. The captain looked forward to great changes, to proving herself an adept leader for all the enforcers stationed in the Fire Nation's mainland, whereas Azula and Sokka had a much closer goal in mind. "I'll drop by early tomorrow." "Really early," Azula warned him, dropping her head against his shoulder as he embraced her on the saddle. "You're allowed to sleep in if you want to, though. I'll just crawl into bed with you. The fight's not early anyway." "We should be fine if we do that," Sokka grinned, pressing a kiss to her brow. "You think they already fixed what combustion man broke in the arena?" No idea," Azula admitted. "Be extra careful, in case they didn't remove all the glass that dangled from the roof. Any funny earthquakes from our favorite dirt worm and you could end up in trouble if shards fall on you." "I'll be careful, no worries," Sokka grinned, stroking her abdomen gently. "I'll wear my full armor and helmet, so even if there's still glass left, I'll be safe. If anything, I'm more worried about you. You think Iroh will be an asshole again?" "That implies he ever stops," Azula sighed. "In recent experience, he doesn't. Even now, I'm wondering what the hell he had to gain from giving us a hand at the factory's battle." Sokka grunted. "I haven't given it much thought yet, but surely there was something." "I don't doubt it," Azula said. "Anyway, just promise you'll be careful. You know what? Bring your knife with you, or something." Sokka pouted. Azula snorted and laughed. "I know it's not much protection, and you're better with your fire, but still. I'm just thinking it'd be the last straw if I pull that knife on Iroh, whether to attack him or not, you know." Azula smiled. "He probably doesn't even know I have it. He's the one who gave it to Zuko, you see. And then Zuko gave it to you." "Oh, fuck," Sokka groaned, as Azula laughed anew. "It's like walking on burning coals with that guy, all the damn time. He's always got an ostrich horse in every race, doesn't he? We've managed to outdo his ostrich horses many times so far, though," Azula said, glancing at Sokka. "I'm thinking we'll be able to do it again this time, too." "In every regard?" Sokka asked. Azula nodded, and he grinned too. "I guess you're tired of playing every game to his beat, huh? And we won't do that anymore anyway. Once we leave," Azula said, "we'll finally get rid of him, if just in virtue of being too far away for him to pester us. If we ever meet again, well, it'll be an occasional, temporary thing, rather than living in the same space as him, no matter how large said space might be." "And that applies to your dad, too," Sokka said. Azula nodded, releasing a breath slowly. "It does feel like Like we're headed for quite a different way of life soon, she said, smiling as she dared glance over her shoulder at him. I guess I should be a little scared of so many changes, but I'm not. I really look forward to this. Me too, Sokka grinned, pressing his brow to hers. It's a new start, in a way. And considering all our new starts so far have been rather blissful, this one should be no different, right? We always do things better the second time around, you said. Heh. I wonder how many new starts we've had by now. Azula smiled awkwardly. Our first meeting was dreadful. The second, not quite so bad, but not that great yet. I suppose the third new starting point would be once we agreed to stay professional and no longer think of each other romantically, which didn't quite pan out how we intended, Sokka chuckled, kissing her lips softly. Azula laughed too. I'm damn glad it didn't, she said, and I suppose, after that, maybe once we got together. And then again once we first had sex, as I'm sure you'll love hearing me acknowledge it, but it was a big change just the same, while I. And after that, Sokka said, biting his lip, I guess we remained pretty stable after that, for a while, despite the occasional conflicts, so I think the next one might as well be our weddings, right? Those definitely count as new beginnings, Azula grinned, and now, this. A new life awaits us, and it might very well be a disaster, eh? But if it's not, it'll be the greatest step forward yet, Sokka grinned, stroking her hair gently. And I could never want to take this step with anyone but you, Azula smiled, leaning in to press her brow to his, my goof of a gladiator, my gold fire. The words resounded in his chest as those she'd spoken when she had persuaded him, at the bay. The words he had been moved, and heartbroken by, when she had decided she could fight again because she had him by her side. Of so many muddled memories she still couldn't fully unravel, it was surprising she recalled that one, or was it she'd merely called him this because it felt right, deep in her heart, rather than because she already had used those words before? Had she taken to thinking of him, in her heart, as her gold fire? You know, that's the best term of endearment anyone's ever heard before, Sokka said, caressing her face with his knuckles. Azula laughed, closing her eyes. Of course it is. And it's not only because I came up with it, which yes, is a very important factor in making it a great name, it's because it's meant to describe you, she determined. Sokka chuckled and shook his head, kissing her lips softly. Feel free to call me your murderous blade, or your bouncy boomerang, if you like. What the? I would think of something better. Sokka laughed, as Azula pressed herself to his chest. I'll come up with one par with yours, I swear I will. Feel free to try, though it's an uphill battle. You'll never outdo me, Azula declared, proudly. Sokka laughed and shook his head, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. How about my warm kiss? Eh? Nah. Definitely not on the same level of greatness. Try again. My bright bender? The lightning to my thunder, maybe. That one's way too long, and the first one? Weak. Azula. If he had needed further convincing that she was improving, their silly banter proved to make a good enough case to reassure his troubled heart further. Their jokes, barbs and taunts, their many kisses and the brimming laughter, crafted more moments and memories to treasure as they traveled together across the sky. The sun set in the horizon, offering them a spectacle of beautiful colors they barely seemed to notice, busy as they were with their playful bickering and countless jokes at each other's expenses. But just as it was a glorious spectacle to behold, the spread of nighttime's mantle conveyed the message that time was ticking past them, whether they realized it or not, closing the distance between the two lovers and their awaited fight against their longest-standing rivals. Chapter 234, The Ultimate Gladiator 5. That day began like most others had, only a few hours earlier than usual. Azula had deliberately woken at the very break of dawn, and she had instructed her maids to help her prepare for the day. She wouldn't have breakfast at home, she would merely eat at Sokka's house along with him and Song, perhaps even Ruishi, if he happened to be there. Naturally, her orders were heeded, her clothes were laid out for her to dress up in, her hair was brushed thoroughly and composed into the perfect half-knot, as it ever was. Her black armor weighed more heavily upon her shoulders than it ever had, whether because she missed her gold, or because she had lost the habit of wearing armor over the past weeks of convalescence, she didn't know. Perhaps it was a mix of both factors, if anything. The sun was shining by the time she strode purposefully across the palace, on her way to Xin Long's refuge. While servants gazed at her, some even daring greet her, and being stunned by her gracious responses, a rarity even when the princess had become so much kinder over time, none interrupted her. She was free to walk, with her own strength, to her dark dragon's residence. She didn't need any help today, nor any health checkups. She allowed herself to imagine, if just briefly, that none of the latest events had taken place at all, and that everything in her life was to return to true normality, starting today. Xin Long greeted her with a huff and Azula smiled, raising her still shaky left hand towards her dragon. He pressed his face to her palm. Azula's fingers slid through his mane, stroking the strands of white-blue hair that her ever-present, cheerful companion rather enjoyed letting her tussle up whenever they met. "Ready to go yet?" she asked, failing to suppress her heart's eagerness to reach Sokka's side. Xin Long chuckled and nodded, offering her his back. Just as she had ordered the servants to help her ready herself for the day earlier than usual, she had ordered them to strap Xin Long's saddle onto his back for her. Weakened as she was, she couldn't possibly dream of doing it herself. Still, she could climb aboard without needing assistance, and that was a good first step. She hoisted herself onto the saddle with her right hand, settling in her rightful place at the front seat, and once she was safely in place, Xin Long walked towards the nearest exit, tapping the lever to open a doorway at the ground level. As soon as the way was clear, the dragon trotted across the palace's gardens and took to the sky, with a smiling rider clasping the reins despite it was needless to do so. Both knew the way to Sokka's house by heart, watching as the city spread before them once they flew past the palace walls. The rows of villas and classy homes nearest to the heart of the city became less ornate as they made their way to the crater's outskirts, where a much humbler house stood, and yet, as simple as it might appear in anyone else's eyes, the mere sight of that two-story building could set Azula's heart alight with bliss. "You can take off again for a few hours, if you want," Azula suggested, patting her dragon's neck gently as he landed carefully in the backyard. He had never been more cautious with his flights as he was these days. While Azula trusted he'd return to his usual, mischievous self eventually, her dragon's current, serious streak certainly would aid her in her recovery. Surely, once she was fully healed, he'd take to doing wild loops again, or to making fun of her and Sokka, as always, but for now he only smiled and nodded, encouraging the princess to follow her heart as she ever did. "Why, thank you, Xin. I intended to do so. I'm just saying, the fight is actually in the afternoon. I wanted to spend as much time preparing with Sokka, though." Xin Long huffed. Why was she explaining her reasoning to him? He knew perfectly well she was always worried about Sokka's mental state both before and after fights, and this was but another way to ensure he would be in the right mindset for today's challenge. Azula smiled, nodding as Xin Long lowered his body to ease her descent off his saddle. She slung her leg slow and carefully over the saddle before jumping lightly onto the grassy backyard. Before letting her go, however, Xin Long leaned close and dragged his tongue lightly over her cheek. "Xin!" Azula exclaimed, smiling in astonishment at her companion. Xin Long grinned cheekily and affectionately. "And here I thought you were behaving yourself, huh, mischievous dragon." However she might try to scold him, Azula draped her right arm around her dragon's head, pulling him close to kiss his brow too. They lingered in that manner for a moment, letting the breeze pick up around them, as the sun's slow rise chased away the night's light chill gradually, slowly warming their tropical land. Xin Long pulled away with a proud smile before trotting off and taking flight, searching beyond the crater for anything to eat. Azula watched him go, appreciating the inherent beauty of his silhouette against the brightening skies. He was a troublemaker for sure, a wild creature that did as he pleased, but he no less elegant and beautiful a dragon for it, and she was truly fortunate to have found and bonded with him. Azula had a very important plan to enact right now, however, and she shouldn't waste another moment cherishing her surroundings rather than putting said plan into action. She didn't rush, but she still walked as fast as she dared inside the house, clasping the handrail at the stairs as she climbed, walking past the first closed door and making her way to the second. She smiled even before pushing it open, and the grin widened once she spotted her secret husband, sleeping shirtless on one side of the bed, his arm outstretched. He had left enough room for someone to join him, almost as though he had gone to bed imagining he held her in his arms. Azula couldn't help but wonder if that was the case. Still smiling, she shrugged off her boots and armor. She even loosened her belt, casting it aside, as well as her hairpiece, before climbing into bed with him. He groaned softly, but he didn't seem to awaken. She settled on her right shoulder with her head resting on his outstretched arm as a pillow, and after a moment, his other arm slid over her waist. Angela held back from speaking, intending only to relax in his embrace, but as unpredictable as ever, Sokka hummed, pulling her closer to himself. "Angela," he whispered. Angela grinned. He wasn't awake yet, but he certainly had been wishing to hold her once he was, just as she had guessed. She pressed a soft, simple kiss to his lips, and he responded in kind. Oh, he was adorable, even while he was unconscious. If only they could merely relax right here, and rest for days, or weeks instead. He truly tempted her to forsake everything she had ever privileged and prioritized, and she couldn't even resent him for that. So she relaxed, their faces less than an inch away from each other's, their breaths mingling, their arms and legs locking the other in place. They rested for at least 2 hours, during which Angela dozed off with him, at such peace she could easily forget everything they would be facing that day, ever basking in the freedom of their shared haven. Naturally, she only woke when Sokka did, relishing in a familiar feeling. His arm was dormant, just as much of his body had been, when they had woken together after consummating their love for the first time. When had she arrived? He had no idea, but he could feel her near him, their souls resounding together, as he breathed in her smooth scent, caressing her body's curves with the hand that he had subconsciously draped around her earlier. A slow smile spread over his lips, for this was the very best way to wake up and start his day. He pressed that smile softly to her lips, and that was how she came to. She grinned as well, responding enthusiastically to his affection, to the way his dormant arm, as weakened as it might be, now slid around her back fully, his hands outstretched fingers stroking her hair. The kiss's intensity increased steadily, and while their hearts smiled indeed, their faces no longer could, engaged in that deep, heartfelt exchange. It was Angela who, forgetting to breathe upon losing herself in him as she had, tore her lips away from him with a delighted laugh, allowing Sokka to attack her exposed neck instead, pressing a myriad of kisses upon it as she held him closely. "Good morning," Angela said, breathily. Sokka chuckled, trailing his lips across her jawline. "Better than good, because you were here. I woke up with you, Angela." He laughed, nuzzling her neck. "When did you get here, love?" "Not long ago." "I don't know," Angela laughed. "The sun was rising. I'd told you I'd try to do this. I knew you'd be in a better mood if you could wake up with me. That anyone feels that way about me is still a miracle, as far as I can tell, but whatever you may think of it, it's no less true." Sokka beamed, raising his head to her level and trapping her lips in a happy, long kiss. Angela's hands held him in place, lengthening the contact as much as she could, and her heart still soared once he pulled away. "Thank you, Angela. I didn't even realize I needed this, but I needed this." "Heh. You do need all the help you can get to defeat Toph, that's all there is to it," Angela said playfully. Sokka's teasing smile was too tempting. She covered his mouth in kisses upon the sight of it, forcing him to roll on his back as her enthusiasm overwhelmed him, which, well, brings certain thoughts to mind. "Oh." Sokka smiled. Angela snickered as she tugged her tunic, and Sokka ran his hands over her thighs and flanks to help release her from its confines. Well. Need another cheery generation therapy session?" "Why, interesting name for it, I will give you that much." Angela smirked. Sokka sat up to kiss her, beaming brightly as he took her into his arms again. The noise drifting from their room was mildly muffled by the walls, but only mildly. Ruishi groaned, stirring against Song before releasing a slow sigh. His fiancée, with her back towards him so far, turned in his arms and pressed her own naked body to his. "She's here?" Song asked, with a weak grin. "Indeed, and I've heard more than enough of my charge's sexual cries to last me a lifetime." Ruishi smirked. "I should have woken up earlier." "No, you shouldn't have," Song pouted, holding on to him. "We should just do whatever we want to. That way we can ignore them if we focus on each other." "How very greedy on your part." Ruishi smiled, raising her face to kiss her lips. "If this poor house could speak, I can only imagine what would it say about the horrors its inconsiderate occupants have subjected it to." "You worry too much," Song laughed, caressing his chest. "But fine, fine, you do have to go to work, your shift's at noon. Yeah, Ruishi confirmed, kissing her brow. Then you need a proper breakfast to prepare for that, Song declared, grinning, help me get it ready. Definitely. If we make enough noise with frying pans and cooking utensils, we just might drown out their noise. Ruishi said. Song sighed. Nah. Doesn't work. I guarantee it, she said. Ruishi rolled his eyes as she laughed. Then at least it beats staying in the neighboring room, he smiled, kissing her again. Shall we? The worst of the noise would only likely begin within 10 minutes, give or take, so Song had time to dress up in her preferred, casual hanbok, while Ruishi fished out one of his uniforms from her closet. He would keep several changes of clothes in the house ever since he had started spending nights with Song. He guessed that, sometime in the future, he wouldn't need to only keep a few changes of clothes within their room, for they would be relocating to the Earth Kingdom, and by then he was sure he'd be free not only to spend every night with Song, but to even marry her and still serve as Angela's guard. After all this time, all fears that he might lose his position as her guard over his attachment to Song seemed to be completely baseless. There was no one else she and Sokka would entrust their security to, as they had already assured him while they drew the plans for their impending future. He walked hand in hand with Song to the kitchen, stepping loudly on the wooden floors in the hopes that they might creak loudly enough to cover up the predictable female moaning that had begun pouring out of Sokka's room. Ruishi rolled his eyes, and Song laughed while pressing her face to his shoulder. We're not exactly in a position to complain, are we? Song smiled. We basically did the same thing to Sokka last night. There's no point of comparison, though, Ruishi declared, proudly. Why do I say that? Well, I don't know. But there isn't one. I refuse to acknowledge one. His stubbornness compelled Song to laugh heartily, and he grinned at her reaction, pressing a kiss to the top of her head as they stepped into the kitchen. As Ruishi didn't need to leave too urgently, he could spend as much time cooking with Song as he pleased that morning, though the amounts of food she had decided to put forward that day did take him by surprise as he assisted her. A whole tower of dumplings, miso soup, fried fish, strips of roasted picken to accompany the rice bowls, even grilled ribs, and a seafood salad. So, I take it the idea is for Sokka to take a lengthy bathroom break before the fight. Ruishi teased her. Song scoffed. The idea is for Sokka to eat to his heart's content, Song clarified, with a playful grin. Angela isn't wrong, he's a mess whenever it comes to big fights. You'll say we're spoiling him too much, but you are. But he could use all the support we can give him, right? Song finished, raising her eyebrows and grinning, challenging Ruishi's smirk. I'm pretty sure the specific brand of support he needs is, being given to him most generously already, Ruishi said. Song rolled her eyes but smiled. Leave them be. They both need it, we've already talked about this, Song said, raising her head as though to challenge Ruishi to question her words. Right, Ruishi smiled, leaning closer to kiss her brow. The massive feast was almost done. Both Ruishi and Song had snuck a few bites from the dishes to sample them, when the two transgressors appeared at the kitchen threshold, far more triumphant than they should have been so early in the day. Ruishi rolled his eyes, scoffing with amused skepticism as Sokka entered the kitchen with the proudest grin on his face, carrying across his strong arms a princess clad in a blue shirt she had evidently borrowed from him after their crime was fully consummated. She appeared embarrassed, to a fault, but not enough to ask him to set her down, apparently. I'm going to assume you're carrying her around just to pamper her, because I'm pretty sure her chi must be overflowing after all that, Ruishi said, gesturing in the direction of Sokka's room. Sokka snorted and laughed as he walked Angela to the nearest stool. Her face was red, and yet she was smiling brightly. She is a princess, she deserves all the pampering in the world, and then some, Sokka decided, kissing the top of Angela's head. Don't worry, Ruishi, I won't step out of here looking like this. Angela promised, waving a hand carelessly in the guard's direction. He scoffed again. You'd better not, he said, such careless shamelessness. You could simply admit you have too much fun scolding us, you know. Angela said, grinning. Ruishi raised a skeptical eyebrow. You're not very good at pretending otherwise. And what makes you think this is fun at all, princess? He asked, though there was an unequivocal hint of amusement in his voice. Sokka chuckled at the playful argument between Azula and Ruishi, shaking his head as he approached Song, helping her carry the many dishes to the table, only to realize then just how many there were indeed. "Whoa, this is all for today?" he asked Song, beaming. She chuckled, patting his arm gently. "Just, don't go overboard. You've already had plenty of self-indulgences as it is today." Song teased him. "No need to do it again with food now, too." "You too, Song? Really, I thought you were on our side." Sokka teased her, poking her shoulder with a finger teasingly. Behind them, however, Azula and Ruishi's bickering continued still. "That you really think I'm fooled is just laughable," Azula smirked, after yet another of Ruishi's refusals to acknowledge his apparent amusement. "Back in the day, you used to be a lot less talkative, and you always looked like you were about to throw up when confronted with the reality that Sokka and I, well, have far too much fun behind closed doors, to put it simply. Yet nowadays you always are ready to tell us how absolutely shameless we are. It's almost like you even enjoy talking about it, from the looks of it." "Enjoy? What's there to enjoy?" Ruishi huffed, joining Song and Sokka in bringing the rest of the dishes to the table. "I think what he enjoys is the knowledge that they're getting back at me for it most nights, these days." Sokka smirked, sitting beside Azula as Song's cheeks reddened, and Ruishi, despite his previous stern pretense, also blushed. "That, I suspect, is the main factor that changed things." "Ah? Is that so? Do tell me more, Sokka." Azula smirked deviously, leaning towards her lover while challenging Ruishi with a mischievous glare. "Okay. I think it's time to have our very healthy breakfast now. The table's just overflowing. Let's just eat before things go cold, right?" "Right." Song smiled, picking up her chopsticks in hopes the others would follow her example. And they did, though not before laughing inevitably after Azula and Sokka's masterful defeat of Ruishi's accusations. He surrendered indeed, raising his hands defensively, as Azula rested with her head on Sokka's shoulder, chuckling while he embraced her proudly. "See, we're already winning all fights today, there's no way I'll lose against Toph later," he said haughtily. Azula smirked, nudging his flank gently and making him squirm as she sat upright again. "What? Getting ahead of yourself, there, Gladiator," she smiled. "Come on, eat. We'll see if you're good enough to beat Toph sooner than you think, anyway." Sokka grinned and nodded, offering his princess one more quick kiss to the side of her head before digging into his special breakfast feast. He ate as ravenously as he wished, constantly complimenting Song for her culinary expertise, while offering Azula bites from the dishes he enjoyed most, even if she could get them for herself just fine. His constant care for her never failed to be heartwarming, for it was second nature for him. He grinned throughout the whole meal and sighed happily in satisfaction, a hand in hers, once he finally had his fill. Ruishi decided to take his leave by the time he, as well, finished eating. He would need a few hours of preparation before starting his upcoming shift. Yet instead of leaving without many words, this time he stood up and stared at the princess and her gladiator with a small smile. "You two are a pain in many ways, I've never hidden it," he said. Sokka bit his lip guiltily, whereas Azula only smiled cheekily. "But even if that's true, I do hope you'll be successful today. You shouldn't lose your mind even if you don't win, but I still remember the first time you fought Toph. Though I guess what you remember is either accompanying us to the fight or accompanying us back to the palace." Sokka said. "You didn't watch it, did you?" "Of course not." Ruishi shook his head. "But I saw the princess carrying you across those doors and, well, I feared the worst, for a moment. It's been a long time since then, though, a very long time. You're both much stronger than you used to be, and you know your business better than anyone, if that race's result is to be taken seriously. So, what I'm saying is, the best of luck to you both today. You've come too far to falter now, I'd suspect." "Agreed." Sokka smiled. "Thanks, Ruishi. I'll do my best not to let you down." "Well, I'm not quite that invested as to be let down if you lose, but sure." "What? Oh, you're not trying to say you genuinely don't care whether I win or lose, are you?" Sokka gasped, as Ruishi smirked and shrugged. "Have I ever?" he said, matter-of-factly. Sokka yelped, and both the women in the room couldn't help but laugh at the exchange between their respective significant others. "I feel so betrayed now. Goodness, and I thought we'd made progress across these years, you and I. I'm absolutely disheartened, Sokka said, shaking his head and wiping fake tears from his eyes. Well, to be fair, Ruishi's never had much interest in the league. Azula smiled at the former captain of her guards, and after all the nonsense we've put him through, what he's just said is, well, too nice, I'd say. Maybe we don't even deserve such kindness. Princess. Ruishi scoffed, as a slow smirk spread across the princess's face. Still true that you've enjoyed the nonsense, whether you admit it or not. Azula grinned. Thanks for everything, though. We definitely wouldn't have come this far without you by our side. And, seriously, don't worry. I really won't step out of this house looking like this. Indeed, I'd hope you don't. Ruishi smiled, shaking his head. At any rate, whether you succeed or fail, I probably won't be able to drop by until tomorrow, so try not to be too cumbersome for Song while I'm gone, alright? Oh, Song loves us, she'll be fine. Sokka grinned at his roommate, who shook her head and smiled as she stood up too. See you in the palace, or perhaps tomorrow. Azula smiled at Ruishi. He squeezed her right shoulder gently just before moving to the kitchen's threshold. Of course, Princess, he said, nodding in her direction. Song joined him by then, and he wrapped an arm around her shoulders as he led her to the door. You'll have to take 2 shifts? Asked Song, biting her lip, once they reached the house's entrance. Ruishi nodded. I'll probably be free by night, but it might be better if I simply come over tomorrow? As long as you think it's agreeable, he said, caressing her cheek gently with his gloved hand. Song nodded. Whenever you can come, you know I'll be more than happy to welcome you. Ruishi, Song grinned. You shouldn't be careless about your work anyway. We'll be a lot freer to spend time together once we're living in, Sakazula Fortress, was it? That goofball and his naming ideas, really? Ruishi smiled, rolling his eyes and shaking his head as Song giggled. But yes, that will be magnificent, I expect. Waking up with you every day, that's a dream. One we'll see coming true very soon, I hope. Song smiled, cupping Ruishi's face. He leaned in, kissing her softly. I love you, Ruishi. Have a good day today. I love you too, Song. I hope those 2 won't be much of a handful for you while I'm gone, he smiled. Song chuckled and shook her head. I know how to keep them in line, no worries, she said, with one more kiss to his lips. I'll look forward to tomorrow, then. As will I. Ruishi smiled. He pulled away, raising a hand to caress her cheek, before turning to the door. Song watched him step away, raising a hand in farewell as he waved at her, smiling in that tender way he only ever did when he gazed at her, a smile that would be hidden away by the helmet he was setting in place as he started down the street. In the eyes of many people, he was but another soldier, one more intimidating Imperial Guard, but Song knew what hid underneath that helmet. She had known it for many years, and every day she cherished it more. So she stood by the door, smiling as she watched him vanish through the streets, missing him already even if only a few minutes had passed since he had taken off. She only closed the door once she heard the creaking of the stools in the kitchen, and once she returned to them, she found that Sokka and Azula appeared to be finished with the meal by now. Oh, you're both done, then. Song grinned. I'll put everything away. Want help washing up? Sokka asked, collecting the empty plates, but Song shook her head. Gladiators shouldn't do the dishes on their big day. Song grinned. What if you break something by mistake? And then you cut your hand? I'd ask you to fix it for me. Easy, right? Sokka declared, proudly. Song laughed and shook her head. Easy, of course, she said. Spare me the extra work, and just go relax for a while. As far as I know, that's what you ought to be doing right now. I guess. Sokka pouted, glancing at Azula. She smiled and shrugged, resting against the table. I won't get you up to any crazy business now, I promise, Azula said. Sokka's pout grew stronger. Well, then, that means the whole morning's going to be as boring as can be. He complained. Azula laughed, shaking her head, and Song grinned at him reproachfully from over her shoulder. By the sink, here I thought I'm supposed to be in the best mindset for the fight. And you will be, especially once you know that you can get more of what you want, after the fight, she said, smirking. What, immediately after? Sokka asked, teasingly. Agila scoffed. I'd have to think about that. Come on. If I win, there must be a reward, he declared, pompously. Agila laughed, dropping her head against his chest, as Song sighed. You really should debate what you will or won't do after the fight when there's no one else around who can judge you for being perverts, Song smiled. Oh, we take no offense to the truth, don't worry about us, Agila said, tightening her arms around Sokka's waist. He chuckled, pressing a quick kiss to the top of Agila's head. Not like we'll tell you what we do or don't do after the fight, though. Hey, Song. You should come watch the fight. Sokka decided, grinning. Ruishi isn't going to be home for a while, so this could be distracting for you, right? And I don't think you've ever seen any of my fights before, have you? I can't say I'm too eager to do that, Song laughed. The Gladiator League has always sounded, well, a bit too violent for my tastes. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll take you up on that sometime in the future? When you're not going up against one of your best friends. Sounds fair, Sokka chuckled. Fine, then, fine. We'll get out of your hair now if you want. Breakfast was amazing, though. Thanks for that. Song smiled as the embracing couple stepped out of the kitchen. She guessed they still had a few hours to spare before needing to get ready for the big fight, though she wondered if they'd be reckless enough to tire out Sokka in that manner. Well, if they proved to be, she, certainly, had perfected the art of wearing earplugs on a daily basis long ago, and she'd practice it again now, if need be. And while there was no doubt the electricity between them beckoned the happy pair to act upon their impulses anew, they surprised Song, themselves and each other, by holding back throughout the morning, after spending a few hours lounging together in the living room, again discussing details about the future. Long after Topha's fight had been dealt with, they finally made their way upstairs, but not to reprise their earlier fun. It's strangely nostalgic to wear my old outfits, Agila was saying, as Sokka helped her dress up in the clothes she had discarded earlier. Feels like we're truly revisiting the past, to a fault, right? Only, I didn't dress you up like this before my last fight against Toph, Sokka smirked. I kind of wish I had, not going to lie about that. You got to do it shortly afterwards, you greedy man, Agila laughed, as Sokka finished stretching her tunic down, readying himself to fasten her belt around her waist. He snuck a quick kiss to her lips before doing so. I've got to wonder if maybe this is what will ensure I win. Sokka bit his lip teasingly. No fancy weapons, no new inventions. Just the knowledge that you'll do whatever you want with me again after the fight? That's enough to make you fight at your best. Agila smirked. Oh, if only I'd known. All right, to be fair, I wasn't strong enough the last time. I think, anyway, Sokka smiled, kissing her brow next, but maybe I am now. And having your wholehearted support is only going to make me stronger still. If so, then I'm afraid you'll be beating Toph quite mercilessly out there today, Agila sighed dramatically. Sokka snickered, pressing their foreheads together. Because you have that support, for sure. You always will. Sokka embraced her gently for a moment that proved itself too short for the two of them. He collected her black armor next, biting his lip as he readied himself to set it upon her shoulders. I'll be as careful as I can, though, honestly, you might be better off not wearing this for a little longer, you know. He said, your shoulders still healing. I have a reputation and an image to uphold. Agila said, with a sing-song voice. Sokka scoffed, though he smiled a little while fastening the clasps of the black armor. Now, don't fret that much. It doesn't bother me that badly. Sounds like it still bothers you a bit, he said, cupping her cheek once he was finished. It's not a problem, I said. Agila smiled, clasping his hand in hers. I've recovered plenty as it is, Sokka. Mild discomfort over armor is, well, nothing, really. Your turn now, though. My gladiator must be impeccable today, for sure. Oh, yeah. Sokka smiled, watching as Agila made way to his wardrobe, knowing exactly where to find each garment and accessory he ever wore for battle. She fastened his waistcloth for him, leaving it to him to bandage his forearms as he ever did. Sokka collected his own armor and set it in place, but it was Agila who fastened the arm guards, taking advantage of the opportunity to caress his strong arms while she worked. Well, I certainly will say, I missed out for a long time by not helping you out with this. Angela smiled, caressing his forearm affectionately once she was done with the fastening of the straps. Feels just right for a sponsor to take part in every stage of preparation for their gladiator. Does it? Sokka snickered, pressing his brow to hers. I know it might be ridiculous for me to say this, but I'm proud of us, Angela. Of how far we've come since, well, since she pummeled you that first time. Angela smiled. Sokka chuckled and shrugged. Or simply defeated me, that second time. He said, I guess I thought we wouldn't go up against her again for much longer than this, but it's only right. There's only 2 hurdles between us and the ultimate fulfillment of our promise, right? Toph, and Combustion Man, Angela said, nodding as she gazed at him warmly. You can take your time with him, though. You still have to figure out what to do to make the bombs usable in battle without setting off my father's alarms, so. Yep. So much has happened I haven't even been able to think about that. Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Still, it feels like something big is ending, somehow. With how far we've come. I'm not saying I'm taking for granted I'll win, of course, but even if I don't, things will change a lot very soon, right? Right, Angela smiled, though, it almost sounds like you want to retire from being a gladiator. Well, I mean, if the time comes when I don't need to be one to stay by your side. I wouldn't mind dropping out of the ranking. He smiled. Standing with you matters more than anything else. Of course, Angela smiled. Well, whether you retire or not, you'll always be my gladiator. Like it or not. I'll always be yours, so yes, I like it. Sokka grinned. If I can do right by you, by fighting out there, I'll do it, without hesitation. I'll do it for as many years as you need me to. I'll do it forever, Angela, because I'm your gladiator. I fight for you, my princess, my sponsor, my wife, and you know I always will. Angela grinned, leaning closer, resting her cheek against his breastplate. His arms slid around her body, holding her delicately in place, for just one more moment, one more chance to indulge in their love, their connection, before Angela called Xin Long and they took flight to the Grand Royal Dome. And as brief as the moment might have been, that gentle embrace eased their hearts, touching their souls, smoothing every doubt, every fear, and replacing them with certainty and courage. Once it was time, the 2 lovers left the privacy of Sokka's room and walked together, hand in hand, to the backyard, where they waited until the dragon arrived. Shortly after he landed before them, a voice called them from the house. Good luck today, both of you. Song called back to them, standing at the threshold of the house's backyard. Angela and Sokka turned to smile at her simultaneously, and Xin Long joined in with a toothy grin of his own. We'll be back soon, I hope. Sokka said, grinning in her direction. He might have waved, if only his other hand weren't holding his helmet. And hopefully in one piece, too. Angela smiled, nodding at Song. See you later. Song nodded back, grinning brightly as the pair climbed aboard the dragon's saddle. By now, Angela could make the movements far more easily, though Sokka still ensured to help her climb aboard. As soon as he was sitting safely behind Angela, all his weapons and armor accounted for and strapped to his body, the dragon took flight, towards the large arena they had grown so used to visiting across the last years. The crowd was a pandemonium outside the dome already, not unlike how it had been during Toph's fight against Combustion Man. Only, this time the dragon's arrival wasn't an unforeseen surprise. Wild supporters of the Blue Wolf gathered at the steps of the dome, and staff members attempted to reel them into their best behavior while forcing them to make enough room for the dragon to land. A round of applause and cheering already enveloped them even before Xin Long touched the ground, one that saw Angela laughing and smiling as Sokka nodded graciously at the wholehearted support. Well, they're wild today. Damn wild, he said by Angela's ear, unsure if she'd hear him. Such was the noise of his many fans. I wonder if it's better for me to lose or win, considering how riled up they are. I don't have to wonder, I know what's better, for sure. Angela smirked. Enjoy the love of the people, Sokka, you're their champion. Heh, not true, I'm yours, he said, smiling all too proudly as Angela bit back a heartfelt grin. He climbed off the saddle first, offering his hand to Angela as she dismounted, despite she could step off Xin Long far more easily these days. Together they walked to the steps, smiling and nodding towards their wild supporters, all the way to where the staff members opened the doors to yet another bustling vestibule. The people within the dome bowed and Agila ordered them to stand. The curtsying was all too familiar, all too natural, at this point in time. Together, the princess and her gladiator navigated the public, most of which were elated, more than the crowd in Toph and Combustion Man's fight, to see them today. There were plenty of masked supporters of the Blind Bandit, but no shortage of enthusiastic people bearing emblems with blue wolves across their clothes. Fortunately, even the most excited of them seemed to know better than to ask Sokka for autographs at the time, and they merely watched as the most popular duo of the Gladiator League finally stopped at Shoji's counter. Princess. Blue Wolf. Shoji grinned brightly. It's always great to see you again, and for such a big milestone of a fight, too. Oh, I'm watching this one too, I can't miss it. That's great to know. Sokka smiled though. Try not to cheer too hard for your earthbending teacher, can you? It'll damage my confidence terribly. Wah? I can't support either of you. Shoji laughed, as did the gladiator and sponsor across his desk. I mean, not officially anyways. Though, well, if asked, the truth is, We know, Toph would always be your favorite gladiator. And no. I wasn't about to say that. Shoji squeaked, but Agila laughed and shook her head. No need to heed Sokka's nonsense, Shoji. Just sign us in, she smiled. Of course, princess. Shoji grinned, pulling out his forms as he ever did. What are your weapons today? The new ones you logged in, I suppose. Yeah, one disperser, Sokka confirmed, my black sword, my club, my boomerang, and a bomb, too. All right. Shoji smiled, filling in the form before offering the ink brush for Agila to sign her name in confirmation of the sign-in sheet. The best of luck for you both out there today. People say third time's the charm, right? Depending on who you ask, this is the fifth. Sokka reasoned, sixth maybe, considering she started out fighting against me when we were in the pairs tournament too. I guess Shoji might still be right, though, Agila reasoned. At least, if we follow your logic, it means we did win the third time around, as we won in the pairs tournament. Then you lost the fourth, and then we won the fifth. Oh, I wish I could have seen the race. Shoji said, smiling sadly. I've read the chronicles about it like 20 times. It's the best-selling number so far. Everyone wanted to read about it. I think the chronicles sales alone have made up for all the investment of the whole event. Wow. Impressive, and good to know. Yang must be delighted. Agila smirked. Well, then, Shoji. I guess we should be off now. Yeah, you have about 20 minutes still. Will you go to the waiting room? Shoji asked. The fight before yours ended pretty quickly, so you could head to the standby room already. Well, if it's already over, the standby room sounds reasonable, Agila admitted, nodding. Let's do that, shall we? Sure. Sokka grinned, raising a hand to wave at Shoji. See you later, Shoji. I hope you enjoy the fight. I know I will. Shoji grinned. Good luck. The princess and her gladiator ever walked together to the standby room, a tradition begun long ago, in an arena different from this one. Just as they started on their way downstairs, a staff member struggled to make it past the wild crowds pooling at the stand's archway, reaching the only occupied waiting room in the building and knocking on it clumsily. He pushed it open without asking if it was all right to do so. The Dragon of the West didn't complain for it, pacing as he was, and neither did his gladiator, uncharacteristically silent and reflexive, sitting at one of the available cushioned chairs, her elbows on her knees. You can proceed to the standby room and the sponsor's balcony now, the young staff member announced, smiling awkwardly, before being forced to close the door hastily. Once many lurking fans took to glancing inside, no doubt suspecting one of the two contenders of the day would be inside that very room. Oh, how times have changed, Iroh said, with a weak grin. It was much easier in the past, wasn't it? Toph was never a low-profile gladiator, but all this popularity sure can be taxing. I imagine, said the staff member, with a shy smile of his own, though I've only started working here since a few months ago, so I wouldn't know how it used to be. Ah, pardon me, Iroh laughed. Then we should go now, you say? You may, of course, General Iroh, the staff member confirmed. Your opponents have already arrived, though the fight shall begin at the scheduled time regardless. Naturally. We shall be ready soon, then Iroh assured him, nodding. The staff member's smile gained confidence as he nodded in Iroha's direction. The staff member retired quickly, if a bit clumsily, and he couldn't go too far from the waiting room before being crowded by the many enthusiastic fans eager to see Toph and to offer her their support. Iroha released a deep breath, allowing his amicable facade to weaken once the door was closed. He turned towards his gladiator, concern crossing his face. Toph. I heard him. I know, she said, releasing a breath and rising to her feet. Let's go. You're sure you can do this? Iroha asked her, standing between Toph and the door. And I don't mean whether you're sure you've healed, or that you have the talent to win. I mean, perhaps you still need more time to let your mind recover after losing a victory streak. Just how pathetic do you think I am? Toph smirked, though Iroha could tell the gesture wasn't completely genuine. I'm fine, Iroha. I can go forward. It's just, well, you're uncomfortable. Understandably so. I wouldn't feel any more reassured if I were in your shoes. Iroha sighed. They are, after all, your friends. It's not just that, Toph admitted. You know it as well as I do, don't you? The last time he and I fought here, even if I won, it was close. Until last week, it was the closest I ever got to losing, well, in an official match. The race is another matter. It is, indeed, another matter. You only need to worry about him here, Iroha said, placing his hands on her shoulders. He won't have Angela backing him up. You can defeat him, just as you have in the past. But he's not the fighter he was in the past. You know it, I know it, she knows it, he, himself, knows it. Toph mumbled. I'm not saying I can't win, or anything like that, but I can't take for granted that I will. Especially after what happened with Combustion Man. Toph. You'll be okay if I lose, right? Toph asked, uneasy. Those two, they've had to lose against us many times so far. They're used to it? Maybe? But, you and Angela, it's not something you should allow your mind to be plagued by right now, Toph, Iroha said, cupping her face in his hands. Your safety, your well-being, are my priority. You are my gladiator, in many ways, my ward. You've become family to me. If you want to step away now, then say the word, and we shall. If you are not sure you can fight, we can stand down. But if you are, then I'll sit in that balcony and pray to every spirit that may hear me, so you will claim victory over anyone who opposes you. Well, good, I think. Toph smiled sadly. I just don't want to disappoint you. You never do, Iroha said, reeling her in for an embrace. I thought it was a great honor to call you my gladiator, but it's a much greater honor to call you my friend. Toph breathed deeply as she nodded, her face pressed to his shoulder. Iroha wanted to reassure her, to let her know he stood by her, no matter what came next. And even then, her heart was muddled with doubts. She had thought she wouldn't experience anymore. One loss, against the biggest gladiator in the league, hadn't been that hard to accept. It was natural, some might say, proof she still had much left to learn, but losing against someone she had beaten often before? It would only mean he had taken his career as a gladiator far more seriously than she had hers, that his training, preparation, and hard work had paid off, where hers hadn't. Could she live with such a knowledge, such a possibility? Being unable to catch up to the leader of a race was no laughing matter, but being surpassed by the runners you had left behind before wasn't a promising sign. She didn't fear losing as badly as she had expected to. Now, knowing there was something else at the other side, Toph's heart was no longer so heavy with fear of failure, but if Sokka were to win, it would mean much more than just failure. For it would be yet another reminder, yet another confirmation, of the reality that she and Iroha had yet to reach a level of strength in their bond as gladiator and sponsor as to rival theirs, and as much as she wished she could deny that, she had no doubts it was already the truth. Could this fight resemble the race, then? Could it shape into the cumulative result of a long, strengthening partnership across 4 years? Was this what was at stake now? Was that why they would fight? To prove who of the two of them had reached their full potential since they had first crossed paths? For, if that was the case. Toph snarled and pulled away, clasping Iroha's hands in hers. The old man gazed at her hung head with concern, her disorderly bangs covering her eyes. I told him, ages ago, That he wasn't even worth killing, Toph said. Iroha's eyebrows twitched at those words. If I'd listened to Xianfu, I probably wouldn't be here now. Neither would he. And I don't regret it, Iroh. I feel like this was going to happen, one way or another. Perhaps. Iroh mused. Toph swallowed hard and nodded. I've given him someone to chase, to hunt after, for years, Toph said. He's become stronger for many reasons, I bet, but surely he always wanted to defeat me one day. And while it's good you're no longer so afraid of losing, Toph, you know you are capable of more today than you were when you last fought him here, Iroh said. You're a metal bender now, no less. I know. But even that might not be enough, Toph whispered. Iroh froze and frowned. I think I can handle it, if it's not enough, but that doesn't mean I won't fight as best I can, okay? I'll do everything I can think of, everything I must. If he expects me to back down and let him have it easy, well, he's damn mistaken. Indeed, Iroh said, releasing a relieved breath. You are even greater than you know, Toph. Heh, sounds like way too much greatness for someone to handle. If that's how it is, Toph grinned. Weird as it sounds, I'm just not going blindly about this. I know now that I can lose. I know for sure that I can lose against him. But I'm not making it any easier for him to beat me, no question about it. Good, Iroh grinned. I trust you. I know you can do the right thing out there today, Toph. Well, I hope so. Toph smiled before releasing a long breath. Okay, then, guess it's time to go. I guess so, Iroh said, offering her another quick hug. I'll do my best to make you proud today, Toph grinned as she pulled away. Iroh laughed, patting her shoulder as they walked to the door. I'm afraid I already am as proud as can be, Iroh smiled, opening the door, to find, indeed, an onslaught of fans eager for the Blind Bandit's nonsense autographs. And so are they, I suspect. Toph laughed, but shook her head, declining any autographs for the moment, to her fans' disappointment. She and Iroh walked together, helped by staff members, until they reached the stairs. Iroh stepped towards the flight that led upwards, and Toph filed to the next staircase instead. Go do your best, Toph. You will be amazing, I know it. Iroh exclaimed. Toph smiled. You're the best earthbender in the world. Right, Toph chuckled, and yet she didn't answer him with the same certainty he'd offered her. She stepped down the staircase, helped by the staff members who cleared the way for her, just as they had when she had faced Combustion Man, and she continued onwards, to the very basement of the building. She could sense them, regardless of the noise. It was the two of them, alone, to the right corridor of the arena. She was briefly tempted to make an appearance, to make fun of them for being so insatiable and reckless, but she stepped in the opposite direction instead. It was no time to play games, or to break their focus by messing with them. She intended to fight the right way today, and that meant she would respect Sokka and Azula, and their long-standing rivalry as best she could. The princess and her gladiator had walked each step to the standby room countless times in the past, but today they had taken more time to appreciate the muted opulence of these corridors as they approached the standby room. While the massive crowd appeared to be larger than life, enveloping the dome as a whole, it was easier to forget about it in one of the only locations the enthusiastic public seldom approached. The sun glowed mercilessly on the sand, as was visible through the golden grid of the standby room, and the noise filtered through it just as well. They really haven't fixed the ceiling yet, Azula pointed out, stepping closer to the grid to gaze up at the dome's tall roof. The staff had mostly cleaned the shards of broken glass that dangled off the ceiling's beams still, but it seemed they had yet to restore the magnificent dome-shaped glass at the roof that gave the building its name. It hasn't been that long, Sokka acknowledged, approaching his secret wife and placing his hands on her shoulders. He had left the helmet at one of the available benches for now, only intending to put it on once Azula had left. Besides, it's not much of a problem to fight under the sun's direct glare, so I'll be alright. If you say so, Azula smiled, turning in his arms. His hands fell to her waist, keeping her close, and he dared venture a quick kiss to further convince her not to worry. You certainly do seem a lot more level-headed today than on any other occasion you confronted Toph. I guess. Sokka smiled. I'm not the same idiot who thought you'd discard him because I'd failed you, and your dreams. I'm an idiot who won't fail you, this time. So still an idiot? How little you think of yourself, Azula smiled, patting his cheek gently. I know the race may have set a bad precedent for me saying this, but I really don't mind the result so much. I doubt Toph will be all that merciless today, but if she is, protect yourself. Fight to protect your life, first of all. Our dreams and ambitions can be secondary. I'll do my best to stay alive, no doubt, but Sokka said, with a lopsided smirk. He clasped her hand in his, and an air of strength, of confidence, seemed to infuse him completely. Azula's breath caught as he gazed at her with those heartfelt azure eyes. But I must say, I fight for you, not for myself. We're a team, the best there is, and I didn't come all this way on my own. Without you beside me, watching over me, I'd never have come this far. There's never been a better sponsor. And no better gladiator either. Azula smiled, leaning close to press her lips to his. Whatever happens out there now, never forget I'm proud of you. To call you my gladiator, to call you my husband, too. I'm just as proud of you, my amazing sponsor and beloved wife. Sokka grinned, taking her hand into his to press a soft kiss to her knuckles. We've come all this way, might as well go all out and show the world what we're made of, eh? Indeed, we shall. Azula grinned, she pressed her brow to his, in that comforting gesture they ever relished in. Naturally, that wasn't enough for either of them. A heartfelt embrace soon led into a deep, undying kiss, as the shroud of darkness within the standby room, ever a witness to their many mischievous escapades, kept them hidden away from the ferocious crowds that could be heard, chanting for Sokka, even now. As unwilling as she was to part with him, Azula still dared step away after their kiss broke, smiling fondly at Sokka as she stepped towards the corridor's archway. Their hands remained linked, and even when the fingers finally parted from the other, neither dared lower their arms yet. See you later, Sokka. Azula smiled. He grinned just as warmly, right back. See you, Azula, he spoke, his voice strong and unabashedly proud. Just as the first time, just as many times before, she would head to the heights of the building, while he remained at its lowest point. Yet the trust they had nurtured for years, the strength of a powerful bond that had stood against countless tests, had changed them profoundly. No matter how far away they might be from each other, they fought their every battle together, and as they spoke words they had spoken many times in the past, uttering each other's name with devotion worthy of heartfelt prayers, the two partners, lovers, soulmates parted ways for the moment, allowing time to continue ticking forward on the day of the most fateful rematch of all. Azula climbed all the way to the sponsor's balcony alone this time, without needing anyone's support. The staff members did offer some assistance by helping her traverse the wild crowd, but she reached the second floor of the building safely, by her own strength. She pushed the door open and was unsurprised to find a balding man with silver hair fastened into a top knot already occupying one of the regal seats in the balcony. She breathed deeply and stepped forward, knowing he'd noticed her presence, heard her powerful strides with her boots. Even then, he betrayed no intent to acknowledge her, and Azula knew exactly what that meant. She took her seat beside him, as expected of her, despite she would have gladly put 1,000 miles between herself and Iroh instead. And there she sat, fingers intertwined under her chin, as both she and Iroh waited in complete silence for the mandatory staff member to arrive, asking about the time limit. Iroh requested 15 minutes, Azula conceded, and that was all they spoke as all pending preparations were finalized. Instead of focusing on Iroh and his bitterness, however, Azula allowed her gaze to drift over the packed stands, the countless cheerful fans and their quaint outfits, even the banners they had hung on certain areas of the stands in support of their favorite fighters. Some of Topha's fans had taken to covering up some of the half-fixed holes in the stand's railings with such banners, probably with the intent to make amends, to a fault, for the damage their hero's last fight had done to the building. Yet wherever someone might look, there would be wolf sigils, bandit masks, greens and blues clashing and colliding. What a different stage this had been, 4 years ago, when they had first crossed paths in front of a curious crowd who had hardly known the once novel, now highly experienced combatants about to step into battle. Welcome one, welcome all. The most anticipated battle of the day is about to begin. The megaphone man shouted, his excitement dwarfed by the screams of the crowd. The Grand Royal Dome has seen many incredible matches over the past weeks, but today, the greatest royal rivalry is rekindled. Once again, two of our most upstanding sponsors shall pit their fighters against each other, and the question of who shall be victorious this time is more difficult to answer than it ever has been. For, Even after one loss against the might of Combustion Man, the Blind Bandit remains a force to be reckoned with. She has risen into becoming the strongest earthbender in the ranking, and with her metal-bending skills, there are no doubts to be had that further greatness is within reach for this extraordinary fighter. Hidden away in her own standby room, Topha's fists tightened as she stood before her golden grid, her head low. Whether he complimented her or insulted her, it made no matter. The only thing that mattered was that her personal gate creaked with the mechanical sound it ever did, allowing her to enter the stage of the biggest challenge she suspected she had ever faced. Give it up for the Blind Bandit, the earth-bending menace who instills fear in the hearts of all who cross her path. Ferocious cheers and cries, as well as the drums that ever accompanied her into fights, carried Toph from the standby room and into the sand. She frowned heavily, her bangs covering her face, concealing it from most people's sight. Even then, the tension in the set of her shoulders was clear. This wasn't a fight she would be taking lightly. And at the other end of the ring, a challenger who has maintained a winning streak for close to 3 years. After successfully claiming an extraordinary victory in the Gladiator and sponsor race, the best non-bender in the league faces his biggest rival today. Will his streak continue onwards, or will the Blind Bandit prove to be an insurmountable wall for our Crown Princess's Gladiator? The golden grid rose slowly, and a shiver ran down Topha's back as she waited, as her whole stomach appeared ready to upend itself. No doubt this was a difficult fight, but she needed to calm down. It was only Sokka, her friend, her bitter rival, whom she had overpowered many times before, and losing against him today hardly meant she'd never be able to get even later. So why would each footstep he took into the sand send warnings shooting all over her body, heart, and mind? How come was she literally shivering upon facing someone she knew was a goofball, a fool who loved his secret wife more than anything, a perfectly kind-hearted person who had even held back from knocking her out when he'd had the chance? But there was a confidence, a strength to each of his footsteps, that he had lacked in their last 2 fights in the dome. He wasn't scared. It wasn't the confidence of a man who believed himself above failure, but of a man who knew failure wasn't the end. A man who knew what he was capable of, who had grown into a wholly different person, discarding the husk of that weak, broken man she had nearly killed in this same arena, almost 5 years back. The Blue Wolf is out for blood, and there's no doubt he will fight with all his might against his longtime rival and contender. Can the underdog rise above all expectations, or will the Blind Bandit regain her mojo and defeat her fateful opponent in direct combat for the 3rd time? So many cheers, loud and deafening, wasn't that detrimental for Toph? Sokka couldn't help but wonder as much as he stared at the earthbender before him, where she had once stood across him, arrogant, dismissive, proud of herself. Today she was tense, nervous, as though she wanted nothing more than to turn around and run away. Sokka swallowed hard but stopped at a fair distance from Toph, studying her carefully. It didn't look like she was still in bad shape over her last fight, so was the noise genuinely bothering her? Or was it something else? "You okay?" Sokka managed to say, unsure if she would hear him over the noise. The twitch in her shoulders after he spoke suggested she did. "All recovered. No need to worry about it, dog," she answered, bluntly. Sokka swallowed hard. "All right, then," he said, breathing deeply as he took up his stance. His arms hung loosely, fingers more than ready to reach for a weapon, but he held back from doing so for now. There would be no awkward conversation this time, no mockery of each other, no underestimating the opponent either. As soon as Sokka took a stance, so did Toph. The wild crowd's screaming cheers, the rival instruments of each Gladiator's Fang Club's band, and then the shouts of the megaphone man, nearly dwarfed by every other sound. A fight for the ages, a combat between the top earthbender and the top non-bender of the league begins in 3. Yet again, the crowd joined in the countdown. Sokka's fingers swayed impatiently, while Topha's fists tightened. 2. Angela's heart raced, and it was surely an unhealthy thing for her, but she couldn't help herself. Her silent rival beside her was no better off, visibly shivering with anxiety. 1. For just that brief moment, Angela allowed herself to think she was with him, in the ring, just as she had been there with him in the race. And just so, Sokka's heart seemed to swell at the knowledge, the awareness, that she stood beside him, come what may. No matter the distance between them, no matter the dangers ahead, they were one. Start. Chapter 235, The Ultimate Gladiator 6. Both gladiators had heard that word in the ring countless times, even before they first crossed paths in this very arena. All thoughts of friendship, of camaraderie, were best left behind. Regardless of how the fight unfolded, both fighters knew that only one of them would attain true victory today. Start. The sand underneath their feet tightened into rock when the blind bandit's hands balled into powerful fists. Those fists shifted moments later as she commanded the rocks to break with her fingers, and with quick, violent motions, a spree of pillars began to rise at rapid speed, serving not only as a vicious, quick yet potent attack against her opponent, but as a shield that would conceal her from sight. So many towers of earth between her and the blue wolf should serve as one initial line of defense. When the wave of pillars neared him, however, Sokka leapt powerfully onto one that had already stopped moving, mere instants before the one meant to rise right underneath his feet could do so. Toph snarled upon sensing him, shifting the pillar he stood on now. He jumped to another one just as she shot the pillar upwards powerfully, and then another, and then another. Toph had used this tactic against other foes in the past, but it seemed he had somehow anticipated it. Or perhaps his instincts were spot on regarding how to counter her attacks now. Toph continued to shoot the earth pillars upwards erratically, guessing she'd get him eventually. No matter how fast he could be, his rhythm would be thrown off once he landed in the wrong place, or with the wrong leg or ankle angle, and then he would be in trouble. The pillars only grew taller and taller, driving the crowd to scream wildly, and Azula to clutch at her armrest with one hand, studying the situation in the arena with uncertainty. Toph was controlling the entire fighting area, apparently, making it so Sokka couldn't possibly stand still and ponder how to counter-attack, but the serene manner in which he was dodging all damage so far certainly suggested he didn't need to ponder anything at all. Did he have a plan already? Azula bit her lip as she watched him, her very gut pulling at her with protective feelings she had first experienced when Sokka had crossed paths with Toph for the first time. The sensation had become familiar after all these years, yet its intensity only appeared to increase over time. Her nerves were twisting and toiling inside her, all as she waited to see if Sokka would break out of the earth-bending trap he was stuck in. His foot gave way. Azula froze, watching her gladiator and lover falling to the side of the accumulation of constantly surging pillars, and reaching for the boomerang he carried on his back while he remained airborne. No. Iroh gasped beside her. Azula's chest seemed torn between concern and pride. Had Sokka merely feigned an injury to attack Toph when she couldn't sense it? The boomerang spun expertly, and due to a mix of the noise caused by the large crowd, as well as the still shifting pillars of earth, Toph couldn't hear the whooshing sound of the encroaching weapon until it was too late. The constantly rising pillars had mostly ceased movement by the time Toph noticed Sokka had seemingly fallen off the last pillar he had leapt to. She had intended to attack him while he was falling, even conjuring a powerful new pillar right where she calculated he might land, and that new pillar now crumbled into sand again as she rolled on the ground, pain bursting from the side of her face. The boomerang had hit her directly, even cutting into her skin. The blow broke her focus, even her stance. She should have known he would do something like this, but her clever foe had withheld from picking up a weapon for as long as he had stood in her trap. She hadn't expected he'd be able to aim in midair, let alone that he'd be able to move so fast as to release his dangerous weapon with expertise enough to injure her. Said dangerous weapon spun its way back to Sokka, just as he landed without issue, his feet unhurt. He grimaced upon glimpsing the trickle of red staining the blue of his boomerang, but he raised the weapon anew, as though aiming it at Toph, an obvious taunt. Was that his plan? He would rile her up, make her lose control until she left a gap in her defenses that he could slip through to tear her down? It could be a good plan, Azula reasoned, if only his opponent weren't the type to cover up for all her defenses as soon as he landed his first blow on her. It had been that way in their first fight, and even though Sokka had managed to concoct a few strategies to deliver some damage to Toph back then, she had nearly killed him in retaliation. The second time, of course, was different. Sokka had fought back, countering many of Toph's powerful moves, frequently striking against her when she didn't expect it. But where her pillars from that time had achieved their purpose, throwing off Sokka's balance, this time Sokka had been the one throwing off Toph's, and within only a minute, he remained completely untouched, unscathed, while the earthbender's head wound bled across her face. The snarling blind bandit roared, yet another sign that she was up to one of her signature moves against Sokka. As soon as the ground underneath his feet gave the first sign of crumbling, He leapt away, in unpredictable directions, forcing Toph to change the focus of her quicksand move constantly. The sand was loose but Sokka wouldn't sink in it. At this rate, she conjured a stream of sand, attempting to give Sokka chase with it, but again his erratic, unpredictable movements made the endeavor utterly pointless. A second stream, from the opposite direction, and he leapt over it, spinning in midair yet again. Toph snarled, losing control of the sand to draw up a quick shield, not knowing Sokka's boomerang remained safe in his grasp, or that his free hand rose to his belt once again when Toph couldn't sense him. He tossed the bomb powerfully at the shield, most purposefully to ensure Toph would believe he had attacked her fruitlessly, and the impact caused the thick bomb filled with stench and smoke to release its contents just as Toph smirked, believing she had successfully defended herself from his projectile weapon, never expecting said projectile to be one of the mechanisms through which Sokka had caused her most trouble during their second fight. The smell was even worse this time than it had been back then, and the smoke was so thick it nearly rendered her unable to breathe. Toph coughed and dropped on the ground, her mind clouded just as the fighting area was. People in the nearest stands cried out loud as well over the spreading stench, for it was so potent it reached even them. A crack on the ground, powerful yet unsteady, spread out from the center of the smoke cloud and towards where Sokka stood, an attempt at retaliation that, again, might lead Toph nowhere, and she knew it. Sokka leapt out of the way, and stepped into one of the unstable sand pools Toph had started crafting for him earlier. She noticed the opportunity, yet was too weakened by the scent to act on it as quickly as she might have otherwise. Sokka jumped out of the mild quicksand, as Toph crafted more of it while she dug herself a tunnel underneath the sand. The air wouldn't be clean right away, but if she connected to the other side of the arena, where the dim smoke bomb wasn't polluting her air, she might actually stand a chance. Sokka scowled upon noticing some sand movements that weren't outright hostile. It started close to the cloud, but by now he could see a shape making waves of sand as it progressed away from the cloud. She really had to be desperate not to hide her movements as zealously as she ever did. His choice for today's stench cocktail had been rather unpleasant, hadn't it? She wouldn't be in a good mood once she got out. He had to brace himself for an explosion, or faster quicksand this time. It wasn't, despite he wished it were, the moment to attack anew. So when Toph finally broke out of the sand with the predictable explosion with which she did, Sokka jumped and landed carefully on one of the arena's spikes, balancing himself atop it. The crowd appeared awed by his bold decision, though he didn't take note of their reaction as he shielded his face from Toph's attack while retaining his balance with difficulty. It was going well for him, Sokka knew as much. The serious wound he had delivered to Toph's head had to give him an important advantage already. Her state after the smoke and stench bomb was even worse. He was no fool. He knew Toph had turned around worse odds than these. He had witnessed the fight where she had discovered her ability to metal bend, when it had appeared as though she was fated to lose a fight for the first time, and he couldn't drop his guard. But for the first time ever, he found himself wondering if he truly would earn a victory over his long-standing rival today. His brow drew together as he pondered all his available options for this fight. The disperser still hung on his belt, ready to be used. Would he need it at all, though? Giving Toph any chances to turn around the fight to her favor was a bad idea, but humiliating her by outright stealing her ability to bend when she was already in terrible shape appeared an unnecessary resource. A loud war cry interrupted his ruminations, and the barrage of rocky projectiles that Toph launched at him prevented him from pondering the situation any further. He leapt again, tucking away his boomerang in midair as he endeavored to land on the same spike after the rocks shattered against the wall. Once he landed successfully, with two quick movements, both Space Sword and his club stood at the ready to fend off the potent projectiles that flew in his direction, fueled by Toph's desperation. His sword cut the smaller rocks, his club shattered the larger ones and knocked them off course. His footing was unsteady and not too reliable, but he still managed to retain his position on the spike. He knew, as would anyone who had observed Toph's fighting style carefully, as well as confronted her, that she couldn't metal bend at range. She needed direct contact with the metal to do anything with it, which meant that, ironically, where a spike had damn near killed him on their first fight, today it appeared one such spike would turn out to be his greatest asset. Toph coughed, still doing her best to clear her lungs after the distressing bomb she had been forced to inhale. One whole area of the ring was as good as poisoned, as far as she was concerned. She could still attack at range if Sokka was crazy enough to run in that direction, but perhaps that wouldn't suffice. She was the greatest earthbender in the world, she knew as much, and yet this non-bender kept her on her toes, forcing her to extreme measures she didn't wish to take. This wasn't the full extent of what she could do. She knew it wasn't the full extent of what he could do, either. Toph started racing towards Sokka with the help of her bending, caution be damned, and his eyes narrowed. If she wanted close quarters, it was evident she intended to metal bend his weapon, perhaps even his armor, or the spike on which he stood. And he certainly saw no reason to sit by and wait for her to seize an opportunity to do so. He crouched down on the spike for an instant, gathering all the power he could for his next jump. He soared past Toph, whose hand landed on the spike moments after he had left it. She snarled again, collecting the spike as she had in the fight against Combustion Man. All the spikes she had used that day, much as the ceiling, hadn't been restored yet. If she intended to use them as weapons, she would find them in short supply. This certainty convinced Sokka to rush in once he landed, to attack Toph just as she tossed the spike at him, only for him to dodge the projectile, while his black sword sliced it cleanly in half. He was too close, and not on her terms. She would take to defensive mechanisms now, such as her favored waves of rock, pouring out as pillars that would knock him back. Diagonal pillars, in this case, rather than vertical ones. She wanted to put distance between them, instinctively. Sokka leapt in Toph's direction, escaping the closest pillar narrowly by drawing his legs into his chest. The rush of the earth was, undoubtedly, scary, but not enough to make him stop in his tracks now. He had landed where Toph didn't intend him to, finding a foothold on the side of the leaning pillar, from which he could launch himself straight ahead at the earthbender, his weapons at the ready. Unlike before, Toph did know which weapons he wielded. Unlike before, she knew to brace herself for an attack that certainly would arrive next. And unlike how it had been so far, she intended to defend herself as best she could. A wall sprung up between Sokka and Toph, one that rushed him just as he readied himself to jump. Sokka snarled, changing the angle of his next jump mere instants before acting on it. The wall would have run him over, just as now Toph shattered the earthen pillars she had crafted, restructuring them into spikes. Spikes she launched mercilessly at the airborne Sokka. He wouldn't linger in the air forever, and dodging every spike would be impossible, yet there was one way to defend himself that had often worked in his experience so far. Instead of angling himself away from the spikes, he drew in his legs and arms, basically crouching in midair, and aimed for one spike. It shattered against his armored chest, and while it shook him powerfully, he made it back to solid ground before Toph could conjure another spike in his direction. Not that she didn't try, but Sokka's club shattered the sharp end of a spike she was conjuring, and he launched himself at her once again. Oh, but he was persistently annoying today. After starting off in a rather defensive, evasive manner, now he was constantly taking the offensive, aggressively so, much as he had, back during their second direct confrontation. Yet the despair of that day wasn't present. He fought with the serenity of a man who had grown into truly understanding his own talent, his own power, his own potential. He no longer had the doubts that once as good as controlled his very soul, doubts that held him back when it came to combats as intense as any fights against foes in the top 100 could be. It seemed as though Sokka had come to understand himself, as though many of his experiences had strengthened more than just his body. His confidence wasn't arrogance, he was level-headed, perhaps even cold-blooded. And while Toph knew he wouldn't want to hurt her severely, she also knew he wouldn't hold back from doing so, if it came down to that. To think he was the very fool she had once deemed unworthy of killing, today she found herself realizing his strength as a warrior had increased exponentially. She would never again hold his fate in her hands, the way she had that day. She gritted her teeth as she brought forth a new barrier to defend herself, one of her thick cylinders, knowing it would take him no time to break it, hoping, however, to slither out of his reach before he did. Sokka wasted no time cutting the cylinder with his sword, slamming it broken with his club upon noticing Toph was no longer inside it. Where would she go next? If I were a desperate earthbender who can make tunnels under sand, what would be my next move? Sokka mused quietly, casting a wary glance, naturally, at the stone well. He couldn't have timed his suspicions better. The well shattered, and the large, fully solid rocks were Toph's for the taking. It was ammunition she could use against him as she pleased, but Sokka wouldn't be deterred by her projectiles, and she knew as much. Hence why she took to bending the ground once more, solidifying the sand with one hand while the other continued to launch projectiles at him. The sand attempted to capture Sokka's feet, slithering up to his ankles yet failing their purpose as he leapt quickly to ensure Toph wouldn't get away with her plans. That he'd have to stay wary of two techniques at once was no comfort, for it was clear that her desperation was starting to shape into actually useful, creative fighting techniques she might actually gain an upper hand through. Yes, the rocks from the well would run out eventually, but whether he knocked them off course with his club or sliced them into pieces with his sword, the rocks would still linger within the vicinity. She could use them again, if she so pleased, but he wouldn't allow it. He had done well at keeping her on defense over the last part of their fight, and he'd endeavor to do so again sooner than she knew. He took to dashing fast, as quickly as his feet could take him, no longer striking down the rocks or settling for jumping out of the grasp of the solidifying sand. Again, it was obvious Toph couldn't be quick enough with her earthbending to catch Sokka, let alone to set up enough traps across the arena to ensnare him eventually. She gritted her teeth, attempting now to anticipate to Sokka's next location, no longer relying on the remaining stones of the well to attack him. She would catch him, eventually. The whole arena would become impossible for him to step through, she would see to it. Sokka breathed deeply before stepping into the area where some of his smoke bomb's lingering stench still affected the nearby spectators. Toph snarled, shooting arrays of sand at Sokka this time. Solid projectiles were better, but sand was still enough trouble for most opponents. Yet where she had once been able to do away with his old helmet with a single strike of sand, this time Sokka wouldn't be so easily taken down. The sand rushed at him, colliding with his armor, with his visor, and then failing to find its target once he dashed away too fast for Toph to do any further damage. It made no sense. She hadn't landed a single, significant blow yet. She gritted her teeth, reclaiming some of the pride she had thought was completely gone after her first loss against Combustion Man. She could accept losing nowadays, but not on these terms. Not without giving it her everything. It was her turn to jump, changing her position, even if putting further distance between herself and Sokka might hinder her bending efforts. He managed to get away from the chaos she kept wreaking across the arena, only for Toph to fall back, and find one more spike in the wall. A spike that, this time, she molded to her liking before Sokka could launch a new attack with his boomerang. Equipped now with a makeshift metal hammer, Toph roared, and rushed towards Sokka, zigzagging away from the boomerang. It would return to him, she knew, and this time she intended to calculate its trajectory better than ever before. She leapt towards the weapon only to strike it away with her hammer, but Sokka managed to reach it and quickly tuck it into his sash before she could sink it under the sand, her favorite way to get rid of the pesky weapon. Even so, Sokka's stance was broken, and that meant she had a chance to strike. He held up his club, defensively, when the fully metallic hammer attempted to strike him. He wasn't in the most comfortable position, and Toph shifted the sand underneath him to further sabotage his stance. Sokka retaliated by swinging Space Sword violently at the metal hammer. The weapon's tip grazed Toph's shoulder, startling her even before the pain set in, and her makeshift weapon was broken with that effort alone. Yet she was close. Close enough. He hadn't been cautious about their distance this time, which meant. She conjured an earthen spike right underneath him, aimed at his chin. Sokka sensed the sand's vibration, jumping back on time, only for Toph to violently push him towards herself with a wall she conjured from the sand. Sokka fell on all fours on the sand, still clasping his weapons when he sensed the sand quickening underneath him. A violent attempt to jump, before all was lost. And Toph answered it by slamming the remains of her broken hammer into his left arm. The sliced weapon was still dangerous, certainly sharper now than it ever had been intended to be. The Blind Bandits fans finally rejoiced upon seeing their hero delivering damage, even if superficial. Only to gasp collectively when Sokka returned the favor by swinging his club at Toph's own arm. Where he had only snarled before retaliating, the Earthbender screamed. He had been moving away from her, preventing her attack from landing as painfully as it could have. She, however, was only just recovering from making that first successful strike. She couldn't move back fast enough, and now her arm was a burst of pain, much like many such bursts she had only grown acquainted with in her previous fight. She jumped away, despite Sokka appeared not to intend to attack again. She gritted her teeth, shaking her head as she touched the arm that would soon be painfully bruised. "You okay?" Sokka asked, wary. Toph scoffed, and he knew she would have glared at him if she could have, though her brow was perfectly furrowed regardless. Like hell I would be. She growled, save that nonsense for after the fight, dog. I'm not going to play nice in here, and neither will you, so. I didn't say I'd ease up on you. It was just a question, Sokka said, simply, raising his weapons in her direction again. Toph let out a bark of laughter, but there was no amusement in it, whatsoever. Shut up, she hissed. You really think I'm done yet? That I'll back down just because of this? There's no way I'll let you beat me this easily. I can't. Easily. Sokka repeated, and in his case, there was no end of amusement in his tone. Toph's snarl only intensified for it. You're kidding, aren't you? This fight may be a joke to you, but it's not to me. I'm not kidding. I've spent 4 years working my ass off to beat you, Toph. His words struck her harder than a boulder might, than a tsunami or an avalanche, perhaps. Her frown eased slightly, as her own words, her own insecurities and doubts sank in inside her soul. All these years, learning to fight earthbenders, figuring out every strategy one could, coming up with answers for any attacks you'd hit me with next. Sokka continued, staring at her in disbelief. All the training, all the efforts I put into reaching this level? It's taken me this long, damn it, but I'm finally here. And easy as the last damn thing it was, dirt worm. Dirt worm. For a long moment, longer than she should have allowed herself, Toph merely stood in place, letting those words reverberate inside her head, words she had only ever heard from Azula before. Words that she took as a badge of pride, to this very moment. Words that only offered further evidence of the tightness of the bond between the Blue Wolf and his sponsor, of how deeply they had influenced each other. Of the fact that, although Azula sat in a balcony now, she always fought alongside Sokka, in every sense that mattered. Yet even that was but an awakening, a reminder of reality. A chance to ground herself again, as everything in her clouded mind grew clearer, all her fears, all her uncertainties, born from that traumatic incident at the factory, had erased her perspective. She had forgotten herself, her strength, the true power she wielded in the fists she tightened right now. The fear of bumping into a wall, of finding someone she couldn't overcome, had been bad enough with Combustion Man. Experiencing that fear over Sokka too had taken her by surprise, and that was what Sokka had lived with for years. How many times had he faltered, lost faith in himself? How many times had he stumbled and assumed, like in their very first fight, that any resistance was futile when faced with likely death? There was no way Toph would know the answer to such questions, but she could feel it. He had been where she was now. That he had worked as hard as he had so far was but proof of the inner strength he'd required to reach her level, or to surpass her, as the case may be. She had been his target, much like Combustion Man had become her target a week ago, when she had learned what it felt like to not be infallible. To lose when it mattered, despite, in truth, it hadn't mattered as much as it would have in a conflict like the one at the factory. It was only her life on the line, not that of hundreds of people, her life, her pride, even her honor as a gladiator. The very notion of honor in this violent, frivolous line of work would be laughable, but it hadn't been something Sokka took for granted. He had come from an amateur arena Toph was utterly unacquainted with. He had lived when others had died. He had paid prices she could never begin to imagine to rise as high as he had. He understood the stakes, and he also understood himself enough to reach for victory now that it was within his reach. So, if she were to lose to him today, it truly wouldn't be the worst thing ever, would it? She huffed, and her lips curved into a smile for the first time in the whole day, it seemed. Sokka scowled, raising his weapons once more. He was taking her seriously, completely. Even when he was damn near victorious as it was, he took nothing for granted. He didn't underestimate her, not for a second. And that was enough, at least for now. Heh, if that's how it is, dog, I guess I can live with that. Toph smiled, the grin twitched into a grimace when she attempted to move her injured arm but failed. Naturally, that meant she would have to attack through other means. She raised her healthy hand and crafted a new spree of attacks, streams of sand that arched towards Sokka, forcing him to jump back as Toph made her way to one of the available metal spikes by the edge of the arena. She wouldn't be able to create another hammer, but now that Sokka was away, she could attempt to sabotage him while preparing a powerful attack. She stomped on the sand, so hard the whole building seemed to tremble. The sand solidified, cracking wherever Sokka ran, and with another powerful stomp, and the commands of her uninjured hand, the earth became another field of unstable, shifting, dangerous spikes and pillars that would strike Sokka if he wasn't careful. A pillar nearly struck his left foot, a spike soared towards his shoulder, another came hurtling towards him from behind, and all of them were shattered by a powerful club he slammed into the earth without restraint. He continued to run towards her, unconcerned with the obstacles she crafted, intending to reach the earthbender before she could make use of the new projectile she was preparing. And then she vanished, sinking underground with the metal spike. Sokka snarled, stopping on his tracks. He knew Toph was a hazard while she was out of sight. She was, in all likelihood, intending to use that spike to deliver serious damage to Sokka at last, and she might succeed, if the projectile reached its target. He couldn't tell where she was this time, for she wasn't quite as weakened as she had been before. Ugh, maybe he shouldn't have given her that much of a chance to fight and sprayed her with the chi-blocking pollen already. It was still a good final measure, naturally, but one he had hoped not to need. Now, with Toph completely hidden underground, he could only recall her massive fight with Azula. The princess had taken to flying with her bending to ensure the earthbender wouldn't catch her. Toph was at home within the earth, that much was beyond obvious, but he couldn't fly the way Azula could. The best thing he could do was climb on another metal spike on the wall, although there were only a handful left, and even then he risked Toph showing up right underneath him when he least expected it. Showing up underground, it was exactly what she'd done to Combustion Man at the point where she had done away with his prosthetic leg. If that was her goal. It was likely, wasn't it? So perhaps the best course of action was. He raised his weapons, closing his eyes, wishing he could close his ears, too. The noise had decreased as the battle raged on, but not enough that he could trust his hearing to pick up any sounds underground. No, what he needed to count on was something else, another of his senses. A light vibration under his left foot. He drew back his foot violently before stabbing the sand to Space Sword's hilt. The sword slid easily but ran into no noticeable obstacles. He had missed, which meant the burst of earth came from behind him, and he spun fast, but not fast enough to stop the metal spike from ramming into his armor's flank, despite Toph had been aiming for his arm. It hurt, and he'd surely be bruised from the impact, but she hadn't delivered as much damage as she had intended to. Sokka's club slammed into the spike, knocking it off course. Toph stumbled out of the sand, still grabbing onto the metal spike, which she had sharpened even further while she hid underground. She drew it back, angling it towards Sokka, towards the spaces where his armor didn't protect him, his armpit, his elbow, his legs. Sokka jumped forward before she could finish aiming, one slash, and the spike was cut in two pieces, yet Toph appeared to have counted on him doing as much. The now twin spikes would have nabbed him dangerously in the exposed skin of his arms, even though Toph's injured hand shook upon using it, if only he hadn't dropped on the ground at the very last moment, upon predicting what her new move would be. Toph roared after she failed to hit her target, angling the makeshift weapons downwards, just in time to fail to defend herself from a potent kick to the stomach. She hovered in the air for a moment, rolling on the sand and unintentionally dropping her two weapons. Curses! She had let her guard down. She had done that so many times today. She could do better than this, she certainly could. She reached for the two projectiles, tossing one at Sokka just as she sensed him running towards her, withholding the second one until he reached her, though she didn't really think it would serve any purpose. But something else might. He had been working so far through timing and caution above all else. He was patient and careful, holding back when others might have been desperate or aggressive unnecessarily. He kept predicting her moves, having known them as well as he did after fighting against her as many times as he had, in training or outside it. So, instead of acting recklessly, she should follow his lead. It happened just as his foot landed, the sand around it solidified, knocking him down when his impetuous momentum failed to account for Toph finding the proper way to break his rhythm at last. Sokka fell, breaking his landing with his hands just as Toph jumped forth, her metal projectile aimed straight at his head. Sokka pushed himself back. Maybe he couldn't release himself from the solid rock that easily, but his movements weren't exactly locked with just one foot under Toph's influence. The metal spike landed hard where Sokka's head had been before, and a black sword cut it thrice, tearing it into a mostly useless weapon before Toph could deliver any further damage. Yet with his foot in her control, she could drag him under, painfully. Sokka snarled once the sand rose over his legs, and the grounds upon which he had stood grew unsteady so quickly. In a quick, desperate movement, Sokka switched his sword to his left hand, clutching both it and his club, only to reach for a weapon at his sash once more. Toph sensed what he was doing, and no doubt intended to send him under before he could resort to any of his stench bombs again. But despite her best efforts, his reaction time outdid hers. Sokka had only sunken to the waist by the time he finished casting his new projectile at her. Blood splashed the ground most violently as Toph fell backwards, squirming and screaming in pain. It hadn't lodged into her leg, but Sokka's boomerang had nonetheless cut across the skin of her thigh. It was a deeper wound than the one in her arm. She couldn't simply walk it off or ignore it, for she couldn't even stand up anymore. Fuck, fuck. She roared, kicking sand at Sokka impulsively with her uninjured leg. Though, he was sinking. He had been sinking, right? If she merely continued to send him under, she could suffocate him underground. Sokka reached out for the more solid ground and sand with his club, attempting to find further stability, and then felt the sand engulfing him again, albeit not as fast as before. He cursed under his breath just as he heard a welcome, swooshing sound moved in his direction. The very weapon that had delivered most of the damage to Toph during their fights so far had returned, just in time. He tossed his boomerang hard, upwards. It wouldn't return in such an angle, but it would have to suffice nonetheless. The weapon spun fast, and Toph could tell he had tossed it, but couldn't easily tell where it would come from. She gritted her teeth. With her arm and leg in such state, she couldn't possibly craft a full defense before the damn weapon hit her. She still tried, but a crumbling shield of sand wasn't enough to protect her from another blow to the head. The quicksand stopped shifting when Toph took to bending her shield, and while it was still a struggle, Sokka as good as swum over the unstable sand until he reached the nearest piece of furniture, using it to lock down a stable position with which to hoist himself out of the sand. Relying on the club to exert his strength, he managed to get out of Toph's latest trap, only to find the earthbender was writhing after the latest wound she'd sustained, but still using her left hand and right leg to push herself upright. Her face was covered in blood, and her snarl was ferocious. She was too resilient and persistent for her own good, but that was what unyielding stone should be like. She embodied earthbending in all its forms, it seemed, and intended to pull no stops before striking at Sokka again. Weakened as she was, she still crafted herself a rock-solid glove with which she intended to hit Sokka safely, only for Sokka to slam the fist mercilessly with his club, shattering the earth around it, and then striking the bloody side of Toph's head with his sword's hilt. Her body flopped, face down, on the sand, with a loud, heavy thud. It seemed the whole arena had gasped and fallen into awestruck or horrified silence. For Toph lingered on the sand, unmoving, without so much as writhing in resistance to the last blow she had received. Sokka's chest heaved, his breastplate rising and falling with each intake of air. Where he had been as calm as possible earlier, now he found his whole body burning as his heart raced with anxious abandon. She would get up, wouldn't she? It wasn't likely that she wouldn't. It was Toph Bafong, no less, and she hadn't even allowed Combustion Man to knock her out, but had Sokka succeeded at it? So much as pondering the possibility appeared to further shake up the very unstable ground upon which he stood, no matter how persistent he had been about retaining his footing throughout the fight. Every set of eyes was focused on the frozen scene in the arena. Horror surged in the hearts of every supporter of the Blind Bandit, while a fragile, unbelievable hope took wing in those of the Blue Wolves fans. Yet those feelings extended well above the stands, too. Azula gritted her teeth when her very seat, next to Iroha's, shook when he punched his armrest impulsively. He rose to his feet, his trembling hands reaching for the banister, and from there he watched, in horror, muttering constantly. No, 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 Toph, no, get up, Toph, please, don't do this. Azula couldn't hold back a rare, unexpected feeling of empathy for the old man, for she had been where he was now. Their roles were reversed, just as those of their gladiators were. Today she was the one who could remain level-headed, to a fault. Meanwhile, Iroh looked as though he might fling himself off the balcony if he could help Toph by it somehow. But it was too late. And as shocked as everyone remained, the blind bandit didn't move at all as the blue wolf held his weapons at the ready, ever wary that she might have a plan under her sleeve, that she might be tricking him into lowering his guard by feigning a knockout. Such was the tension and astonishment that spread across the arena that even the megaphone man neglected starting the countdown until a judge nudged him to do so. Nervously, the fight's narrator stepped closer to the megaphone and began his countdown. 10. He said. There was no chorus from the crowd this time. Nobody joined him, and yet, he continued to count 9, 8. She'd get up. Of course she'd get up. She'd try to fling him off his feet, toss him through the shattered ceiling, or she'd sink him, and this time she'd absolutely fulfill her creepy threats from their first fight. There was no way she would let this fight end like this, for Sokka could tell she was still breathing. Her shoulders shook, very lightly, so his blow evidently hadn't killed her. He couldn't check how severe the damage had been, though, not yet. Not now. Not when the countdown was still ongoing. 7, 6, 5. Toph, Toph. Iroh actually shouted, startling the audience. It wasn't common for sponsors and gladiators to interact in the middle of fights. The urgency in his voice might have compelled the blind bandit's fans to encourage her again, but the state of their hero was much too worrisome still. Nobody even dared join him, but Iroh continued to shout, regardless of that. Toph. Toph, please. 4, 3. Azula's blood seemed to turn to ice. She wondered if Sokka felt the same way. Was this when she'd get up? Was this when she'd jump to her feet and strike mercilessly? Or was Toph truly defeated? 2. A slow, deep breath, drawn in, her chest filled up, her shoulders shifted again. 1. And then she released it. Slowly, yet again. She didn't move. She didn't push herself up. She was awake. Sokka could tell, she was still conscious. Maybe she had been out of it for a second, but she wasn't anymore. And even then, she wouldn't get up. Toph had surrendered. The winner is the Blue Wolf. He staggered, just as the crowd's sudden silence was replaced by the loudest, wildest cheer he had ever heard until that day. No, it was impossible. Those words, he had heard them so many times, but never like this. Never against Toph. And yet, it was real. It had to be real. She wasn't moving beyond breathing, even now, she wasn't making any attempts to contest that claim. He had defeated the blind bandit with a knockout. Azula's limbs had run cold, unfathomably so, once the countdown had started. She had been completely unaware of that fact, however, until she heard those words and a warm surge of energy suddenly shot through her brain, releasing a mewling gasp she was sure she had never uttered until that day. Her wide eyes flooded with disbelieving tears, her hands covering her mouth. He had done it. Sokka had finally done it. Never before had she truly appreciated the wild crowd, the passion of his supporters, until now, the loudness of their cheers, of his Fang Club's instruments, appeared the perfect echo to the storm of emotions rushing through her heart right now. He had done it, the incredible, extraordinary warrior that he was. After so many years, he had overcome that impossible hurdle Toph had always represented for them, and going by how he breathed more and more heavily with each passing moment, hyperventilating as he tried to process the magnitude of his actions, it was clear he was just as shocked as she was, if not more so. For he had never truly believed in himself, not to this extent. He had never thought his strength would suffice. She had told him he had more than strength to his name, and he had seemed reluctant to believe her. He had spent so long chasing after shadows, attempting to rise above his station, to break every limit known to men like him, unaware that he had long broken them, soaring towards stars that had never been closer to his reach than they were now. In his frantic panic, he glanced at the balcony. She had once asked him not to interact with her while he was in the fighting pit, embarrassed by his antics, but this time, instead of dissuading him from attempting to communicate at such a distance, Azula rose to her feet, allowing him to see her better. Allowing their eyes to meet, even if he remained in the sand, while she was so far above him, turtle and hawk, as it ever had been, and yet today, Azula couldn't help but think he had learned to fly on his own, just as he had always dreamed to. Perhaps her smile could convey as much, once she lowered her hands. The pride, the genuine appreciation for the immensity of his latest deed. They were so plain across her face she was sure the entire arena could see it. Even then, Sokka remained frozen cold, staring at her as though he couldn't process the truth yet. As though she were the only beacon that could guide him home after a wild storm, and she did as much by nodding once, her neck's lingering pain be damned. By letting him know with her gesture that this was no dream, for he had fulfilled it already. This was no trick, no strange joke he couldn't seem to unravel, and also conveying she couldn't have been prouder of him than she was today. Her whole heart soared, and even if she didn't dare test it, she was certain she could conjure the most powerful gold fire if she tried. That nod, though, appeared to finish shattering through Sokka's disbelief. Again, he staggered, and yet this time he smiled too, as he slowly removed his helmet, gazing at the world around him more clearly than before. The whole world came into focus, as did the cheers, the screams, the music, even the words spoken by the megaphone man. It has taken him over 4 years, no less, but yet again, the Blue Wolf has made history. What a fight, what a mastery of his weapons. Any foe who tries to stand up to the princess's champion will be felled. None can withstand his might. This is a victory to be sung about for ages to come. Sokka breathed slowly, his head light, his heart racing still. The reality of the matter was only starting to sink in, and with it came the awareness of his opponent's considerably bad shape, too. She would need more than just a week to recover from these injuries. Toph! Toph, I! Sokka exclaimed, dropping to his knees before the blind bandit. Staff members were already rushing into the sand, but she startled everyone, even the raging, wild crowd, by pushing herself up with her healthy hand. Sokka swallowed hard, watching as she dragged herself up to a sitting position, letting her weight rest on her uninjured leg. Toph! Sokka swallowed hard, as she raised her palm towards him in a gesture to slow him down, or stop him outright. You did it, huh, dog? She said, and it seemed a hint of a smile hid underneath her wild bangs. You sure got nasty over the years, eh? Now you sure would be worth killing, but I don't think I can do it anymore, can I? You're too strong, damn you. I don't even know how you did it, but, you did. I mean, well, it did take me forever, and I couldn't have won if I hadn't gone as far as I did, so. Sokka said, swallowing hard, and then Toph laughed, throwing her head back, letting the whole arena see her bright smile. The hell are you trying to do? Excuse yourself, dumbass. She smiled. You won, you asshole. Don't be all wimpy about it now, eh? Go. Celebrate like you should, damn you, or I'll kick your ass for it. If you worked this damn hard to come this far, you'd better make the most of it. Toph. Sokka laughed too, tears blinking in his eyes. Blind bandit, miss. Said one of the staff members, who had finally reached her. We've brought a stretcher, we can hoist you onto it. Look at that, a stretcher, even. How pathetic. Toph laughed again. Make the most of this, Sokka. You're not getting another chance to beat me after today. We'll see about that. Sokka smiled, though, if it makes you feel any better, you will always be the biggest pain in the ass I ever faced in this business. Likewise Toph smirked, as the staff members lowered the stretcher towards her. Before she could push herself onto it, however, she sensed Sokka stretching his hand towards her. For a moment she thought he meant to help her, a completely cringe-worthy notion, no matter if they were friends. And yet, that wasn't his intent. One hand wouldn't be enough to help hoist her onto the damn thing, so. What are you? She asked, puzzled. Sokka chuckled. It's probably something stupid for you. But it's a greeting of respect in my tribe, he said, for the best gladiator I've ever fought. Toph huffed, but a slow smile spread over her face as she raised her hand and clasped his forearm. He did the same, with a firm grip. And now it seemed as though the arena would collapse under the cheers of the crowd. The whole capital would have to be hearing this, Sokka reasoned between laughs, for it was overwhelming. His hearing would definitely be terribly fatigued after today, but that was something to worry about later. Right now, he merely focused on offering respect to his most formidable opponent in that ranking. While Combustion Man had always been the ultimate goal, defeating Toph had slowly risen into becoming one of his utmost priorities in the league. All those years of chasing after her in Iroh, of arranging strategies with Agila to overcome them, or at least reach their level, all of it had paid off at last. And his heart couldn't seem to withstand the onslaught of rushing pride as he finally accepted his victory. The Blind Bandit and the Blue Wolves fans had always held a constant rivalry with each other, just as their favorite gladiators did. Today, they screamed together, regardless of who had won and who had lost. Today, the Blue Wolves fans rejoiced, for the Blind Bandit had accepted their hero's victory with a smile, and the Blind Bandit's fans were moved by the rival gladiators' respectful gesture towards their admired champion. For one rare day, it wasn't violence and bloodlust that reigned supreme in the Gladiator League, it was respect and honor, values none would have expected to see embodied in gladiators, and yet on a day like this, it seemed anything was possible. The joy in the arena would appear unanimous, but it wasn't. Agila would have gladly continued to watch over her gladiator with a blissful smile on her face, but movement at her left startled her. With a sudden twirl, and a prominent scowl, Iroh had turned to toss the bag with the fight's money on the chair Agila had vacated. He didn't speak, didn't congratulate her bitterly, didn't play the feeble, kind-hearted, careless uncle who laughed off her greatest achievements. And just as it happened whenever Agila caught any glimpses of Iroh's true self, an unsettling shiver rushed up her spine as she watched him storming out of the balcony. Whatever he was angry about, it made no matter. Agila knew, Sokka had won fair and square, even Toph had acknowledged as much. There was no protesting these results, no chance to fight back anymore. One day, Agila supposed, they'd fight anew, but for now, for once, the victory had belonged to Sokka. And even letting herself think those words brought back her smile as she cast another glance at the arena. There he stood, in the sand, sheathing his weapons while still laughing in disbelief. Toph was already being carried away on her stretcher for the second time in her life, and even though she had been so chaotic and desperate through the fight, it looked like she had found peace, to a fault, at this point. Even so, Agila's attention was on her gladiator, who was still at the receiving end of countless applause and cheering. He glanced around the crowd, no doubt never having felt as triumphant in a gladiator fight as he did today. But his eyes only settled on one person. His smile was just as earnest as hers, if not more so, when he gazed upon her once more. Agila's shoulders shook with light laughter. To think the first time he had fought in this very ring she had been so cross, so outraged by his shameful behavior against the red-striped hornet, and today, over 4 years down the line, everything was completely different. Today, Sokka was the undisputed strongest non-bender in the league, and he had defeated their greatest rival and challenge. Today, he gazed at her with warm, heartfelt eyes rather than with uncertainty and doubt. Everything had changed, and Agila couldn't have been prouder of who they were now. She would have been pleased, amused, with another thumbs up, his trademark gesture, but Sokka was never predictable, and she knew that too. Instead of greeting the crowd, of rejoicing with them, Sokka gazed only at her before dropping his helmet, and he raised his wounded hand, and pressing his fist to his palm. Agila's amazement only increased as he leaned his torso forward, her dim heart, already aflame with blissful pride and love for him, as good as her when he, the most unruly man in the world, performed a deep, respectful, genuine reverence towards her. A reverence the crowd appeared to find absolutely delightful, going by their loud screams and applause. Perhaps she should have been worrying about what the common folk would think, now that Sokka was bowing towards her in such a heartfelt gesture. Perhaps she should have panicked, suspecting everyone would unravel the nature of their relationship now. Instead, she only laughed warmly, perhaps too warmly, at the man who offered her the greatest respect he could muster after a remarkable battle that they had taken so long to win. He wouldn't take credit for it alone, his reverence spoke for itself. If only she could jump off that balcony now and kiss him, Agila certainly would. The impulse, no doubt, surged inside her, but she couldn't act on it. Later, without a doubt, later. For now, she only raised her hand towards him, in a gesture far more meaningful than any she should have dared make. The crowd's screams alerted him that something had happened, so he broke his reverence to find that pure, beautiful smile on his secret wife's face. He couldn't contain a grin, a laugh of his own, before he answered by following her example and raising his hand in her direction. Yes, it was bold, perhaps outright careless, for they should never be so obvious in front of others, let alone in front of such a large crowd. But the acclaim only continued, as though even if they saw through them, the people saw no harm in the intimacy and closeness between the ever-celebrated Gladiator and sponsor. It might be a wishful hope, they both knew as much, but one day, perhaps, it would become a reality. For now, they basked in their achievements, in the strength they had nurtured together, and the heights they had reached, ever inspired by one another. The city would be abuzz with the news of what had transpired in the Grand Royal Dome very soon. Surely, word would spread far outside the city too, reaching every crevice of the Gladiator League across the world, but the princess and her gladiator could only cherish this moment, knowing they would look back on it one day, proud of what they had accomplished, of their greatest triumph so far, deeply hoping that this was but a herald of the heights their partnership might raise them to in the future. Toph had to admit she was rather fortunate that the thick crowds that witnessed her second loss were, indeed, as thick as they were. Otherwise, Iroh would have caught up with her at the standby room, and she wasn't sure she wanted to deal with his frantic, furious attitude just when she was accepting her new reality as best she could. Even now, as the staff's physicians struggled to help her, Iroh fumed, pacing back and forth. "Your leg, is it serious?" he asked. "Don't think it's that bad. I can move it anyway," Toph said, just annoying, "but I'll be okay." "Well, she will need stitches," said one of the physicians, eyeing Iroh warily. "Sounds like a hoot," Toph smirked. "Meh, get on with it. Can't be that bad, right, Toph?" Iroh huffed, stepping closer to his gladiator. The earthbender rolled her eyes at his tone. "What? You're worried my leg's going to look gross with stitches? Well, that's too bad, because I can't even see it, so it won't look like anything to me. I'm worried about you, Toph. Not about what you'll look like or anything so frivolous," Iroh growled, kneeling beside her. Toph smiled and sighed. I shouldn't have let you do this." "I shouldn't have? Why not?" Toph asked. "You set up these challenges, you wanted us to find out who was stronger. Turns out, it's not me. He'll go against Combustion Man next. And maybe he'll beat him, you know? If he does, then he'll be the one to beat next. And damn, I'm going to do my best to tear him down if it comes to that. I'll train, and work hard, and one day." It's not fair," Iroh said, shaking his hung head as a child in denial might. Toph scoffed. "You've worked harder than ever, your bending is sharp and clear. And even that wasn't enough to get him," Toph finished, "which is kind of cool. I didn't think I wanted him beating me, you know? But maybe it really is a good thing. It should make things more interesting going forward, eh? How long can he keep a streak of having beaten me, huh?" She wasn't focusing on the past, or the present, but the future. Perhaps there was a wisdom in that, but for Iroh, it was a tragic sort of wisdom, at best. She looked so peaceful, just as she had after Combustion Man had defeated her, but she had to have conflicted feelings. She had to be frustrated to lose against Sokka, because Iroh certainly was frustrated about losing against Azula. Just the thought felt like tasting bile. She had no right to win, to conquer everything as she pleased, to never know how to stop. Even if things weren't intentionally made easier for her, she'd still find victory eventually. Her persistence with the superior Gladiator League was but another manner of acquiring power, of crushing all resistance that might ever rise against her. Even witnessing the way her gladiator attacked and hurt someone who considered Azula her best friend hadn't fazed her, she had even smiled upon her victory. Everyone was but a stepping stone for her, her gladiator, her friends, but most of all, her family and her people. She was, without a doubt, every single bit the monster he had always feared she would grow up to be, the spitting image of her mother, while her very soul was as rotten, if not more so, as her father's own. "Come on, Iroh." Toph's voice broke through his bitter ruminations. Iroh raised his gaze towards her, remorse plain across his face. "Don't be so miserable. I'll be okay. I know you will be, I do, but seeing you like this isn't easy," Iroh said. Toph scoffed, with a playful grin. "Can't say I know the feeling, never seen anyone like this, myself," she said. Iroh laughed, shaking his head. "Just calm down, Iroh. It's over, all right? It's done. We'll get another chance to fight back one day, but it's done now. You are much wiser than I, in many regards," Iroh sighed, lowering his gaze. Yes, she was right. It was over, and there was no chance to retaliate anymore. No chance to fight back and contest the result of the fight. All they could do was accept it as a reality, and go home, once they had a chance to. But that chance wouldn't present itself for another hour, at best. Tofa's fans would likely want to see her again, and Iroh was just as unwilling to accept it this time as he had been the previous week. Aside from that, the noise behind the door made it clear the building remained impossibly, unhealthily crowded. Even now, perhaps it would only be safe for Toph to be helped to a carriage and brought to the palace after all this pandemonium of Blue Wolf and Blind Bandit fans had headed home. It took several staff members to open the way through the wild crowds so the Blue Wolf could climb up to the vestibule, and then to the upper floors for his medical check. Everyone wanted to reach for him, to offer him congratulations, to let him know they had supported him since the very beginning, though Sokka appeared to be too overwhelmed by the situation still to truly appreciate all their compliments and cheers. He smiled as he followed the staff members, laughing to himself, mostly ignoring everyone around him, for paying attention to a single one of his admirers would eventually mean paying attention to all of them. But not now, not yet. Later, after he'd seen the one person that mattered. The one who had started it all, the one who had brought him this far, the one his racing heart was beating for. He was brought to a waiting room 2 doors down from Topha's. Once he was safe and sound inside the room, the staff members who helped him there took to forcing the wild supporters of either Gladiator to stay in the vestibule or the stands. Naturally, with how large the crowd had been, and how many people had been left without seats to watch the fight, it would take a long time for the building to be vacated that day. Sokka knew, of course, that Azula wasn't bound to be within the room once he reached it. She never was, but he couldn't help his heart's desperation. He needed to see her again, to talk to her, to embrace her while they both attempted to accept and process what they'd done today. Oh, he needed her, right away, far more than he needed the ointments and bandages the physicians were ready to relieve his few wounds with. He had to take off his armor, as well as his shirt, for them to treat the bruises at his ribcage. And yet he didn't feel any of those injuries. Such was the mad exhilaration he experienced that he couldn't feel the pain. He stood up as they helped him with his bruises, sat down as they bandaged his arm, obeyed every order and nodded at their recommendations, and all the while he continued to smile, even if he couldn't seem to bring himself to say a single word. For the first person he wanted to talk to, now that he was out of the ring, was her, and she wasn't here yet. But the longer she delayed, the more he suspected her genuine reasons not to barge into the room. He bit his lip in nervous anticipation as the physicians opened the door. They closed it behind themselves, and his anxiety only surged further. How long would she wait? Until it was safe? He wasn't sure it ever would be, truth be told. The doorknob turned, and he leapt to his feet by sheer instinct, even before seeing who was behind it. Yet the smile on her face only strengthened his own, as laughter tumbled from his lips. Azula imitated him, whether intentionally or not, laughing as she slammed the door closed a little more violently than she should have, before sprinting towards Sokka, who ran towards her all the same. Nothing should beat this feeling of having reached the pinnacle of a really tall mountain, of having overcome everything that stood between them and the success they had chased together. And yet something, inevitably, did. Azula leapt into his arms, embracing him so tightly he couldn't help but think her strength had returned for good, even if he knew it hadn't yet. He hugged her the same way, the two of them spinning in circles within the waiting room as they laughed with abandon, knowing themselves free of the long shadow that they had attempted to outgrow for so many years. Why, you did it! You did it, Sokka, you did it! Azula nearly shrieked of excitement, her trembling hands gripping his body with all the force they could muster. Sokka laughed, covering her cheek in relentless kisses. We did it, love. It was you and I, Azula, it was the two of us. He responded, laughing still as he finally stopped spinning in place. Azula let him lower her, only so her hands would be free to capture his face between them to press the most powerful, reckless kiss she dared offer him. Sokka was breathless even when it began, and yet he didn't pull away. He held her tightly, hands touching her lithe body as though he couldn't believe she was truly here, despite she always was. As though he could barely accept their new reality, for he truly hadn't, not yet. Did this mean he was the second best gladiator in the league? If he defeated Combustion Man, though. Could their first promise, Azula's long-term goal, finally be within reach? Were they truly that close to making it a reality? In a moment like this one, trading relentless, winded kisses with the love of his life, feeling her warm breath, her mischievous tongue, her full lips against his own, it felt like nothing was impossible. All the fears, all his uncertainties, all his doubts about his own capacity and abilities, all of it had been chased away by the woman in his arms, who had encouraged him, strengthened him, even given him wings when he had believed he was never fated to fly. You're amazing. Angela gasped, laughing between quick kisses again. Once the lengthy, deep exchange ended. You're the greatest gladiator there ever was, you're just. It's because I have you, Angela, it's all because of you. Sokka laughed too, tears burned in his eyes, and he could tell hers bore similar ones as well. No, don't you dare. Angela shook her head, though Sokka dove in for another kiss, attempting to stop her from deflecting the credit he had given her. Oh, Sokka. We did it, Angela, we did it, he said, finally giving her respite, his brow against hers. Her golden eyes shone so brightly surely even the sun would pale beside her right now. And as ever, they went at everything evenly, their happiness fed off each other's own, and for a long, blissful moment, they could only gaze at each other in amazement, in nearly reverent silence combined with childish glee. Now do you see what I saw? Angela laughed, caressing his cheekbones. What I always knew you could be. You're damn incredible, because I don't think I even realized what I was doing until it was done. Sokka exclaimed, laughing harder yet as he embraced her tightly, pressing his face to her uninjured shoulder. Angela's hands now rubbed his back, as her own shoulders shook with laughter. Angela, you're the greatest damn visionary, the most amazing partner, the very best wife. And you're the strongest warrior, the most delightful lover and the grandest husband. Angela retorted teasingly, though the mischief in her voice was completely enveloped with warm glee. How could we not come as far as we have, truly? You and I, together. We could conquer the world if we tried. Sokka laughed, pressing his brow to hers again. Angela nearly fell over with laughter now, closing her eyes as his hands found hers. Because, love. I feel like we already did. Angela's slight embarrassment at his initial question faded immediately when he answered it as he did. Her disbelieving smile couldn't have enticed him any more than it did. He embraced her again, catching that smile with his own, joining her again in one more passionate, wild, heartfelt kiss. Long ago, sometime after Sokka's first fight with Toph, a waiting room just like this one had seen them committing their first transgression, boldly daring to kiss when they had believed they could never be together. Years later, they had proven their younger selves wrong on every level that mattered. Their hearts beat as one, their arms held each other upright and closely, their lips, ever connected, bridged their very souls together, merging into one just as their energies answered one another perfectly. The whole world appeared different today, changed by the love they professed one another, by the virtue of their extraordinary partnership. Though perhaps it wasn't only because of how they had changed the world, but due to how they had learned to see it through each other's eyes. The passion that had guided them in the past had only increased over time. The devotion they owed each other couldn't stand more stalwart, or shine more brightly than it did that day, and when two lovers were so overwhelmed by the depths of their affection, by the overpowering strength of their feelings for one another, it was only natural that hands would begin to caress with bolder intent, for all the overflowing emotions needed to be translated, unleashed, otherwise they might consume them completely. Her hands trailed over that bare chest, while his own slid lower than her armor, cupping her rear, squeezing it gently. There was but one way to exteriorize their feelings, and even one round wouldn't suffice. They knew as much, though it would help, to be sure. Yet. You, sure about this? Sokka asked. Angela's hands tugged at the sash he had kept fastened over his trousers. She kissed him willfully again, undoing the fastening, allowing Sokka's clothes to drop to his calves, kept in place by his boots. Mostly. She whispered just, we should lock the door? Though, if someone has a key. Maybe we should block it somehow. Sokka asked, his voice coated with desperation. Angela laughed and shrugged. Maybe, push a couch to the door? So, if anyone tries to get in, we'll notice. She suggested. Sokka smirked proudly, nodding in approval before pressing his lips to hers one more time. Such a measure should suffice, he expected, though with the staff members working so hard to ensure the fans wouldn't pour into the corridor, he couldn't help but think they were safer than ever now. Who could possibly interfere, in these conditions? He left Angela for just one moment, walking to the nearest couch and raising it with ease, no matter how heavy it might be, or how injured he was. Such was his drive, his excitement, his bliss for what they had achieved that day, that he couldn't care less about the wound over his arm. Once the long piece of furniture was safely lodged before the door, ensuring to block the way of anyone who attempted to enter the room, he returned to his lover, his secret wife. His left hand clasped the back of her head, his right wrapped around her waist. His kiss was now so powerful and potent he could have knocked her down with its momentum if he hadn't held her as he did. Even so, Angela betrayed no fear of losing her footing, her arms wrapped around his neck, and she even dared jump, embracing his waist with her legs as Sokka walked them to the opposite end of the room. If the situation were any different, he would have removed all her clothes gladly as they gave themselves to each other. As it was, he could only do away with her armor, carefully unclasping it and removing it from her body with one hand, while the other ensured she'd stay locked around him. Relief flooded her face when that weight was gone. The longer she went without wearing her armor, the freer she felt. Perhaps it reminded her of the careless, blissful life they had led in Shujing. It reminded Sokka of that sometimes, too. All the eagerness to join together as one, to give themselves to one another completely, it seemed 10 times as powerful today as it ever had been. He only set her down briefly, though he continued to walk towards the wall with her until her back pressed against it. All the clothes of her lower body had been discarded by then, tossed aside by both his and her efforts. And as awkward as it was for Sokka to walk this way, with his clothes pooled at his calves, he disregarded all discomfort with the same ease with which he had disregarded all concerns once he had pressed that couch to the door. With one more powerful kiss, and after once again raising her to his level, encouraging her to hug him with both arms and legs, Sokka pressed her into the wall in full, and thrusted his ready, hardened shaft through her wet folds. The noise hadn't dwindled at all. Toph was resting now, choosing to take a nap until the way was clear for them to leave. As bad as many of her injuries had been, and as many bandages as she now sported over her body, her wounds weren't so severe as to require intensive attention immediately. Iroh, however, only sat on one of the couches, watching his gladiator sleep, and fuming, even now, about the developments. About what all this meant to his long-standing attempts to frustrate Angela's rise to power. If she carried on at this rate, there was no doubt she would power her way to becoming Fire Lord, and with each moment he pondered everything he had learned from her. Each time he thought back to their conversation in Crescent Island, he grew further convinced that the only way to save their world was to ensure she never obtained that throne at all. But cutting off her recognition through Toph was no longer a good idea. The whole nation appeared to revere the princess. Unsurprisingly, she had played her cards right for a very long time, staging an impossibly long game to earn their admiration and loyalty. Even her father's council appeared to respect her, speaking to her with the same tone with which they would address each other. They even looked to her as a leader. She had succeeded at everything. He had been utterly powerless to stop her. So what now? Without Zuko nearby, with Angela proving to be unstoppable even when she was still allegedly recovering from that strange chi poisoning, what plan was there left for him to follow? It appeared as though there was no way out, as though all their efforts to straighten out the world would be in vain. Was there truly no hope at all? Had all of Roku's prophecies been correct in saying there would be no salvation for their world after Sozin's comet's second passing? Had they truly taken such a wrong approach to setting the world on a better course? Or was the Fire Nation simply utterly unstoppable, regardless of whatever anyone did? He didn't want to believe that, but every shred of hope he'd ever held on to seemed to wither now. Today, it was more than just one loss against Toph. Today, Iroh's own ambitions, his goals to amend what his forefathers had broken, appeared to have taken a lethal blow. He had been dejected, defeated, many times in the past, but now, it seemed as though it was all for nothing. As though there was no stopping Angela indeed. The lingering noise outside only worsened his mood. So much revelry and celebration for what? For the daughter of a murderer, who surely would follow in his footsteps in no time, killing her own father for power. Oze certainly had lowered his guard plenty around his daughter, more than he ever should have, in Iroh's opinion. The fool trusted her with his very life, and he'd pay for that trust, direly. Those people outside trusted her the same way, not knowing they were praising and celebrating someone who only saw them as disposable pieces on her pie show board. How had she expertly manipulated so many to her favor? How had she come this far, earning herself far more allies than enemies? Anywhere he went, she would be praised to no end for her grand achievements and alleged devotion to her nation, but she was only devoted to herself. Even someone like Toph, who had called herself her friend, hadn't earned even the slightest courtesy from the Dem Princess, for, if Angela wanted to do right by Toph, she would have left the dome by now. She would have, and all that celebration and revelry would either disappear or decrease enough so that Toph might be able to go home already. But she just wanted to continue rubbing their failure in their faces, didn't she? How long had they been waiting already? Iroh snarled. It had to be at least 30 minutes since the fight ended, more than enough time for Sokka's wounds to be patched up. What sort of excuse could they possibly have to delay their departure for this long? It had been several months since his blood had boiled this much over anything, though even then, the source of his rage tended to be his niece. First by getting rid of Zuko as she had, then by taking over as Toph's sponsor when he had intended to find his nephew, then by proving herself just as monstrous as he had ever believed she was, in the summit, and now, yet again, over the final straw she had dared exploit to her benefit, and to ridicule him and Toph as much as she dared. He pushed himself up, making his way to the door. With one last glance at the slumbering Toph, he stepped out into the corridor and glanced down, towards the vestibule. The pandemonium was so wild there were very little chances anyone would be able to cross that tight sea of wild supporters who wanted to catch sight of their heroes. It looked even worse now than it had when he had come downstairs to check on Toph. Angela! Iroh hissed, closing the door behind himself and stepping towards the next room. He knocked on it to no answer. He snarled, trying to force it open, but he found it locked. One glance through the keyhole revealed nothing but darkness in this room. The curtains were closed, and no lanterns were lit. Not here, then. Had they taken another room, or escaped shamelessly on the dragon through the roof, perhaps? No, that wasn't likely. The people would have heard about it and raced out of the building already, hoping to give them chase, or just catch one last glimpse of them, and it wasn't like Angela to skip out on relishing in the people's acclaim, was it? Of course not. They were still here, without a doubt, costing Toph valuable time to rest and recover, no less. The next door, then. He approached it, finding the noise was slightly less bothersome here than in the room he had been at with Toph. He raised his hand to the doorknob, but a sound caused him to slow down, mere inches away from the pommel. A female voice. He could have mistaken it for someone within that large crowd, but he was sure he had heard it from inside this room instead. He frowned, waiting to hear it again. It didn't happen. He lowered his hand, though, uneasy. A sudden shudder rushed through his body. He hadn't imagined that. He knew he hadn't. So he knelt before the door. And once again, he dared glance through the keyhole. It was hard to tell if there was anything but darkness in the room, yet again. But there were dimly lit lanterns here, as opposed to the other room. And that dim light was enough for Iroh to identify movement inside that chamber. He couldn't tell what it was at first, not fully. The shroud of darkness and shadows was still so prominent that anyone else might have ignored what lay within the waiting room, but not Iroh. For soon enough, his eye grew accustomed to that shape. It identified it, as a male body, fully bare, from the looks of it. Pale legs, wrapped around that waist. Arms, around those shoulders. The skin tone between them was vastly different, noticeably so, even under the room's poor lighting, and within the trappings of Iroh's very limited field of view. The man lowered his head. He thrusted powerfully, noticeably, again and again, while presumably biting his lover's neck, and by doing so, he had left her face fully exposed for Iroh to see. His jaw dropped. He stepped away out of instinct, so shaken by the sight his whole body trembled, but then he stepped closer again, his heart boiling with a wild mix of astonishment, disbelief, and rage. Another glance, and she had forced her lover to raise and turn his head towards her. And as much as his typical hairdo was undone, and his dark hair fell down to his shoulders, there was no doubt to be had about the identity of the man passionately kissing the woman he kept trapped against the wall, no doubt by her own volition, for that face of ecstasy spoke for itself. He genuinely tasted bile as he watched the pair continuing their relentless tryst without a care in the world. He knew he should pull away, step aside, stop witnessing such an outrageous transgression, but he couldn't do it. His fury only surged further as the reality of their crime sank in. The reality of a most unforgivable crime a princess and her gladiator had been hiding from the world, who knew for how long. He had to brace himself, a hand against the frame of the closed door, as he breathed heavily. Again, one of her moans appeared to escape her control. They were trying to be quiet, to be stealthy, but failing utterly, weren't they? Oh, but she was bold and shameless. She was utterly amoral beyond belief. How had she ever thought this was a good idea? How had she ever decided to go forward with such a foolish, doomed enterprise? Was she truly this arrogant, this drunk on her own power and so-called greatness, that she truly thought she could get away with this affair? It was exactly what he had accused her of, in Crescent Island. It was what she had denied, categorically, with the certainty of a woman who thought nothing of the man currently pinning her to a wall and plowing into her recklessly. She was, then, a hedonist, as he had suspected she might be. This was but a game to her, a game only she could win. So spoiled, so pampered, so used to getting her way. Not anymore. Never again. Iroh dared venture one more glance, finding her clawing at her lover's back, biting onto his shoulder. He didn't stop his motions, no matter what she did. He had attained victory against a foe who should have been undefeatable, and now he serviced his sponsor, no doubt, on her terms. Toph had been thoughtful, considerate, trying to make things easier for the princess by switching the order of the fights and going against Combustion Man instead of the Blue Wolf. The princess, however, was able to witness the first fight, regardless of Toph's efforts. Her dem injuries, her chi poisoning, how could she claim to be crippled by them at all, when she dared indulge in trysts as violent as this one? Everything about her was deceit, manipulation, and lies. She was unworthy of her triumphs, of her acclaim, of the reverent respect she had commanded from so many. She was unworthy of the five-pronged crown of the Fire Lord. Iroh stepped away from the door. His sandals' footsteps went unheard, both by the passionate lovers and the slumbering earthbender he left behind in their waiting room. He had but one goal now, one final way to put an end to the ultimate downfall of harmony, to the Fire Nation's certain destruction of everything left of value in their war-torn world, and he intended to cross that massive crowd by any means necessary to achieve it. Some staff members intended to help him, but Iroh disregarded their words, relying on nothing but his furious glare and his relentless pushing of anyone who dared stand in his way as he made for the dome's large, twin doors. It had been a long time since their last wild, reckless tryst of such an impulsive nature, yet the adrenaline that coursed through their systems wouldn't allow for anything less. Nothing could suffice yet, not all the wild thrusting, not all the relentless kisses, not the pleasure turned physical as it poured through them, and into each other, with the force of a hurricane unleashed. They should have held back, controlled themselves, but they had failed to do so. Their hearts raced at unison as their bodies bucked together onwards, thrusting relentlessly, their breaths merging together through the constant contact between their lips. It wasn't the most comfortable position for Azula's wounded shoulder, without a doubt, but she seemed as willing to disregard pain as Sokka was. He held her in place, the cut on his arm be damned, even if it seemed to be bleeding through the bandage all the same. Pain, occasionally, served to reel them back into reality, not today. Not when the overwhelming emotions were tearing through all their willpower, turning them into as good as thralls to their urges and desires, showing just how desperately they cherished and craved the other with every exchange of their engaged lips and sexes. Just, there. Sokka, I'm. Azula gasped, pressing her face to his cheek as the rising excitement finally appeared to crystallize inside her. Sokka groaned in the most sensual of manners, drilling harder and faster inside her. It would be the most delightfully violent release, and Azula nearly screamed in bliss for it, but this time, Sokka managed to catch her lips with his own so her most honest sounds would pour into him instead of being released into the open. So driven by reckless lust, Sokka had disregarded caution a few times earlier, allowing Azula to moan when she shouldn't have, but this time he caught her on time, and her sounds couldn't have been more delightful as they vibrated through him, across his overheated, sweaty body that continued to merge with hers. The recklessness of his thrusts as he reached his own climax thrilled Azula. Tingles of delight surged inside her body as a second peak broke through her, for she couldn't possibly help herself. His passionate dedication, his devoted affection, all of it poured out with his seed, leaving him delightfully lightheaded, weakened, spent, and free. Free to love her, to fight for her, to be hers in every sense that counted. He couldn't slow down his kisses, even when his hips stopped thrusting repeatedly. He swayed against her, and she moaned into him willfully, kissing him back with just as much passion as he kissed her. As ever, they would go at things evenly. They were matched in every way that counted. Every step they took it together. Even now, they panted at the same rhythm, foreheads together, lips parted at a minimal distance from each other, allowing them to laugh at the same time, as their eyes met again. Sokka kissed her with the brightest grin he could muster, and Azula held him intimately, returning the gesture with as much enthusiasm as he offered it. "I love you. I love you so much." Sokka gasped between kisses. Azula laughed, hugging him tightly. He stumbled back awkwardly, making his way to a couch. He sat in place, carelessly, letting his body return to normal while Azula sat on his lap, straddling it just as she had so long ago, in a room much like this one, if not the very same room. "You said it once, didn't you?" Azula pressed yet another smiling kiss to his neck. Sokka raised his eyebrows, curious and amused by whatever she found amusing too, despite not knowing what it was just yet, that these waiting rooms were too well furnished to be meant for just waiting. I guess I did." Sokka laughed, hugging her warmly, pressing kisses to her brow and cheeks, "and I'm pretty sure you once said, they must have wanted gladiators and sponsors to get frisky after battles, eh? I suspect what we just did qualifies under that term." Azula laughed too, pressing her face to his neck though. "Maybe we shouldn't have taken so long. I mean, if the vestibule is anything like how it was when you fought the Mad Alchemist, it means a lot of people will be pretty eager to congratulate you now, right?" "Congratulate us, rather, but yeah, I guess so." Sokka smiled awkwardly. "I should put on my clothes again, and my armor. And then, we'll go home." "Yeah. I'm not done with you yet," Azula said, with a sly smirk. Sokka snickered, cupping her face and kissing her willfully one more time. He set her down on the couch, standing up to collect their clothes and her armor. It was a struggle to focus on anything but gazing at the blissful smile on his lover and wife's face, but Sokka did as much anyway, grinning while pulling up his trousers and cladding his torso with his usual shirt. "I scratched you a bit, huh?" Azula said, biting her lip. "And you bit me, too," Sokka said, smirking. Azula groaned, covering her face with her hands as she laughed guiltily. "Don't be embarrassed now, I enjoyed it more than I should have. If you're already scratching and biting, it also means you're reclaiming further strength, right? I guess, that's one way to look at it." Azula reasoned, smiling awkwardly still as Sokka returned to her, pulling up her own trousers, underwear, and boots. He didn't ask if she wanted to do it herself, delicately sliding each garment over her legs. She had to raise herself slightly on her seat, so he could dress her adequately, and then waited as he fastened her boots in place, ever careful, flowing with unexpected grace through every action. Perhaps, just as she had started to take after him in some regards, he was taking after her in many others, such as calling Toph a dirt worm, as Azula recalled, with a weak grin. "Just your armor now," Sokka said, smiling, and kissing her nose. "Beautiful princess." "Beautiful gladiator," she retorted. Sokka snorted as he rose to his feet, picking up her black armor as Azula glanced at his own, which he had to take off for his medical check earlier. He finished readying the princess, buckling the black armor carefully, offering her many kisses as he did, before moving to put on his own armor. She rose to her feet by then, helping him fasten it over his body, sneaking as many caresses as she dared to his toned ABS. "Are you ready to go face your hordes of fans?" Azula asked, smiling as she embraced him from behind. Sokka grinned, glancing at her over his shoulder. I said. "You keep giving me sole credit for everything, that's beyond wrong," he said, turning in her arms as she laughed. "Fine, then, fine. Our fans, our victory, our great achievement. If it's what you want to hear," Azula said, cupping his face gently, to realize she had, as ever, left him covered in lipstick marks. "Oh, hell, give me a second." She was laughing again as she dabbed a nearby towel with water, cleaning his face as best she could, not expecting Sokka to take the towel and return the favor by wiping off the remnants of her lipstick upon her own lips, albeit there wasn't much left. And then he kissed her, willfully, recklessly, taking advantage of her unpainted lips to do as much without any consequences for now. It was the last kiss they would share before stepping out of here, and so, understanding his intentions fully, Azula returned the kiss just as devotedly, pressing her body against his, letting their armors clash where their chests had earlier. "We did it," she finally spoke against his lips. Sokka grinned and nodded, and she laughed as she pressed her brow to his. "There truly is no better gladiator. And no better sponsor," Sokka grinned. "We just keep proving it over and over, don't we?" Azula said, caressing his cheek. "But if we keep this up we'll start all over again. So, I'll fix your hair, you fix your makeup," Sokka laughed. Azula grinned and nodded, turning in his arms to follow fit with his words. That she couldn't kiss him anymore with her newly painted lips didn't mean he couldn't press his own kisses to her cheeks once he finished assembling the perfect half knot, setting the hairpiece in place. Once ready, they exchanged one more smile, holding hands as they ever did, until they reached the door, which Sokka had to clear, by dragging the obstructing couch back to the spot it had been on earlier. Azula laughed for it, watching him with a heartfelt grin as he smiled back at her. He rose again after he had fixed the furniture, and as much as he had a gentle smile on his face, the tall, strong, armored and fully weaponized man before her was nothing short of the ideal gladiator in that very moment. Was it her loins were singing his praises as they pleased? Perhaps, but Azula's heart ached warmly as she watched him. Going by how tender his own smile was, and how he raised his hand to caress her face, his own heart wasn't doing any better. "Ready yet?" Azula asked. Sokka released a breath but shrugged as he unlocked the door. "To go home, sure. To deal with all those people, doubtful," Sokka chuckled, "but, let's do it. Can't be that scary, can it?" "Guess not," Azula smiled, taking his hand in hers, squeezing his fingers gently. Together, they clasped the doorknob and turned it, their hands still linked until then. They separated them after that, still exchanging one last, secretive smile, before they stepped out into the corridor. The effect of their sudden reappearance in public was gradual, but no less apparent for it. As soon as the first people caught sight of them, by the stairs, their frantic screaming resulted in a chain reaction. Before long, the whole building was nothing but noise, and Azula and Sokka grimaced as they stared ahead at what they'd be facing next. "Well, don't worry," Sokka said, patting her back, "I'll go first. Make way for you, the staff members probably will help too." "Let's hope." Azula smiled, "We've definitely riled them up far more than we ever should have, haven't we? Your people just love you this much, you see." Sokka smirked. Azula scoffed, shaking her head lightly. "This is for the both of us, silly. You've already established that." She smiled. "All right, then, it's better if we get it over with, right?" "Let's go." Sokka smiled, stepping forward just as she did the same. At first, they walked side by side, ever equals, ever as even a partnership as they could make it. Then, upon reaching the thick crowd, Sokka had to step forward. The wild supporters wouldn't cease to congratulate them, while the staff members helped hold them at bay, walking with the princess and her gladiator to the stairs. If any of their friends were among those countless, cheering supporters, neither Azula nor Sokka could tell. They didn't even have a chance to visit Shoji's counter, despite they knew the likelihood was he would have been in the crowd somewhere too, as he had intended to watch the fight directly. Yang was, surely, somewhere about as well, and perhaps more of their acquaintances would be there too, but they'd have to speak later. For now, they had to get out of the insanely packed arena that rejoiced in their triumph and only furthered their own enthusiasm about their achievement. It was a wholly different atmosphere than the strange sensation of defeat that had permeated at least half the fans during Topha's previous fight. This time, even the Blind Bandit's supporters were thanking and congratulating Sokka, though occasional ones would remind him not to lower his guard, for their hero would strike him down again once she could. Yet both musical squads had joined forces, it seemed, playing the Blue Wolf's song as he and his princess finally reached the twin doors. Xian Long struggled to find a landing site, though the street was slightly easier to clear up than the intensely packed vestibule of the arena. Before long, enough people had scattered out of the way for the princess and her gladiator to reach their dragon, climbing on his saddle as quickly as their respective injuries allowed, while the dark creature proved daunting enough to deter all their supporters from approaching him. "All right, let's," Angela said, reaching for Xin Long's mane, but Sokka reached a hand to touch her arm. "Wait," he said, and while she wasn't looking at him, she could tell he was smiling. He reached for her wrist, grinning still before raising their joined hands in the air. The gesture was most confusing at first, even for the princess, but he let go of her hand to tighten his own into a fist, raising only his thumb for everyone to see. Angela laughed before following suit with his example. Unlike that day, with the Mad Alchemist, they could do it together. They had achieved the unthinkable, and while they couldn't possibly greet all their supporters directly, this much was enough to convey their gratefulness for all their support. Going by the loudness of those cheers, they had conveyed it successfully. Now people struggled to leave the arena to congratulate them with thunderous applause, and all their cheering and rejoicing could be heard even as the dragon finally took to the skies, putting distance between his riders and the large crowds that adored them. So much noise would, naturally, bother someone with normal senses. It was far worse for someone whose hearing was far sharper than that of most people. Toph groaned as she came to her senses, waiting impatiently for all the noise to die down, and to her relief, it diminished at last. She guessed they were gone now. Good. Surely they'd want to celebrate their big victory alone, rather than amidst all those wild crowds. As for Toph, she would gladly just go home and be done with it. Tomorrow would be a new day, and once she was fully healed she'd work harder to develop new skills and strategies to defeat both Combustion Man and Sokka. They were hers to defeat, just as she had been Sokka's target for a long time, and she wouldn't let them rise above her for long, not a chance. Though, she set her uninjured leg down, carefully depositing her foot on the cold floor, to find she was completely alone in the waiting room. She couldn't feel Iroha's presence nearby. Maybe he was somewhere within that large crowd, she didn't know, but he certainly wasn't in here, or just outside. Why, though? Where? Ugh, you'd better come back for me soon, Old Man Toph sighed, dropping again on the couch and closing her eyes. Tomorrow, yes, would be another day. She wanted it to be tomorrow already, quite badly. Sleeping off her loss was the best thing she could think to do, and unless the staff members checked the rooms and resolved to kick her out, she'd stay right here until Iroha finally came back. He surely was in the bathroom, someplace irrelevant, really. It was Iroha, after all, where else could he possibly be? Song had known better than to get in the way of the two lovers once they arrived home, beaming far too brightly for the aftermath of a fight against Toph. Even so, she had helped Sokka with his arm's wound, cleaning it and replacing its bandages once they entered the house. She knew she'd likely need to do it again soon, considering how, even during the healing process, Sokka and Angela couldn't seem to stop smiling lovingly at each other, even indulging in occasional caresses despite they held back from kissing openly. They shared the story of the fight with her, conveying just how thrilling their victory had been, how the crowds had rejoiced and rallied around them, regardless of whichever gladiator they supported. They certainly skipped the part of their exchange in the waiting room, but the poorly contained laughter they stifled as they reached that part of the story spoke for itself. The young woman shook her head reproachfully, despite she couldn't help but smile anyway. Seeing her two friends in such heights of joy was rare, even when she thought she had seen them at their happiest across the last years. It was no surprise that, once she was busy putting away her things, her roommate and his secret wife would rush upstairs in another spree of laughter. Accustomed to their antics, Song had slipped her earplugs into place, working on dinner as she ever did, only, she went overboard with her cooking for the second time that day. However inconsiderate the relentless love-making upstairs might be, it was too momentous a day to let it end without a grand meal. Seeing as Sokka and Angela would likely spend all their remaining energies upstairs anyway, surely they would appreciate this once they left their room. Hours passed, as dusk settled, while the two passionate lovers finally gave themselves to each other to completion. They breathed heavily, lying side by side on Sokka's bed, trading no end of kisses as their legs remained intertwined. Even after he had finished anew, Angela seemed most reluctant to let his manhood slip outside her. "It's getting late," Sokka whispered, prodding her nose with his. "I know, but I have a right to stay with you a little longer when you achieve the unthinkable, don't I?" Angela smiled, pressing her brow to his eye, Thought I'd have dinner with you, too? It's probably the best way to explain why I've stayed out so late. True, Sokka chuckled, though, you do have to eat, if that's how it is. So we have to get up, and get dressed, Azula finished. Sokka smiled and nodded, how depressing. I know, Sokka laughed, hugging her closely. How I wish I could just stay in bed with you forever. Heck, I'm not even picky, doesn't have to be a bed. Definitely doesn't, Azula smirked, kissing his neck. Ah, my love. I'll never be able to thank you for everything you've done, everything you've continued to do for me. Shouldn't it be me saying those words? Sokka smiled. Azula shook her head, raising her eyes to meet his. We were both lost, hopeless, when we first crossed paths, whether we knew it or not. The world, it wasn't going to change just because we willed it. But when we joined forces, there was nothing the two of us couldn't do, as long as we were together, Sokka finished, smiling warmly. It's still true to this day, eh? We've just proven it, yes, Azula grinned, pressing her brow to his. When I'm at my weakest, you're at your strongest, inspiring my very soul to heal so that soon I may stand by your side as I ever did. You can stand by my side no matter what, and I'll always stand by yours, Sokka said, softly, trailing his fingers over her face gently. You've changed my world, you've taken a broken man and taught him how to be whole again. Every day of my life. I'm grateful that our paths have brought us to each other. So am I, Azula smiled, tears surging in her eyes. So am I. Good sense still won out in the end, convincing the princess and her gladiator to rise from the bed and get ready for their inevitable farewell. For Azula's comfort, Sokka refrained from dressing her in her full armor for now, leaving that for later. She would be better off eating at leisure without heavy weights upon her shoulders, whether literal or metaphorical, despite it appeared, once they left the room hand in hand, that Azula had never been more liberated than she was now. Ah, you're done? Song asked teasingly once they entered the kitchen. The guilty laughs of her friends spoke for themselves. Go on, now, go on, you had a crazy breakfast, you can have a crazy dinner too, right, Sokka? You are too damn good to us, Song. Sokka nearly sobbed at the new feast available at the table. Azula laughed as he tugged her to sit beside him, and within mere moments, the two were eating ravenously, hungrier than they had realized they were. After finishing cooking the last desserts, Song took her seat with them and ate while laughing at their frequent praise of her culinary abilities. They were missing one member of their usual group, a fact that weighed especially on Song's heart, but Ruishi would return tomorrow, for sure. He would have likely already heard of the fight's results, and he would intend to congratulate or tease Sokka over it, to be sure. The large quantities of food had certainly decreased by over half when Song finally decided to put a stop to Sokka's persistent consumption of every single dish that caught his eye. She took to putting away the food while Sokka, satisfied in countless regards, walked with his secret wife to the backyard. Xian Long waited for them there, no matter if he was difficult to glimpse in the dark of the night. I will try to drop by tomorrow, Azula said. Sokka smiled before setting her armor on her shoulders carefully. Not that I can guarantee anything, but I'll welcome you gladly, if you do, Sokka grinned, buckling in the armor as he gazed at her lovingly. If you're too busy, I'll wait. But if you're not, we should probably reprise what happened today in your room. Anyway, Azula smiled, I know we're okay now, but reality will probably get to us again sooner than later. I know, Sokka chuckled, pressing his brow to hers, but for now, I'd think we can relax for a few days before deciding on our next move, right? It's been a lot of work, and we both deserve some downtime after all the crazy things that have happened lately. Definitely, Azula agreed, reaching up to kiss his lips softly. Then I'll try to be here early. As early as I can get away with anyhow. I'll wait, Sokka smiled, gathering her in his arms, and startling her as he raised her from the ground. Azula laughed quietly as he hoisted her on Xian Long's saddle delicately. Her feet slid into the stirrups, and Sokka stroked her waist and hips gently after he had set her down on the front seat. I love you more than you could ever begin to imagine, Sokka whispered, kissing the side of her head. Thank you for helping me become who I am now. Should be me saying that, Azula grinned, turning her head carefully to gaze at him, her right hand clasping his own, their wedding scars brushed together, and the two smiled warmly at each other for it. I owe you everything, feels like. I owe you even more than everything. If that makes any sense, he smiled awkwardly, prompting her to laugh as he pressed his brow to hers. I love you too, Sokka, so damn much, she sighed, diving in for an impulsive kiss he returned warmly, carelessly, holding her as closely as he could while she sat on her dragon's saddle. It was a long, deep, heartfelt kiss, of the sorts that ever reminded them of the profound union of their souls. Xian Long would usually interrupt them when they took too long, but even he seemed to know, this time, that his rider's emotional state was a rather delicate one, even if for good reason, for a change. He still rose to his full height once the kiss ended, leaving Azula to hold Sokka's hand while still offering him that genuine, loving smile she only ever had discovered with him. His own wasn't too different. He was sure he had never experienced this kind of happiness until he had experienced it with Azula. See you later, Sokka, Azula said, teasingly. He chuckled and nodded. See you, Azula. Words that had never failed them, words that had always warmed their hearts were spoken once again as their hands parted unwillingly for the day. The dragon's dark shape sped into the darkness of the night, vanishing from sight for the ever love-struck Gladiator, who closed his eyes and smiled to himself, reliving what had been his most memorable fight in the league so far. Reliving, more than anything, the feelings of blissful satisfaction he had indulged in with Azula ever since the fight had ended. He turned at last, heading inside the house, mentally wishing Azula a safe flight, and a safe return to his arms, as soon as possible. He knew he wouldn't stop longing to be with her through the night, but the promise of a new day spent with his beloved wife was enough to ease his heart for now, and it would suffice once he laid down to rest that night. He hoped, if she was feeling just as desperate for his company as he was for hers, that she might find relief in the same notions, in the same promises that longed to go unbroken. He had waited patiently. He had timed it to the best of his ability. Playing this off as a mere familial visit was far better than attempting to score a meeting with his brother in the middle of a workday. Even so, it was only expected for Ozai to scowl prominently when Iroh stepped through his bedroom door, just as he sat before his dinner table. That Iroh appeared to be just as displeased as him did nothing to reassure Ozai, for all the Fire Lord could want was to toss his brother out of his room at once. You're not welcome to share my meal with me, Iroh, he said, curtly, feel free to leave the way you came. I intend to share no meals with you, brother, Iroh said, I'm here to convey, alarming, urgent news. What is that supposed to mean? Ozai scoffed. Is this a confession of treason at last, brother? Or are you truly intending to pretend you've discovered some threat to the Fire Nation that somehow only you have been able to uncover? I wouldn't know, Ozai, if I'm the only one who knows of it, but I can certainly testify that it is treason. And not my own. Ozai frowned. His appetite was already dwindling because of his brother's presence, and those words did nothing to bring it back. He set down his chopsticks as he glared at Iroh questioningly. Not your own. He repeated, then who, pray tell, is this urgent traitor that you absolutely had to bring to my attention right now? Iroh took a deep breath before answering the Fire Lord's question. Check the description for the links to the author.